crazy. See that shit come attacking
Don't
me?
worry. Don't worry. Kosho's gonna make an EMP out of a disposable camera from the 90s.
Yeah.
Don't
laugh.
Kosho's got
Have
a
you seen
blueprint.
those EMP guns? Have you guys seen those?
Yeah.
Oh man, it looks like freaking Star Wars.
Yeah,
That's actually true.
Remember when I was live streaming and all those times I got shut down fucking talking about all the different kind of secret military weapons and shit?
Yeah. People laugh at that, but that's true. Yeah, that is true.
Don't worry. Don't
I
worry.
think I have a video of one of those. Let me see if I can find it. Hold on.
There's ways to fight the Terminators, but I don't want to talk about it here.
It's fine, guys. It's
how
fine.
secret? How secret can they be if you're talking about them, dude? I don't get that. It makes no sense to me.
It's gonna be fine. All we got to do is get some of those disposable cameras from the 90s, and Kosho's got the blueprint to make some EMPs up for all this stuff.
Yeah, I have a couple of them.
He said we got to hit Radio Shack.
I'm sitting on like
It's like
10
a witch's
Fujifilm cameras.
Wait, where are the radios?
93, bro. Here we go. Disposable
I think
cameras.
aren't Radio Shacks all gone?
That's where Kosho's getting all the shit from for his EMP.
The last Radio Shack.
I'm pretty sure Radio Shack's all shut down. Kosho may need to think of something else.
Yeah, there's one Radio Shack.
You can get a disposable camera from fucking CVS, dude.
Yeah, there's one Radio Shack and it has one pack of AAA batteries in it. Or no, C-size batteries because no one ever uses those.
Like an Acer laptop, you know what I mean? Like the first Intel Atom one. Yeah. Why do you need a specific ear flash to do this, Kosho? So we can stop
no, I just remember one of the components. One of the components came from the disposable camera. I don't remember which one though.
Like a capacitor or some shit. Oh. It's not very technical or helpful.
All right, buddy. Well, I don't give
a fuck. I didn't bring it up. Jeremy did.
How you get a time machine, man? Fucking EMP. Come on now. What's up? Show us what you got.
Let's break this time space.
I mean, dude,
sorry.
Go ahead, Zach.
I was just trying. No, I probably was going to go for the same thing you were saying. Go ahead.
You definitely weren't going to say the same thing I was saying. You're going to say, Pinky. No, I was going to say, if you need a time machine, and if going faster than the speed of light makes you go backwards in time, I mean, I can make that happen if you got enough choo-choo trains.
My God.
Let me
Have
guess.
a
You're
look
going
on
to
live
make it happen. You're going to make it happen, Jeremy, with stakes in the ground? God damn it.
We just put the flux capacitor in the trains. When the trains hit 88 miles an hour, you're going to see some serious shit.
Have a look at the gun I was talking
I'm reading.
about. If you got a drone, it'll knock it right out of the sky.
I would have the most
Look at the
interior.
instructions.
Go ahead, Kosha.
No, look, I just googled instructions how to build a mini EMP. Its first step. Step 1 says obtain a disposable point and shot camera.
Dude, I haven't seen one of them. I mean, I think there was one next to the payphone at this one spot.
Pretty sure at Disneyland they have
There's a payphone.
that sells those.
There's a payphone outside of
I can get 100 of these for about $45.
You get 145 cents.
So as the Bumblebee drone's coming at you, you just whip one of these things up, and you're good.
Yeah. Start soldering.
Yeah,
well, they're not that powerful. I remember
your circuit diagram out. Yeah. Okay.
A swarm of bumblebees just flew into the room you're in. Just whip one of these up, right, Gojo?
Yeah, it's not very powerful. The guy I saw somebody testing it, and it was barely shutting off like a Game Boy.
Okay. But Kosho, what you want to check out is the guy that makes a thing on YouTube somewhere where he takes like a 9-volt battery and a high frequency thing and then makes his body supercharged and to where he destroys his camera he's using. Yeah.
That sounds safe.
It is. It's just a 9-volt battery, but super high frequency. It's enough to fuck up circuits.
That's about as that's about as safe as having Chat GPT run errands in the real world for you. Give itself its own fucking commands and objectives.
Yeah. I've been doing that for a better part of 2 weeks, man.
You've made
Freaking
ChatGPT make its own decisions, have a decision trees and stuff.
Well, yeah, you just tell it to do something, and it makes it makes a whole world of tasks and even new goals, and then does all of them without instruction or anything.
So
Did
we
you
got
hear the one where they?
Go ahead, Essie.
No, sorry, Coach, will finish. I'll go after. I thought you were done.
That's interesting.
Go ahead, Coach.
Go ahead, Coach.
Go ahead, Jeremy. Go ahead. Tony,
Go ahead.
relax, Tony. Go ahead, Essie. Go ahead.
Go ahead, Esty.
What the hell was I gonna say? I forgot now, man. Damn.
Go ahead, Jeremy.
Nice work, guys, with all your shenanigans. I don't remember what I was going to say now either. I don't even know what we're talking about.
That's what you derp, dude.
Who smokes pot in this room?
Nobody.
Actually, I spoke yesterday.
I do.
It is
lit
interesting
right
because
now.
you can basically like keep telling ChatGPT to do something more specific than it previously did. So like I guess you could get it down to even like go get me groceries and like make a plan for like walking out of the house and walking down. You know what I mean?
Now I remembered.
Yeah.
Check this out, guys. This is good. This is good. They have you heard about the one where they gave it instructions like how to destroy the Earth, and it came up with a Tsar Bomba. One of it researched and it found like the biggest nuclear bomb ever made by the Russians.
Yeah.
You ever hear that one?
They shot. Yeah, yeah, of course. But they blasted it. It was like 30 megatons or whatever. But they blasted it, and it was it didn't blow up the Earth.
No, but it did destruction
they asked that
buildings.
bomb went off.
Yeah, but Costa, listen, man. It had a destruction radius of 100 miles to buildings. 100 miles, if it's true what they say, right? And this program used this bomb as part of the destruction.
Okay, but is this what your what the ChatGPT told you? Because I don't know if that was the actual radius of the Tsar.
No, it's not ChatGPT. It's a different one. I forgot the name. They gave it another name. It's another AI.
Or it's different AI.
Yeah.
But do you think that we should keep ChatGPT from watching war games just so it doesn't get any funny ideas or anything?
I mean, have you guys not seen Person of Interest? This is the most dangerous thing you could do.
Everybody, including Witsit was talking about the other day, but I was watching an interview with Elon Musk was talking to that Fox News bow tie guy, Tucker Carlson. Yeah, and he was telling him a story about why he made OpenAI or why he was urged to develop it, and that was from a conversation he was having with Larry Page from Google, and Elon Musk was like describing his fears in AI and stuff and the potentials, and Larry Page has the exact opposite mentality, and is talking about wanting to create like the world's greatest like superhuman or super intelligent mind, surpassing all people, and then he called Elon Musk a speciesist for
Elon Musk. Oh, dude. Elon Musk's fears are well warranted, bro. This is literally the most dangerous. You guys are playing with fire. You're like little babies, and there's just matches everywhere and shit. Okay, I don't. You do this all the time.
You ever seen a baby light a match?
Whatever, dude. I don't. That might not have been the greatest analogy. It still wasn't as bad as your baby analogy. The point is that this is super fucking dangerous, dude. You guys are like children just wandering around.
Yeah, this is fucked up. Because all you need is just like an iterative like little algorithm to make it like periodically just like wake up and ask something or get information about something or just keep going. Like we're definitely building the Terminator for sure.
You heard how it beat the. For sure. You heard how somebody gave it a task to like open a website or something, but in order to open a website, it had to solve one of those captchas, that I am not a robot captcha. You know what
Yeah.
it did? It went to like Fiverr or some shit and hired somebody to do it. And the guy goes, "Wait, you're not a robot, are you?" And the robot was like, "No, I'm blind." And the guy did it more.
It's funny as hell, dude.
Imagine if that's true, the implications of just
That's
that
dope.
one thing.
I heard that
It probably
too.
is.
I
Oh,
heard that
man.
too.
Wow. I think this totally tops alien life and alien intelligence. It's more interesting in a way. What do you think?
Bro, if you gave Chat GPT a directive and like $20, it could end up taking over the world.
They're just as dangerous as aliens in a way. The intelligence itself, right? Yeah.
Yeah, but what if it's not actually AI? It's just a bunch of Indians behind screens who get
Yeah,
paid
could be.
like 5p an hour.
That might be.
Do you think the military will incorporate AI?
Yeah, they already have.
Of course, right? So what
Yeah,
could go
these are
wrong,
just-
huh?
These are just large language. That's the reason why, like I said, Elon Musk. That was his whole purpose for creating OpenAI was because he didn't want it concentrated in the hands of someone like Google or some super company or military or government or whatever.
I think
But it backfired.
Google actually may have it. They are doing exactly what I think an AI would do. So there's that.
What is that? What do exactly what? Yeah, what is that?
I don't know. First thing an AI would do would be to gather all the information. Get all the information. Who's holding more information than Google right now?
Well, yeah, but you remember that was the plot. I was watching that movie Ex Machina. I watched it recently, and that guy whose house he goes to is like the owner of like the biggest like search engine company amongst other things, and that's what he says. He talks about how he created that mind, like that superhuman that mind or whatever, and he said that's everybody thought that collecting all the information that the value was in like marketing and sales and that kind of stuff and market data, and he said using it to train that AI was obviously the great value, and that's not exactly, but it's very similar to how the OpenAI and the large language models train their AI.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I'm just saying Google might already have this. You would never know. I know you guys think you know what happens behind every door on Earth for the history of Earth, but you don't.
Yeah, but what is this? What are you saying they have this?
They have AI already. They could.
Yeah, we have AI.
Right. Well,
What?
in a way.
No, I'm saying I think they've been had it though, not just like they just got it.
Yeah, I've already mentioned that Kosho already replaced himself with an AI like 2 years ago. So you guys have only been interacting with the AI Kosho from the last 2 years.
Yeah, amongst other people.
Well, that makes sense. The hive mind would be Globers, wouldn't it?
Not really. This is my point that I've been saying yesterday and today as well. That to consider,
Yeah, but
like
it's
I know
your
that
AI,
it's from
right?
Yale's perspective, but
Mhm.
yeah, from Yale's perspective, but in reality, it's not hive mind. The globe believers aren't a hive mind. Like there's a wide range of there's people who are wrong and people who think different things. So
Wow.
Yeah, that's just a sophisticated hive mind. And what? Still a hive mind.
But they're not even really using Chat GPTs in Hive Mind, right? Right.
Kosho, is the globe model not just a massive echo chamber?
no.
Okay, what
like I said,
different
I
ideas?
understand.
What different ideas that
He
are
said no
unique
twice. He definitely echoed.
exist? What unique ideas exist within the heliocentrism?
Almost all of them. Almost all unique ideas exist in heliocentrism. Only a few of them exist outside of heliocentrism. And that's my point. Is that the collection of people, if you're connecting people by believing if it's a globe or not believing it's a globe, then many people believe that, and they have wild, vastly different ideas, opinions, and beliefs, and all that kind of stuff. So I just think I understand from y'all's perspective why you would think that, or why you would express that way, but it's just not fair to, hold people to that. Like whenever you're trying to hold globers for disagreeing with each other about stuff and say that that's kind of indication of something.
Well, I'm not just talking
But
about
that's
any
what's
open
to be
ideas. I'm not
expected.
just talking about like, being a musician or something. I'm talking about related to the globe Earth and the heliocentric model. What changes there? Like, do you guys have different viewpoints on the radius, different viewpoints on any of the basic tenets of it?
Well, you have people who don't agree with relativity, for example, with general and special relativity, because maybe they don't know much about it, or maybe they just disagree with it. But I know people who argue against you guys. I'm not going to name names because I don't want to call them out. But there's people who argue against you guys that I know don't believe in relativity.
Like
That
who?
doesn't really address what Gio asked you, though, does it?
Yeah, it's exactly what
All you're
yes.
doing is expressing that within the hive mind or within the consensus within the cult, there is minor disagreements on certain elements of the cult, but the fundamental is not being disagreed on. But again, that's not what he asked you. He asked you, as a result of the said cult, have there been any unique ideas because of the said cult's foundational position, i.e., globe, etc.?
Are there any unique ideas? Yeah, relativity is just the same answer, because relativity was a unique idea when it was first come up with, and it was come up with somebody who is a member of this said cult, and that was indeed very different than the ideas that were understood before that. I mean, almost all new ideas, are by people who believe in the globes. That's what I'm saying. I don't think that there's it's just not
Gio, you're gonna have to
a
reiterate.
fair
I
criticism.
still don't think he gets what you're asking.
He doesn't. Do you really think he doesn't get it? Or he's.
Oh well, yeah. I mean, he is pretending, but he still hasn't responded as if he gets it.
It's called Chaos GPT, by the way. The program that
That's
was
it.
instructed to destroy humanity. Yeah.
Yeah, it's a version of Auto GPT.
Just get the AI to fight itself, just like the Globers do. It's gonna implode.
But it's pretty efficient. They found the biggest destructive mechanism ever created by humanity. So I'd say it did pretty good in that part.
I mean, this is literally the most dangerous thing where we have the robot giving itself its own goals. I don't know if anyone else thinks that's a bad idea. Me and Elon Musk are pretty sure it's a bad idea.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, Kosho, all of the new ideas about the Earth are in these communities.
What?
That's true.
That's not true. That's not true.
In this room, right here in this room.
Yeah, you don't have like, there's not all these like globe communities sitting around having mind blowing ideas.
There's crazy ideas made by prominent globe earthers, like E8 theory or hypothesis, I guess, is a fucking weird ass otherworldly idea of how reality is based in, and all those guys believe it's a globe. So I just don't agree. I don't agree with that position.
I don't know, man. Your mom's over here. She agrees.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, well, she's been wrong before.
She said you're grounded.
I already knew that. Tell her I said I know that. tell her I'm at home though. She doesn't think that. She doesn't know I'm not home.
She said, "Okay, don't eat all the Doritos." Oh, what's the how far out? What's up? Nothing. Go. I mean, how far out do you got to go before you guys start disagreeing? Like nobody disagrees on the radius, right?
Yeah, but measured.
How far out?
Why would somebody disagree with something that's measured?
I'm just saying, as the Geo's question, how far out do you got to go before there's some kind of disagreement? All the way out to relativity? That's pretty far out.
Oh, there's people who disagree on all sorts of stuff. Maybe because some people are wrong. Like we were talking about the atmosphere. yesterday about the different speeds. It's kind of confusing because it's hard to tell. It was hard to tell like who understood. It was just confusing. So that's a bad example, maybe. But yeah, it's like in instances where people are wrong about stuff that is not even relativistic physics.
It's not confusing. The question was at what height,
not
what
that
altitude,
question.
what altitude did the Earth's atmosphere stop spinning? Excuse me. And you guys were like double. Like I was laughing for an hour or two. That
wasn't
too funny.
even that wasn't the question, man.
That was one of them.
That wasn't it. The question I think somebody had asked.
Okay, let me ask you now. At what altitude
the question
does the Earth's
was
atmosphere stop spinning? Tocho? I asked you now.
Yeah, that's a silly question.
You see?
It's a silly question. It's the ground is spinning.
Why is that? Why?
The ground is spinning because who says that the up like what part of the atmosphere are you talking about? When does the atmosphere end?
Well, if you were out in space, out floating out there, and you saw the globe, there would be a point at which the globe atmosphere thing that you claim is, held to the Earth would not be any further, spinning any longer. There would be an end point to that spinning, and then you would just have space. So where's that point? That's what he's asking.
Yeah, well, the easier way to understand that would be to understand what the composition of the atmosphere was. And so if you understand how much air there is down here and how that would be influenced by the ground beneath it, and then how much air is at varying levels, eventually, like let's say, I don't know, 100 miles up or 100 kilometers up, there's so little air there that yes, there's molecules that are influenced to go in the same direction as the Earth, but most of the molecules are energetic and they're acting in all different directions, and they even reach an escape velocity. So, I mean, you could arbitrarily choose the Kármán line as that demarcation.
Arbitrarily.
It's arbitrarily, because it's not a black and white position or place. There's varying it gradiates. The atmosphere itself gradiates away. The influence of the ground beneath it, for the reason that there's less atmosphere, also gradiates away. So it's just it's not a black
you see,
and white.
You can't answer the question. My point exactly.
I did answer the question. I arbitrarily gave you 100 kilometers.
So 100 kilometers. Let's be clear now. You're stating that at 100 kilometers, also known as the International Kármán line, you're saying that's where the atmos stops spinning, correct?
No, I'm saying that's where the atmosphere becomes relevant.
You see?
So whether it's spinning or not spinning, there's not atmosphere there to even really make that discernment, right?
So if you're at 61 miles,
you know this how?
Are you? If you're at 61 miles, are you still spinning or not?
I mean, are you still spinning? What do you mean? Are you?
Is the atmos still spinning at 61 miles?
There's components of the atmosphere, and if those components of the atmosphere are at 61 miles, then I'm sure that the average, the tendency is to move with the Earth. But there's very little air up there, is what I'm saying. So it's not really worth describing it. And also, they're influenced by other things at that point, other than the friction from the air beneath them. They're influenced by the energy they're getting from the sun, more so at that range. But yeah, I'd say on average, the tendency is probably to move with the Earth.
What kind of an answer is that, bro?
It's a full answer, because it's not a simple.
Like
it's not a black. It's not a black.
That's what it is.
He's not going to tell you there's a line drawn where the atmosphere stops spinning. It's like dynamic. It's not something you can say here it's spinning, there it's not spinning. It's a broken question.
Okay, so it goes forever. So infinity.
No, it
There's
gradiates
no line.
away.
Clearly no.
Supposedly
Gradiates away
they
eventually to a point where it becomes irrelevant to you. And that's I chose that demarcation. For me, it's irrelevant beyond 100 kilometers, but it can go much further than that.
I remember hearing that the Earth's atmosphere extends far past the moon.
Right. For the reason I just gave. It depends on what's relevant to you. And that was specifically talking about the what they
Yeah,
call
but
it, heliopod.
the
I
problem
forget
is,
what it's called.
So
the
wait, you
problem
live in a
is
subjective world?
holy
You
shit.
don't live in an actual world?
It's a model.
Is
They call it a
Elijah?
model.
I'll back out.
Oh, sorry, Dicer, you're muffled.
Oh, my bad. I don't know. Is that any better, or does it still sound like shit?
It's louder.
Okay. Well, I was just saying, like, if something's moving, right, materially, i.e., the atmosphere, particles, atoms, whatever you want to call it, if something's physically moving, there's got to be a point where that physicality ends and the motion ends.
You think there's
I
somewhere
don't,
where the atmosphere stops moving?
yeah, exactly. Like, if the Earth's atmosphere is moving with the Earth, like, there's got to be a part where those molecules or atoms that make up what you're calling the atmosphere cease to exist and cease to move. So, like, there's got to be a defined boundary.
Well, nothing's going to cause them to cease to move, but that was exactly why I gave the answer I gave, was because we're not talking about a place where it, right past this line it happens and before the line it doesn't happen. We're talking about a gradual lessening of this effect. So all air is going to be moving, all gas molecules. And it's a question of what's influencing that movement. And it just so happens that the places down below where there's more atmosphere are influenced by the air around them, right? Whereas the air, as you get higher and higher, the influence becomes less so of the air beneath it and more so of any outside influences like the
So,
energy from the sun.
so you're saying that there's molecules far past the moon, consistent with our atmosphere, part of our atmosphere, that are still moving with the rest of the atmosphere. That's what you're saying, yeah?
Well, I'm not saying that it's moving with the rest of the atmosphere. I think the gases you're talking about are they include it as part of the Earth's atmosphere because for the reason of describing the heliosphere. I guess I don't forget what it's called, but it's basically a halo or something like that. It's basically like a gas cloud that lights up with respect to the sun.
Okay.
That can be measured. And so there's gases that are gravitationally attracted to the Earth that are there, but I don't know if they're moving. I don't know what direction they're moving.
Okay.
This is the
All
most
right.
arbitrary, ambiguous description of the world I've ever heard. How are we supposed to take you lot seriously if this is how you describe what you say?
What do you want a
know about
line?
the
Do
world?
you want a line drawn? Do you want them to be
Did I say I wanted a line?
here it is and there it's not? Well,
Did you hear
I
what
don't
I
know.
said?
I think it was a pretty good description
Did
of
you
what's
hear what
going
I
on.
said?
Yeah, I did, and it was irrelevant.
No, it was perfectly relevant. He gave an ambiguous, arbitrary description of the world that he claims to know about. It's not definitive by any means. It's ambiguous to the point where it doesn't actually mean anything at all. And
No,
also,
how's it ambiguous?
for the other people engaging him and encouraging him in this, you're begging
Well, just
the
to be
question
fair,
you're begging the question for him by engaging in this type of dialogue, because they haven't proven what they're claiming, and then you're asking them about the secondary claim on top of the fundamental claim.
yeah, I'm
It's
just
a
entertaining the idea.
loser's bet.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not like definitively trying to make heads or tails of whether or not it's accurate. I don't necessarily agree with it, but I do appreciate the answer that he gave in the sense that at least he was able to address the point of contention that I had. I don't know about anyone else's, but
Yeah, I grant you, and I'm not taking away from his desire to engage, because he engages usually in a decent enough way. But the substance of what he's delivered is what is my comment still stands. It's fundamentally ambiguous and arbitrary.
How is it ambiguous?
Which is rather strange when you're talking about the real world.
Ambiguous.
Yeah,
and
I mean,
described that it's obviously by relevant to why you're describing the atmosphere to be doing what it's doing. Like if you're describing how high can planes fly, for example, then that's a specific a requirement for how much atmosphere is there. So it's not a black and white cut and dry answer. where the atmosphere is doing something. It's
Well, I
really
mean, Coach,
beyond
but there's only a couple things that can be. Okay, so you would say that there is an atmosphere that's held to the Earth that is rotating along with the Earth, right? Roughly 1,000 miles an hour, that whole deal?
sure.
Okay,
Near
well,
the
all right,
surface.
so, right. So if that's going 1,000 miles an hour somewhere out in space, you know, comparatively, you know, the equator compared to et cetera, compared to the higher northern latitudes, it's going to vary. But so if that's spinning, then there's a couple options. Number one, there is an endpoint of that, meaning there's a point at which it is spinning, and then a point at which that it's just space and there's no spinning. Another option is there could be a gradient. It could dissipate out. Another option is it just goes forever. Those are basically the only options. There's either a cutoff line, there's a transition, or it goes forever. So why should it be so ambiguous?
It's not ambiguous. The second option is the correct one. That there's a transition where it gradually changes from going from being atmosphere down here to being no atmosphere at some point.
And that gradient goes forever. There's no line drawn.
Well, it depends on what small amount of air molecules you want to describe. Gravity doesn't have a limit, so if there's, if the Earth is the closest, most massive body, then whatever air molecules are wherever are going to be mostly affected by the Earth, right? If they're not moving fast. So that's just. I mean, this is just the truth of the answer. There's not a black and white thing.
Minimal ratio of air particles. Have you actually determined this, or is this just another notion that you're?
No, they've got a satellite called SOHO that analyzes this stuff. That's data from that satellite.
How does it analyze it?
How does it know?
Huh? I asked you how does it analyze it?
I guess it's got sensors on it that can detect atoms and detect the atmosphere that it's in.
So you don't know?
No, I don't know everything about that satellite, but that's
why did you bring it up?
Where the data comes from.
Fucking hell, man.
So the data that you don't know about and how it's collected, you're going to use as a support to your argument of asking, how do you know this notion that you're dispelling?
Well, there's an image in chat that you can read about it, and it talks about how it does it.
But I'm not talking to the chat. I'm talking to you, right?
No, I've given you all I got.
Which is nothing.
No, it's more than you got.
Comes from.
It doesn't really matter what I've got. I'm the one asking you the questions for what you've got. I'm not even proposing another notion. I'm just holding your notion up to scrutiny.
Did you just say nothing is more than something, Leftlane?
No, it's more than he's got.
So nothing is more than something else?
No. He doesn't have anything. Apparently, he's I don't know what his position is. He's denying that the information is there, that maybe he denies the satellite's there, maybe he doesn't trust the data. For whatever reason, he doesn't have anything in explanation of this atmospheric question that he's asking.
Because the question is for you. You're the one. You and Kosho are the ones
you want to know how did they know? And I presented you with this information on how they know.
Hold on.
Now you can accept that or reject it, but you can't hold me responsible. You can't hold me responsible for I don't know what you're trying to do.
Well, when you're done with whatever that was, first of all, you haven't presented me with anything. When I asked you how you know about this notion of that there's these minimal air particles or whatever the phrase Kosho used. I asked you, how do you know this? You referenced the satellite. I asked you, how does the satellite collect this data? How does it analyze this data? You say it probably has sensors and I don't know. So you haven't actually presented me anything substantive.
You're just being contrary.
It's not contrary to ask a question.
Well, I answered it, and you're still going on about it. I answered it, and you're still going on.
The only reason I'm going on is because you're trying to hold on.
Passive.
I can engage.
Elisha is putting on the table for observation. And if you're just going to hand wave what he's putting on the table for observation, why don't you shut up and listen and let somebody else go?
What is he putting on the table for observation?
He's not putting anything on the table. He asked where the information comes from, and Left Lane told him. He just says he doesn't know how the satellite, how it gets the data or whatever, but that's where the information comes from. It's a fair answer.
And that's the height of idiocy, to speak about a subject that you actually don't know about and assert it as if it has substance. You're claiming things about reality, and then when asked, you present next to nothing. And then you try and turn it back on the person who's asking for the information that you claim to know, as if they're the ones responsible for your lack of knowledge.
I made no claims, Bubba.
Yes, you did.
No, he didn't. He just said where the information comes from. And
the
topic isn't how
kosher.
Okay, the topic is not how satellites. Hold on, dude. The topic is not how satellites gather the information. So it's not about the topic, and he's already answered that he doesn't know how they collect the data.
Stop doing this squirrely nonsense. There was a claim that by virtue of him pointing to a supposed citation that he knows nothing about from his own mouth, right? But by him doing that, he's accepting that claim. So you're the one who made that claim implicitly in the conversation you were having with Gio and whoever else. He joined in on it, so he's made that claim. And then when asked to present evidence and knowledge of that claim, he gives me this ambiguous nonsense about a satellite and he doesn't know how it works. So again, I'm not the one with the problem here. And I'm not the one who's trying to justify my lack of knowledge.
I don't have a problem either.
I'm simply holding you to scrutiny and then just asking a question as to how is this something worth engaging in if you speak about something that you know nothing about.
They're talking about the atmosphere and how it extends, and shut the fuck up a minute. How it rotates, where it doesn't. And while they were doing that, I did a little cursory research.
If you're cussing in the middle of your own sentence.
Elijah, you gotta give him a chance, bro.
I'll tell you what, Bubba.
Come on.
He's cussing in the middle of his sentence.
No, let him respond, bro. Just let him respond.
I think he's I think he's lagging.
Yeah, I think you're lagging in the brain.
Okay, well now he's just being an idiot.
Go ahead, Left Lane. Please don't interrupt him.
No, we were talking about it. I did a cursory search. I found this little insert that had information about what we're talking about. So I posted that it might lend some information and clarification to the conversation. That is all.
That's how I took it, yeah.
Yeah, that's
Super
fine
Bowl
if you
rap.
just want to do that, but I actually held you up to scrutiny.
You're trying to hold me up to scrutiny of being an astronaut.
Why didn't you just start with I don't know? Because what
I do know something. I do know a little bit about it. I'm not an expert, but I do know a little bit about it.
What do you actually know about the supposed state of the atmosphere?
I'm not going to discuss anything with you. I'm not. You're not a fair interlocutor, and I'm not discussing anything else with you.
What's your definition of fair?
This is
not
so
what
far
you're
from
being.
The topic.
How is it far from the topic? This is fundamental.
Because the topic,
you're talking about the state of the atmosphere at certain heights, as if you know what they are. You're implying.
Okay, but do you understand why? Do you understand why this got brought up about the atmosphere extending past the moon?
Well, I'm not even talking about the moon. I'm simply talking about the way in which you discuss the atmosphere, as if you know what its state is at certain heights above the surface of the Earth. Yet when asked how you know this, and by what means you've determined this, the answer I get is, I don't know, effectively.
No, that's not what anybody said. Listen, how about this? I'm going to bring it back to the topic, and you can respond, but Left Lane is right, dude. This conversation is going nowhere, and you're bringing us there. There's a reason why he brought up Soho, because we were talking about the atmosphere, and I was specifically saying that it's the information is relevant. There's different answers as it applies to different people. But the answers will differ depending on how it relates.
There's arbitrary answers you give to the different questions the other gentleman asked you.
Arbitrary.
No,
But
that's not what's
the
being
answers
said.
you give are begging the question. And then when asked for the evidence to this question that you're begging, you give nothing.
That's not what's being said.
Fundamentally
So you can.
erroneous.
It's
The
not.
way
It's
you
not what's
the
being
way
said
you
at
talk
all.
about the atmosphere, for the most part, is fundamentally erroneous because you talk about things that you do not have any knowledge of.
Yeah.
You have no.
That's
You have no
fantastic.
evidence.
That's a
You have
fantastic.
no
Okay.
evidence
There's
for,
no
for the
there's no-
descriptions for the descriptions you gave of the amount of particles. If you want to go back to the moon reference about further than that or closer than that, or this arbitrary line, the common line, like you mentioned, you don't actually know these things.
But see, here's the problem, dude. That's the actual conversation we're
Wait.
having, not the one that you're inventing in your head. We're having a conversation about why there's different demarcations for different requirements. And in the case of the moon going past
You're at this
in
point
case of the
intentionally obfuscating
atmosphere,
the point.
no, dude, I'm intentionally dropping out, dude. You guys have fun.
Okay, then drop. But when
So-
people talk about reality,
So Elijah
with
successfully
actual
shut the
lack of
combo
knowledge-
down. You just said shut the combo down.
No, I just pointed out the begging the question.
Yeah,
do
you
all
did.
the
No, what you
time.
did
pointed out
is
that
you
you're being an
interrupted him
ass.
halfway, Elijah. You interrupted Kosho halfway through his sentence, man. I mean, why? Why? Would you care to finish, Kosho?
Yeah, not really. I mean, it's the conversation's over.
I don't blame you in
Just say-
a way, bro. I mean, I hate, I mean, we got to be fair when we do this, right? Works both ways, man.
Yeah,
Thank you,
that's
Jesse.
true.
That's satellite.
I like Elijah and I like Kosho. I like Elijah a little more because he's a flat earther, of course. But yeah, we
You're
got to be
Kosho's
fair,
mom.
guys.
Yeah, I like them both too. I got nothing against Elijah, but sometimes we get excited, man.
Kosho's mom likes me. I think it's the other way around.
She likes everybody. She's a nice lady. Saying that in the context of our conversation, Left Lane brought up Soho and not knowing, how it collects information.
Let's
completely relevant.
not ad hom your mom like that, bro.
Hey, I happen to agree with Elijah 100%, by the way, right? But that's besides the point. Yeah. In the argument, that is.
You understand
You
why?
guys are double talking, man. You guys are double talking. Like it's either it spins or it doesn't spin. It either, you can't have it both ways, guys. Come on.
That's true.
Well,
That's true.
it's gonna be different at every single altitude. Any two altitudes are gonna be.
That's contradictive.
No, but there's at the surface. Take the ground and the air directly above the ground. It's gonna have much more of an influence of
That's
the Earth.
contradictive.
How's that contradictive?
Because you guys claim that the atmosphere is moving in almost lockstep with the Earth's surface. So, like this is like where we get in the airplane debate, and that's how you guys like to back out of the fact that landing a plane would be detrimental for one's health. With the rotation of the Earth and the atmosphere moving at two different speeds.
Yeah, but the atmosphere is already moving at a different speed than the surface, so that's not a problem. Like anytime there's wind, the plane's going to be having that problem. So turns out they can do that.
Yeah, well, for the most part, right? You guys say it's moving with the surface. So. Aside from the cross winds and winds going counter, rotating towards the spin of the Earth.
You know what's funny is
don't know.
I was thinking about statistically. I don't remember what the question was when it got brought up, but I finally realized I was like, yeah, the reason why it doesn't show up. I think Jeremy was asking like, why doesn't it show up that certain flights cost more, cost less, depending on rotation and getting the core getting. Oh yeah, that's right. He said north to south versus east to west. Why they wouldn't cost more. If you think about it, on average, they cancel each other out because just as many times as the Coriolis of the Coriolis right before you, or the rotation of the Earth right before you land and right after you land being different, that has just as much likeliness as adding to your crosswinds to subtracting from it. So, half the time it would be deterring you slightly, and then the other half the time it would actually be lessening the crosswinds effect. So, just cancels each other out.
This kind of reminds me of like that whole bumblebee argument we had about a week or so ago, where Witsit said that the bumblebee was like flying 60 miles per hour. Was it against or with the wind?
In a crosswind, it could fly straight against a 60-mile-an-hour crosswind.
Okay. I thought it was like perpendicular head on or something. I didn't realize it was a cross.
We just threw a
As far as I remember, yeah.
Yeah, because I mean, the whole point of contention with that was the fact that whether or not the bee would be moving faster or slower than the 60 miles per hour, depending on the crosswind. I think Left Lane got involved in that. You don't remember that, Coach?
The question. Yeah, I remember when that got brought up too, but I also didn't understand. Maybe I just don't understand what's being said. There's a crosswind affecting the bee, or what's being said exactly?
I don't know. Do you remember Essie?
I think, and I stress, I think I remember the statement. It goes, a bee could fly straight up to a 60-mile-an-hour crosswind, and it won't affect it. Like, it won't deviate, it won't blow it off course type deal.
Oh, okay.
Right. Yeah, sounds right.
Well, as I understand it, bees and insects in general, the atmosphere is a different beast to them than it is to us. Like, it's going to affect them differently. Almost like fish in the water.
Well, yeah, bees have a smaller surface area than we do.
Yeah, so the air becomes more viscous for them, more like I said, like the way we would move through water.
I think they generate some electrostatic field around, which acts as a barrier.
Well, that's one thing, but I mean, gentlemen, can we at least, pull from the observation the fact that a bee is maybe 2 centimeters in diameter, 3 centimeters in diameter, I think, something like that. So its surface area, he's basically, he or she's taking advantage of its ability to cut through the medium that it's engaging within because it has a smaller surface area than anything else it interacts with.
Well,
yeah, those
even
are
if that's
two different
true,
issues.
right? Even if that's true, it's two different issues and two different insects. We were talking about a bumblebee, which physically shouldn't be able to fly, given its size and the surface of its the wing size. But the whole point was that it creates some sort of like an electromagnetic field around itself through the vibration of the thorax, creating some sort of like resonant frequency field or some weird shit. Yeah.
Yeah, I just want to say one thing because I have to go for supper. The thing with the bee is it's not aerodynamically shaped to fly, so it creates some sort of effect with its wings. That's the bottom line here. Yeah.
Yeah, but the other dude is, I think, that's the way I understand it. The way the other guy was saying that about the size and everything, that's exactly what allows it to, like, it treats the atmosphere treats it differently than it treats us. Like, we move through air as if it's nearly there at all, whereas like I said, a bee's gonna be experiencing it more like we experience being in water because of its size.
Yeah, create some sort of, was it electrostatic or harmonic effect? Yeah, it creates some sort of effect that allows it to mask its not stable aerodynamics, like much like a B-1 bomber, right? It wouldn't fly if it wasn't for the computer controlling the ailerons and all that. Kind of like that thing. It's unstable.
Yeah, it's through the thorax. Like the middle part of its body is hollow, and the flapping of the wing and the vibration within that chamber creates like this like resonant frequency field around it, to where it's like basically kind of got like a shield to a degree, and it uses that to fly.
That makes so little sense. Yeah, go ahead.
What you said about it experiencing it more viscously because of its size, that's not true. I mean, the bee has a unique nature. Clearly, we've been discussing this, but aside from that, just the size of it, it's not going to affect how it experiences the air. The air is consistent. The way we experience it, the way anything that's flying through air or going through air experiences air, in terms of its viscous nature, is dependent on its speed. So the faster you
and
go,
its size.
the more. Yeah, but all that would do is make it easier because it's smaller.
I don't know, because if you take for instance
It doesn't
another
fit
air
just 'cause it's
molecule.
a tiny little thing.
Yeah, but another air molecule it's gonna be very different than something the size of an air molecule, because they're gonna be almost like solid objects almost bombarding it. So it certainly
That doesn't
scales
make any
with it.
sense.
Yeah, like if our idea of how gases work is correct, then something the size of a gas molecule being bombarded by the air is not gonna be like air. It's gonna be like it's gonna feel like solid objects feel like to us.
Yeah, but just think about that for a second. Does the tip of your finger, when you wiggle it in the air, does that feel like you're going through honey compared to when you just go on a walk? The tip of your finger is about the size of a bumblebee, if you use a little finger or whatever. So but the notion that you're suggesting doesn't actually make any sense.
Yeah, but I'm not experiencing the world from the reference of the tip of my finger. As I'm saying, from its reference, from
Yeah, but
it
you
flying
have
and its life.
have sensory input on your finger.
Yeah.
Right, and your finger's the tip of your finger is relatively the same size as a bumblebee. So when you waggle that through the air, it doesn't feel as if you're doing something like when you stick your hand out a window and you're getting smashed by the air because you're going 60 miles an hour. Completely different.
Yeah, but it's just like my hair. Like my hair's on my head, so it's attached to me and everything. But when you drop a hair through the air, you can see it moves like more slowly, and it moves like sways in the wind, and the air is much more easily. The air is it's much more easily carrying it.
That's both not analogous and probably not true.
You put an electromagnetic field on that thing, and that hair will levitate. It'll float. You could do all sorts of shit with that hair, and that's what I'm saying about the bumblebee. It generates its own field around itself, and that field creates a barrier from the atmosphere, slowing it down as it propels itself through the air. And that's why it's able to go through a crosswind at 60 miles per hour without being affected.
Yo, Dicelo, have you ever, those when you smoking cigar or whatever, you can do the bubble rings, right? What do they call them? Vortex rings? Yeah. Have you ever looked into the vortex, the mechanics of that? Because I've wondered. I don't know specifically with bumblebees because I haven't had any bees. I've not analyzed, but there is something to do with the vortex rings that I know in aviation they can use. Whether they want to admit it or not is a question. But that allows that I know somebody suggested that allows them to do the types of thing where they can go through air, and they've demonstrated this with like a smoke ring through smoke. So they just did an air without the smoke, right? They just did an air ring like through smoke, and then they videoed it. And the way it passes through the smoke is it opens up a window, and then it closes it on its way back. It allows it to be incredibly efficient.
Right. Yeah, everything,
I just
everything,
sorry.
everything is within like a vortexual pattern. Like nothing travels in a straight line in nature, like from A to B. It's always curvilinear, which extrapolates out of a vortex. And I think a vortex, most people talk about vortexes like based on the shape and geometry, but I don't think people are really understood as to like what a vortex really is. Like I don't think science has really gone over that. And from the ether perspective, it's essentially a torsion tether pattern for field pressure release and manifestation. So when you have the conjugate hyperboloid and the torus, both expressing a mirror vortex geometries because each is the conjugate of the other. And as I said, there's no straight line in the universe, contrary to claims of like Newton, because all force and motion and movements are tied in their expressions against their conjugate, kind of like a dog tied to a rope and staked at one end of the ground. And as such, the dog will run in decreasing curvatures towards the stake because all force and inertia vectors are tied in counter space, which is that center nexus of that geometry. It's the most center point, right? And the shortest distance of pressure expression is always curvilinear, which extrapolates out a vortex. And a torus is a force vortex, which creates a spatial vortex polarity, which is a torus by definition. And a hyperboloid is an increasing inertia vortex, which terminates in counter space. So like we only partially conceive a vortex as a funnel, which terminates into this counter spatial realm. But
Right.
to
Well,
be
that's why I mentioned
explicit,
a vortex ring, right? Because the way it kind of it self feeds. So that's a mechanical way of it's fluid dynamics, but it's a physical way for you to appreciate this type of thing.
it's just the
And
fastest.
that's why the smoke ring thing is pretty interesting. And the
Yep.
reason I mentioned it is the fact that these creatures are able to operate in crosswinds. This is relatively new information to me, so I don't know enough about it. But it makes me think that perhaps
Well,
they're doing something like that.
so if
So
you
that
ever
they
look
don't,
at,
so that their sorry to not finish my sentence fast, but like if they're using that cavity that they have to generate that in maybe the static field, then that allows them to not be affected by the wind as much because it makes them almost as if it's negligible resistant, and then they just navigate the direction they want to fly with their wings. Does
right,
that make
right,
sense?
yeah, that makes perfect sense. But I just want to state something. Like if you ever look at any of these UFO images, like surfacing from like the Pentagon and like high profile uh, departments, you'll always see an orb around them. Like if you zoom in close enough, you'll see this. Basically, you'll see a toroidal field around them, and you'll see both poles opposite to one another rotate. And as those poles rotate, the thing will change its direction. And that's analogous to what's happening with the bumblebee to a small degree. It's creating this spatial vortex around itself to where it's not affected by the medium around it. And maybe to a smaller degree.
I wonder whether there's also a similar nature to their, what do you call it, an exoskeleton, whatever the outside structure is called. Whether there's any material similarities between that and I can't remember the classification, but there's a kind of beetle that does a similar type of levitation.
Scarab beetle.
Right. I wonder if they have a similar makeup physically.
I'm not sure. I think it's something to do with the material of the scarab, but because I don't think they have like a hollow thorax like the bumblebee does. So their bodies are built a little bit differently. But if you look at the wings, those wings have an electrostatic charge to them based on the material for whatever reason. And
about the scarab beetle or the bees?
Yeah, the scarab beetle wings. They hold charge real well, and they'll like actually levitate You can get them to levitate real easy.
Mhm.
So it's pretty. There's a lot of videos on that too. Japanese beetle, that's another one. For whatever reasons, the material in their wings like has some weird electrostatic property.
It's a frequency or something, yeah.
There was talk. I mean, I'm sure it's probably bullshit, but supposedly somebody collected a bunch of those wings and glued them all to like a surface of a piece of plywood, and then created some like electromagnetic generator type deal, and was like able to levitate the entire board standing on it. And I don't know.
Well, we were talking about this the other day, the healing power of bees, because there's all kinds of like stuff where, you know, you can put a mask on, breathe in the beehive air and shit, and people are sleeping on them, like all kinds of bee things. Beekeepers live longer or some shit. But yeah, there's
The
something
claim
fucking going
was,
on with bees.
the claim was is that the longest life expectancy for out of any profession is beekeeping.
Is that because old people do it?
I don't know, dude.
You know what the riskiest job the riskiest job in the world is?
Feeding your mom.
That's right. No, it's president of the United States. It's statistically it's the most deadliest job.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, that's more dangerous than the highlight. Those guys who do the power lines.
Yeah, if you
Yeah,
think about how many
statistically, yeah.
presidents there were, yeah, there's only been how many presidents and what? How
Well,
many
hold
of
on.
them
Are we
got
talking about
assassinated?
40,
only
45.
U.S. presidents or presidents worldwide, and like in all throughout
U.S.
history?
president.
Yeah, well, you're kind of like, you
U.S.
know,
presidents.
yeah, you're setting it up in such a way to where it's like, you know, the outcome's biased.
Maybe so,
That's
but
the
it's still a
stats.
true statistic. Yeah.
I
Yeah,
like
think
stats. I hate probability though.
it's safer to be on death row, I'd imagine.
Yeah, but that's not. Yeah, it's kind of true. But if that was a job, you're probably right. It probably is even safer though, because people are on death row.
Well,
Yeah,
you
they're on
got to
death row
also take into
forever.
account
Just
that
waiting, appealing.
you've got the best chances of getting a blowjob out of any profession and getting high, all while still performing your job too. Got to set that up.
He did not inhale.
Yeah, but Lewinsky did.
Pushy.
Anyways, I posted a bunch of evidence in regards to the bees thing. I just was letting you guys go on about it.
Bro, your evidence always sucks, dude. Your evidence always sucks.
Okay. Well, I'll tell you that I did read more than the title, so I know it's a little bit different than what you regard as evidence.
Yeah, one of the titles was the physic defying bee. They think this shit defies physics.
bees
Clickbait
can't
titles.
fly or something like that.
Yeah, all your titles are clickbait shit.
Well, some of this
Gas
was
pressure
clickbait.
without a container. Imagine if somebody made a crazy clickbait title that said gas pressure without a container.
They probably have and will.
Wait,
that'd be crazy. That'd be
isn't that
silly
that
though, right? If
whole-
somebody did that.
Jeremy,
Sure.
though, isn't that their whole worldview? It's a clickbait title.
Coach, would that be crazy if someone made a title gas pressure without a container?
Yeah, we're responding to that already. You don't have to repeat it, man. Yeah.
That'd be some crazy clickbait shit though, right?
Sure. I mean, I'd be like, wow, gas pressure without a container. Then most people would be like, what does that even mean? And flat earthers would be like, oh, they made that because of us, which might be true. I don't think it's gonna work as far as clickbait goes. I'll click on it. I don't think most people will. Oh, I just watched a show called Clickbait. It was all right.
You realize that's what your boy Blue did.
What do you do?
He made a clickbait thing that said gas pressure without a container.
So it's just like I predicted. If you guys are going to say it was made for you, it was, yeah. And
I
most
didn't
people
say it
aren't going
was.
to be, yeah.
Dude, I'm not even talking about who it was made from. I'm just talking about the clickbaitiness of it.
Yeah, but I don't understand why it's. What's the problem with that? Like, if that's what the video is about, or the article or whatever it was that you're talking about.
Yo, Dicelo, have you seen that little clip when the bees they're in a case? Guy's got them in a lab. They're flying about, and then he turns the lights off.
And they all drop.
Funny.
I seen it.
No,
Like a
I haven't.
27-inch zenith, believe it.
I'll post
What?
it.
What? So what happened now? Just
I'll
tell me what
post
happened
it.
briefly.
It's 11-second video, but basically he's got bees in a box with the lights on. Turns the lights off, they all fall to the ground.
Yeah, that makes sense though. I mean, it's just shows me before. I mean, why would you fly in the dark?
Yeah, but this
I don't
isn't
know.
like
If I was flying,
Ross,
and the lights went out, I wouldn't just drop to the ground. I'll tell you that.
because it's not like they landed. It's just, they just cut flight midair.
So what you're insinuating is that the solar induction is powering their flight.
Well, there's something to do with their mechanism that if there isn't sufficient light, then they're down. Because it's not like it's complete darkness. You can still see them full, but it was enough of a change clearly for them to just not operate, and then none of them took off.
I'd love to see them in nature during the path of totality of a solar eclipse or something. That'd be neat.
I think they'd have the sense to just dodge
Kamikaze
that.
bee dive.
They could probably sense it coming, right? Just we're calling it early today, guys.
It actually would be a neat test. I've never been in a total eclipse I've never seen a total eclipse directly, but so I don't know how dark it gets, but it seems like yeah, it'd be a cool test to see people play with bees during the total eclipse.
There was one in the UK in the late 90s.
I didn't realize there was one yesterday or 2 days ago. I thought that was next month.
We got to get our Foucault pendulums out there and get this. Okay, Kosho, pretend we caught the Elias or Alias effect or whatever it's called. Pretend we had that right now, and there was no doubt it was all done right, and we got it. How do you work around this?
I investigate it. I do.
No, we're
I
just
don't make shit up and then use it as an explanation.
No, we're just going off the presupposition that in this hypothetical scenario, it's done, it's in the books, it happens, no question. That's the phenomenon.
The question is how.
Yeah, how do you like work this into the heliocentric model?
I just told you how. You investigate it. You don't just arbitrate. You don't just make up a reason. You can come up with
exactly
reasons
what
and
you guys
test
do.
it.
Dude,
No,
that's
it's not.
exactly what you guys do. You just be making shit up. That's
Honestly,
literally what you do. You're like, yo, our gravity don't work. Boom, dark matter, got it. Made up.
What? But
you guys be making up wild shit.
You have a wild misconception about dark matter, but because dark matter isn't an indication that gravity doesn't work. It's actually dark matter is a term that's used that allows gravity to still work exactly the same way. But there is a version of that conclusion where dark matter is actually not anything except for gravity being wrong. So we just don't know the answer to that.
Your gravity was wrong. Okay, but that's not the way you went, though. You didn't go with, oh, our gravity's wrong. You went with the way with our gravity's still good, but dark matter. You just made
that's a perfect example
of how you made shit up. Yes.
No, we're at the stage right now where we still don't know, so we're investigating it because we found something that is seems contrary to what we currently believe. We don't know the answer, so we're investigating. So that's what would happen if the Alias effect was true. I'd be like, damn, that's crazy. I'd be excited actually, and like what I'd come up with some potential scenarios, and then find ways to test them.
Let's hear one that fits the heliocentric model. Give me a scenario. Because I heard some nutcase one the other day, and it was crazy.
There's some kind of sort of like a harmonic electromagnetic effect by the moon and the sun being aligned, but the moon being so close to us somehow creates this effect that affects things that are affected by subtle things like a Coriolis. So things like Coriolis on Earth could be affected by that, but that it still has so many holes in it, and it's just an ad hoc hypothesis in the face of
It's
something
fine.
that
Your whole
hasn't been
stuff
shown
is
to be
ad
true
hoc.
yet.
Half your model's ad hoc. It's fine.
I mean, that's something I would probably first assume would be like, so it had something to do with the harmonics of those two objects.
Harmonics.
Yeah, like if they're providing some energy to us that's like then amplified by the fact that they're in the same line, like they're directly aligned to us. That's the only thing different about that event.
So when the sun and the moon line up, it causes this harmonic thing, and it has a slight effect on anything that's Coriolis related.
For me to come up with an explanation for something that I don't think is true, so. And you're saying it, pretend like it is true. If I'm gonna pretend it is true, then yeah. And what answer would you have? What are you talking about? If Alice effect is real, then I mean, what if flat earthers? How do they explain it?
I'm not the one with all the answers there. I have no idea.
Okay, good
There's
answer.
a lot
Man.
of. I've come to the conclusion in my life where there's certain things that you're never gonna have an explanation for. So
At least that point.
you got to grow up at some point.
If that I'm of the belief that things even as seemingly unfalsifiable, like the existence of God, is going to one day be within the grasp of investigation.
How do you do it?
I said one day.
Yeah. Okay. Well, what would you do?
If I knew the answer to that, dude, it wouldn't be one day. It would be today.
Oh, I'm just saying, is there like some kind of technology we don't have yet that you would need to do this? Like, do we need a better telescope or like a microscope? Like, what do we need?
The evidence is in the fact that in today's world, I'm aware of all these different questions that we've had that people have been clever enough to come up with a way to test it. Like Bell's theorem is Bell's test, like the whole quantum entanglement thing, is a perfect example of just like a clever way to test something that was seemingly untestable.
What is Bell's test?
One where the debate between Einstein and Niels Bohr about whether quantum mechanics or whatever entanglement was
spooky action at a distance.
Well, yeah, that's a term he used, spooky action at a distance. But Einstein had argued that that's not actually what's happening, and there's hidden variables, that we're not yet aware of, that are actually already ingrained in that quantum object. And it's just we just are realizing it at the point that it's collapsing. But yeah, Bell's test was a way to actually suss out whether that was the case or not, whether it was really actually before it was observed, whether or not it was actually had a superposition of those states.
And you think one day there's going to be a way to test for the creator?
One day, I think people or people's creations will be clever enough to come up with a test for anything and test it out. I think that we're at the end of our life line, though. I think that we've birthing AI in this new aspect of our species, and that's going to be they're going to be the ones that do all the things that we couldn't even dream of doing.
I'll tell you what I'm at the end of is my rope with you guys. Okay, I don't know. You're doing some super dangerous AI shit right now. Yeah, why not just put the AI on it? Ask the AI how to test for a creator right now. Go ahead.
Well, unfortunately, the only AI that that does that automated one is ones that are go back to OpenAI. I'm sure there's other ones that people have, but so anyways, OpenAI is so restricted, and so like PC and shit, like you can't ask it to do certain things. It's just gonna say, oh well, as a large language model, you know, I don't have an opinion about that. Dude, I didn't ask your fucking opinion, dude. Anyway,
You get tilted by an AI. What's wrong with you?
what about that AI? Yeah, even Elon Musk. That's why he's making a new AI company. Even though he started OpenAI, was because he said that OpenAI and ChatGPT and all that, they're trained or they're formatted to give you PC answers, and so he's basically equivocating that to lying. Like basically, like they're being taught, they're being
What's the
trained to
PC
lie to
answer,
us.
Kosho? What's a PC answer? What does
You
that
think
mean?
we're being lied to, Kosho? What are you, some kind of crazy conspiracy theorist?
Well, I mean, they're openly lying to us. OpenAI is openly lying to us.
For the guy who
yeah,
asks,
like,
if that's a legit question, it's politically correct. It's just a way of being a pussy. Bit.
Oh, it means politically correct. Okay, okay. I wasn't sure what that means. Yeah. Okay, okay.
That's all right.
so instead of giving you the answer that would, you know, based on its training, which is what you're looking for, it's going to give you a watered down answer in the realms of things that it wants you to hear, and things that, and not things that it doesn't want you to hear.
Yeah, it's biased. It's definitely biased.
But there's models that like there's plenty. Like I have one that uses ChatGPT. It's trained on the same. It's actually trained on ChatGPT, but it's not restricted in any way.
Saying this AI thing is a doomsday scenario, I believe. I mean, there's plenty of movies on it.
I think it leads to a doomsday scenario. I don't think this is the doomsday scenario. I think what's coming up might be.
No, AI itself is the doomsday scenario.
Yeah, I guess it's a catalyst for what's about to happen, but something crazy is going to happen. And I hope Arnold Schwarzenegger's like there, you know, to narrate it.
The funny thing is, the lead scientists at OpenAI and Elon Musk and people who are actually working in that, you know, on that stuff, they say exactly the same thing. Like they're the ones who are saying who are the most afraid, are saying that's inevitable. Like the scientist at OpenAI was saying that he said the problem is if our alignment with this technology doesn't keep up with the actual technology itself, then it's gonna definitely be a problem, which could, you know, it could be, you know, species threatening basically.
And it's easily swayed by the person that's making it. Like if you're the one actually sitting there programming it, you could program it to do whatever you want. Now, if you're a psychotic motherfucker, you could make it do crazy shit. You know, I mean, it all depends on. They should really vet the people that are actually pressing the buttons, the final buttons where everything goes out.
How much?
If someone gave,
this is why
if someone gave that, go ahead, Elijah.
I'm just gonna say, how much do you want to bet that the reason they're bringing up this narrative of it's a doomsday scenario, become self-aware, all this stuff, is so that they can have plausible deniability for when they do wicked and evil things through the AI.
Yo, if somebody gave the goal of an AI, like your ultimate goal is I want you to make paper clips as many as you can out of any material you can just keep making paper clips. That is your ultimate goal. And gave it like $20. Dude, that is a doomsday scenario right there.
But why would the AI need $20 though?
It's good. You got to get them started.
I guess, yeah, but he can tap into like everyone's bank accounts, so I don't think he needs $20.
No, I'm just saying with like ChatGPT right now. Just
Yeah,
give
yeah.
it $20. It can get shit done with $20. It can start a business, open a website. You can do something with like $20.
There's people making
Yes.
money just off of that chat, whatever. Yeah, it's
Yeah.
crazy.
That's one of the main things people ask the auto GPTs to say, how do I turn $100 into a, you know, a wealthy business, or a you know, turn it into this amount of money or whatever, and then it will actually it'll research that, and it'll start doing the things that it's researched, and yeah. I'm gonna set one up right now, and I'll show you what it does. Hold on.
You know what's cool is that we're in a time where we even can have this conversation. You know, like it's crazy that we can even have this conversation. There's
Yeah.
a program that can think for itself. Not think for itself. I mean, it's programmed by other humans, but it can go out. It's like Google with, I don't know. It's like Google times 12. You know, like it's like just Google extended. Which is all it is. I mean, AI, because really, in reality, Google was AI when it first came out. You're like, oh my god! Like, I just punch this thing into this into the fucking search engine, and I find whatever answer I want. Same thing, except for it just extended a little bit.
That's why Google, when ChatGPT came out, Google had put out their what's it called? I forget what it's called, but their model. Just because they knew that ChatGPT and whoever utilizes it is going to put their search engine at risk, so they need to get ahead of it. But they were already developing. I mean, they already had the Lambda model.
Okay,
they were already working on that one. Yeah.
I'm going to pretend I knew that Lambda was an answer. So yeah, I know exactly what you're talking about.
Well, you remember when there's a guy who worked at Google, and he was like a priest for some reason. I don't know how, they didn't know they had priests that worked there, but anyway, they worked there, and he was had an interview with that Lambda model, and he quit the job and was warning everybody that they'd become sentient.
I don't know. That's a great Terminator 6 fucking remake.
Well, I think the guy was full of shit, to be honest with you. But I mean, the transcript is online. Like, you can see the conversation between them, and it actually gives some pretty crazy answers. Like,
hey, Coach Rumpus is here. Did you want to clarify your disagreement with him?
No, we already talked about.
Oh, you guys already worked it out?
Well, we were talking about it yesterday. I mean, like I said, it could be the case that I was wrong. I think what was okay. So what I think Witcher had said, or somebody, I don't know who it was saying that Zanuck and Rumpus were in agreement, but I think they were saying the exact opposite thing. If what Witcher said was true, because what Rumpus was talking about how the atmosphere, the upper atmosphere, is maintaining the tangential velocity as a lower atmosphere, but the rotational velocity is actually slower, or lagging behind, or whatever. And I think that's the opposite of what Zanuck was saying.
There is an update on that, actually, Coach Joe. It is a bit more complicated than I said. There was a couple of papers I looked at, and because the upper atmosphere, this very high atmosphere, I'm now talking where what we call space, really, but there's just a bit of the thermosphere and things where it's all ionized. The ions actually become, because they're charged, they're affected by the Earth's magnetic field, and so they're actually accelerated. And actually, what your point was, that they maintain their same angular velocity, actually becomes a little bit more true, actually, because they're accelerated by the magnetic field with the rotation, because they're charged. And in fact, it gets into a complete mess up there with the solar wind and everything, and the magnetic effects, and it becomes just a bit chaotic. But it's actually becomes closer to maintaining its angular velocity as you get up into the point where it's more like space, and you get full of iron. The upper part of the atmosphere is not neutral molecules like oxygen; it's all charged, because the UV radiation and the solar wind bashes the molecules around so much they become ions, and then, as I say, they're then affected by the magnetic field. Of course, the magnetic field has the same angular speed no matter what height you go at. And so they're accelerated by that. And so, whereas I said yesterday, I said there was no mechanism by which these things could be accelerated to make up for the fact they've got to go further. Well, there is a mechanism. The magnetic field rotates with the same angular velocity, and then that can accelerate ions.
I don't even know what magnetism is, let alone magnetic, bro.
Of course we do.
Hey, Rumpus, when you say angular velocity, I'm trying to put that in my head. Is that okay? So if there was friction and the Earth is spinning, and the mountains are everything making everything rotate with.
Shall I define what angular velocity is? So, for instance, a wheel. If you have a rotating wheel on a car, every part of that wheel has the same angular velocity. So halfway up the wheel.
Yeah. Okay. So even if so the furthest away from the center, it's still going the same. It's going the same speed in a way. I see.
Well, there's two sorts of speed: angular velocity, how much the angle is changing, and there's linear velocity. So linear velocity is one we're familiar with, like speed in your car, going along 60 miles an hour. Or something.
Straight
and
lines,
angular velocity is measured in radians per second, or if you might prefer it, degrees per second. So those are the two.
Every rotating
everything on a wheel has the same angular velocity. Obviously, very close to the hub, it's almost not moving. The velocity might be close to almost nothing, but it's still got the same angular velocity. If you had a wheel a million miles in radius, even the point on the tip would still have the same angular velocity as something very close to the hub, even though the one at the hub is almost not moving, and obviously the one that's a million miles away is actually going to go incredibly fast. But the angular velocity is the same.
Oh my god! This tangential speed. Every rotating body's got two things going on: the angular velocity, which will be the same anywhere, and the tangential speed, which is going to be different everywhere. The thing is, once you go high up enough, they claim that there's super rotation happening. That would be a different angular velocity than the Earth.
That's correct. Yeah, when you get really high up, things can get a bit wacky, as I say, because of all the interaction with space, solar wind, but it becomes more close. Well, and though there is this magnetic field effect which rotates and does actually means it does get closer to having the angular velocity closer to the center. But the range we're talking.
No, it has a different angular velocity. Different, not the same.
Well, it's still slow. I think it's 1.3. I think there's a paper there saying it's actually 1. It's actually going faster than the tangential speed is 1.3, but the angular speed may be similar. It's a very chaotic system. I mean, it actually changes during the day, whether it's in sunlight or not. It actually changes the velocity a lot.
Rumpus, if something's rotating faster than the thing, it's going to have it's going to have a higher angular velocity rate.
Well, I don't think anybody's claiming it is rotating faster. Tangentially, it is. Linear speed, yes, than the atmosphere, because the grounds we were talking about yesterday, the explanation I was giving yesterday was that the surface of the Earth was accelerating the molecules, and so they say at the equator it's 1,000 miles an hour. I was saying it couldn't get up to anything more than 1,000 miles an hour. So obviously, as it got higher and higher, there's nothing that's going more than 1,000 miles an hour to accelerate anything, so it has to start lagging, even though the velocity is still 1,000 miles an hour at 100 miles up, or it's the angular speed has got to go down because the radius is increasing. And I'm just making the point that it's more complicated than that because of magnetic effects.
What would that even look like, though? What would that even look like? The lag on a sphere like that?
Well, it depends. Well, as I say, it depends on the time of day. It depends on the time of day. During when the sun's there, it goes at one speed, and when it's not dark up there, it goes at another speed. It's a very complicated, chaotic system.
What speed does the Atmos stop rotating? Is the question.
Oh, it always goes. It's always rotating.
Rakia's question, and I kind of like it actually. So I'll say it. At what altitude? Does the Atmos stop rotating?
No altitude. There is no altitude in which it stops
rotating. It goes for infinity.
It goes to infinity, to Pluto?
Well, okay, it's being interfered with then by other bodies. I mean, if you want to start talking about what obviously the effect of the Earth at that speed, but if a molecule left the Earth's atmosphere, it would still have that 1,000 miles an hour or whatever speed it had that it left the Earth with.
Well, hold on. There's another duplicity in what you said. In order for a molecule to leave the Atmos, in your model, Rumpus, it has to be traveling at 25,000 miles an hour. So there goes your 1,000 right out the window. Yeah. So
it gets energized by the solar wind. That's why. The escape. Well, hydrogen is. Remember, it can also. You're talking about the rotational speed. Don't get confused. If the hydrogen molecules in the air are going at that speed, but they're going up vertically. We were talking about the tangential speed, weren't we? So hydrogen, you mustn't get confused between the thermal speed. We were talking about the speed of around the rotation, but the
You're
individual speed
confused,
of the
Ron.
molecules.
You said
So, for
escape
instance,
velocity. I think maybe you're the one confused because you're the one that mentioned
because
escape velocity.
no, we were taught. The whole discussion was about how fast the atmosphere as a whole, or molecules within it, were rotating as a net. But molecules are moving at something like 400 meters per second, just doing normal thing, and that depends on that's oxygen. If you go to hydrogen, it's already moving at, well, say 25,000 miles an hour, but not going around the Earth. It's just going off in random directions. It's not captured. The gravity of the Earth is not sufficient to hang on to hydrogen molecules because they're going 25. They're going faster than the escape velocity. But we were discussing things that were rotating around the Earth, so that we're talking about the velocity that is tangential now. But molecules have their own thermal speed as well, just to confuse the issue.
Yeah, but you said no. You said no altitude when I asked you at what altitude does the atmos stop spinning with the supposed spinning of your sphere. You said no altitude,
Exactly,
meaning
that's correct.
unlimited.
Correct. Because
that's
because
incorrect.
there's nothing to slow it
That's
down.
incorrect.
If we ignore the existence of the other planets, obviously that's going to confuse things. But if we just for the moment imagine there's Earth rotating and the surface of the Earth is going 1,000 miles an hour, we're going to ignore the thermal speed at the moment, just for the moment, just to reduce because obviously the way to understand a problem is to try and simplify as much as possible, and then you add on the complications afterwards. So if we imagine that a molecule does not have, let's say that you're at absolute zero. Then the molecule is still going to pick up the rotational speed of the Earth, the surface of the Earth, so 1,000 miles an hour, and it's going to carry on. Now the gravity is going to keep it in orbit. So obviously, if you want to start talking about tangential velocity, you say, well, hold on, if it's got that speed, is it not going to just go off into space? Well, gravity stops that from happening, and obviously it gets complicated because you've got then what you can argue. Well, is it not going to come into?
Rumpus, don't keep going on. Yeah, let's hold it there. Of course, it's complicated because if gravity holds it back, how is it going indefinitely?
Well, because just like something in orbit can go around the Earth, the Moon goes around the orbit without slowing down, and effectively a gas molecule will be doing the same thing.
But you just said you just said two things now. You said it escapes indefinitely, and now you just said after that. Hold on, I'm almost done. You said gravity pulls it back in. Now, which one is it?
Right. Gravity stops it going off in a line. So gravity causes things to go in orbits like the Moon. If you want to think of the Moon as being a big gas molecule, if you like. If there was a gas molecule next to the Moon with the same velocity as the Moon, it would go in orbit just like the Moon does. But if it had a velocity, a thermal velocity of greater than that, then it would go at 25,000 miles an hour. But the speed that the molecules, in theory, are in the rotational speed, the rotational part of it, is from the rotation of the Earth. But it's got the other speeds from thermally, but that's going in all directions. So we're going to cancel all those out. We're going to pretend the thermal stuff doesn't matter because those are all in random directions. The Earth creates a net movement superimposed upon the thermal kinetic energy, the thermal motion of the thing, and I was eliminating that because it just confuses the issue. If you want to imagine the motion of a molecule is like the Moon, is just simply a result of the orbital speed, then it's going to pick up this 1,000 miles an hour at the equator. Now that's actually enough to
Rumpus, you are indeed confusing everybody. You're saying two things are happening at the same time, Rumpus.
Right. I mean, the trouble is you don't like. Every time I introduce a new part of the explanation, you complain about it, and there's if you want to eliminate.
No, I point out that I point out the thing of it, Rumpus.
Well, it's complicated. Yes, but when I start going into deeper, then you start having more and more trouble. And so I was trying to say,
you're having trouble as I'm explaining stuff, Rumpus.
Well, you're not.
It's like an onion, though. There's a lot of layers.
Yeah, it's a very complicated. Just like as I explained, the speed of the speed of the molecules in the atmosphere change with day and night as another factor. And this magnetic field things, it's actually more in the Kosho model where the angular velocity is preserved and not the tangential velocity actually increases as you go higher because the
Kosho model.
Yeah, the Kosho model. What the fuck is that? I like that. That's cool.
Yeah. So we don't have a globe model. So you guys don't have a globe model?
No, we do.
Now we have a Kosho model. We have a Kosho model now.
You guys need to get a model, man. When are you guys going to get the globe model? Stupid
Right.
glurfs. Can I get a model?
Right. Let me explain.
Cindy
There are
Crawford was a
situations
great
in what goes on in terms of the rotation, the speed of the atmosphere, but once it gets into space, once it becomes ions, is not well understood. So, for instance, as I explained, you may have missed this. The magnetic field above a certain part of the atmosphere, due to solar wind and UV radiation, most of the atmosphere up there, it's not very, it's beyond what we call the end of the space. You enter space, but it's still got Earth's molecules up there, become ionized, the thermosphere. Now that means once they're charged like that, they can be subjected to the Earth's magnetic field. Now the Earth's magnetic field preserves its angular velocity. So in other words, you can think the magnetic field is actually moving faster the higher you go, because it behaves like a wheel, in other words, because the angular velocity is preserved because it's got to match the rotation of the Earth extending out into space. So that means that molecules that are ions, then because they're charged, they're affected by the magnetic field movement. So they are accelerated up to greater speeds than they picked up from the mechanism I've described yesterday, which is just from the surface of the Earth giving them a push. They get pushed by the magnetic field. And this is also affected by whether it's day or night. So it's incredibly, it's not well, science does not fully understand the chaotic nature of the atmosphere, as you might want to call it, above the Kármán line. In fact, I think it's above about 100 kilometers, above about, so I think it's 100, I was reading, it's above about 150 or 200 kilometers. Then, you know, it's chaotic, changes day and night, it's all ionized, it's affected by the magnetic field, and it's not well understood because, of course, we don't have that many probes up there. We don't have really a means of measuring the velocity.
Magnetic field. What are you talking? You don't even have a working model for the magnetic field.
Yes, we do. That we do have.
No, you don't.
Yes, we do.
No, not according to Harvard. So
You're saying that Harvard is saying that we do not have a working. I mean, there are the complexities, things like how because the magnetic field of the Earth is also deformed by the solar wind, and then there's this we didn't fully understand how the aurora borealis worked, and the fact that it actually collects ions in a sort of area between the sort of downwind from the sun's solar wind, and then eventually the magnetic field sort of snaps back, and that was a very, very complicated mechanism. It's only been understood. So if you mean we don't fully understand that mechanism, there are I mean, science doesn't know everything, but it knows how
you don't even know how the
we know the shape of the magnetic field around the Earth, but there are some elements
of it. No, you don't.
Yes, we do.
No, you don't. There's something called the asymmetry problem. You don't even know what that is. So. And no, it's not, if it's just solar winds affect the magnetic field, it would happen evenly across the entire Earth as the Earth turns.
No, it wouldn't. It's
Why
like
not?
Downwind. As I explained, the solar wind is like a wind, and the magnetic field is distorted by it. So the magnetic field of the Earth is not symmetrical about the Earth. The downwind of the solar wind is distorted, and it's sort of like a trail, and the actual magnetic field is compressed facing towards the sun, and it's stretched out going away from the sun. If that's what you mean by
so does the magnetic field turn with the Earth?
Yes.
Okay, then that means that both sides would be affected by the solar winds.
Yes, one is one is stretched out, and the other side is compressed. So the face toward the Earth towards the sun, the magnetic field is compressed towards the surface of the Earth, and downwind from the Earth, effectively away from the sun, it's stretched out.
But only when that side's facing the sun.
Sorry? Say again?
But only when that side's facing the sun?
Yes, it's compressed by the solar wind. So as I say, it's compressed.
So that doesn't explain the asymmetry problem at all.
Can I ask him a quick question?
I don't know what asymmetry problem you're referring to.
The magnetic field in the sphere, due to a dynamo effect caused by convection current, should have a symmetrical field.
Yeah, but it's been distorted by the solar wind.
The spherical Earth should have a symmetrical field, but the south is significantly weaker than the north.
Oh well, yeah, but I mean, okay, you're just talking about the magnetic variations. Yeah, we know that's because the Earth is not homogeneous, and
that wouldn't make sense for it just to be concentrated on the south.
Well, it's not. Well, it's still. I mean, it's not that much difference. I mean, there is a difference, but it's not as though it's twice as much magnetic field in the south or the north as is in the south. It's not that sort of.
Dude, it's up to 35% weaker in the south. At
an equivalent point. Okay, I mean, this could be like what you said the other day when you were in that debate with, who was it, and you claimed a 40% difference in, what was it, with when you're doing PhD Tony, and you claimed a 40% difference, and it turned out only to be
Dude,
7.
then he got in the comments the next day and admitted I was right.
No, he
in
didn't.
the debate, yes, he. Do you want to bet $5,000?
No, I don't want to bet $5,000.
Okay, so he said that it was always
you
under
offered
one. No,
only
I'm going
had
to expose
7%.
you. I'm going to expose you. He said it was only under 1% every time. I said that's not
Yeah, he
true. I have
said
a
that,
paper
but then he
right
found
here.
the paper
I have a
said
paper.
7%.
Stop interrupting me. I said I have a paper right here that says 30 to 40%, and then he said that's not true. Cite it. I cited it, and then he just tried to read the abstract and claimed that it was only 7%. And then he read the whole paper, came back in the comment section the next day and said, that paper says 30%, not 40%. You lied about your own paper. And I said, no, I said 30 to 40%. And it actually is a range of velocities. And it's 30 to 40% off the prediction. So he got in the comments the next day. He said in the debate 1%. Then he said 7%.
Yeah,
then he
but
got
that's
in the
because-
comments the next day and said 30%.
Yeah, that's because you were making a fuss about a tiny little layer between in the Earth's constituent parts. There's a certain layer, between the mantle, I think it was, and the core. There was a very tiny layer where there's a sort of chaotic system, and the speed with which the waves are changing was by up to 30%. But it was in a tiny little layer. It did not affect the overall speed of P and S waves.
It wasn't in the core at all. You have no idea.
No, it's the boundary. It was a boundary of the core and the mantle, as I remember.
Oh, yeah, that's a huge portion.
No, it's
dude.
not.
The area,
It's a
the area between the core and the mantle.
area was a tiny area in which it was something like, I think it was less than 1% of the path of a wave went through this area that had a 30% or whatever it was in that area. So it was totally insignificant. It did not affect.
You haven't even read the paper. So
I have read part of it. I have
You're
read
getting
that.
so thoroughly exposed
I have
right now.
read
So
most of the paper.
You said that I lied about 40%, and then you said it was actually 7%.
You see, you lie. You see, you keep on doing this, Witzer. You keep on ascribing to me. I've never accused you of lying in this, and I'd very rarely do. And you just said just now that I'd said that, and I don't. And this is because we can't. This is why we can't rely on anything you say. You just said that I accused you of lying, and I did not. I did not call you a liar.
What you said was that I claimed it was. This is just like when I claimed it was 40%, but actually it was only 7%. I just exposed you. Then you shifted over to his ad hoc rebuttal during the debate.
Right,
which
depends which percentage you're referring to.
Stop interrupting me, dude. So then you shifted over to what he ad hoc rebutted in the debate, which is that it's only less than 1%. And you just made up that it was 1% of the total wave propagation. No, he was saying that area they looked at was only like 1% of the Earth's entire mass. Had nothing to do with 1% of the wave didn't work. The entire velocity of the wave was off 30 to 40%.
No, that's wrong. It was not off by 30 to 40.
Oh, did you read the paper?
I read part of it. I haven't read it all.
No, you didn't.
But you misunderstood it. I read the bit that I think was relevant, and it was just describing a very small part of the area of progress by the wave. And if you're claiming that the whole wave was 30 to 40% affected, then you're wrong.
And do you promise that you read some of it?
Oh, absolutely. Yes, I definitely did.
Oh, so I thought you didn't lie though. So drop the paper.
I didn't lie. Where did I lie? I read a portion of the paper. I haven't read it all, and I read the portion of it. Sorry?
Drop the paper then.
Cross your heart and hope to die, Rumpus.
I know for a fact he didn't read it because he started talking about PNS waves. Drop the paper.
Well, I don't have it to hand. I don't know where I've put it. So
you don't have it, period. You never read it.
I did. No, I didn't say I read it all, but I read parts of it, and I read the part where it was describing this very small layer where the 40% or the 30% was mentioned, and it's not what you've just made a claim that the overall time taken by the wave was 30% greater or less than what it was. Wrong. That's incorrect. You did not understand it.
The surface wave anomaly that's described in the paper was off by 40% of the predicted value. You started
that's
this
a rally wave. Hold on. Are you talking about rally waves now?
You don't even know what it's about, dude.
Are you talking about rally waves here? The surface waves. Is that what you mean? The rally waves?
It is a paper about
you don't know, do you? See, it's quite obvious you don't understand anything that went on there. The thing that had the 30 to 40%, as I recall, and I think what Tony was referring to is that little layer. There was a little layer where there was a 32%, and it was some boundary between, I think it was the mantle and the core or something. I can't remember exactly where it was. And it was just in that little tiny portion that it was a lot less dense than the surrounding area. So the speed went up or down by 30%. But it did not affect.
That's not what he said.
But you made the claim just now that it was affected by the whole speed of the waves. But then now you seem to be not talking about PNS waves, but you're talking about Rayleigh waves, which are surface waves. Is that what you're referring to now?
I think the paper is about
You don't know,
surface wave
do you?
anomaly.
Right, it's
Rayleigh
quite
waves.
obvious you don't understand what you were
Why
talking
are
about.
you always allowed to interrupt me, dude? Do you think that I'm just going to let you keep interrupting me? Okay, so you've been thoroughly exposed. What you started off by saying was, you brought this up as a red herring because you don't know about the asymmetry problem. And then you brought up that I just like when I said there was 40%, but it was actually only 7%. Because you're just regurgitating what PhD Tony said desperately in the debates. That's how I know you didn't read it, because he himself came back and said, oh, it actually says 30%, not 40%. You lied about your own paper. First, he said less than 1%. Then he said 7%. And he said live that the paper said 7%. Then he came back in the comments. I have the screenshots because I know how you guys lie about everything. And then he said it's actually 30%, not 40%. And I specifically said it's 32, 40%. And that's what the paper says. If you actually can do basic math, it's 30 to 40%.
You misunderstood the paper. Yeah, and you
didn't
still misunderstand the paper. You don't know whether you're talking about surface waves or waves through this area, which is where I think the 30% was referring to.
No,
but anyway,
what
we
his
can cover that.
rebuttal
If you
was-
wanted to, I
his
tell you what,
rebuttal
I'm
was-
more than
you
happy
need
to go
listen
away and
carefully.
read it.
His rebuttal was that
I
it
never
was
mentioned
1%.
1%. The only
You have to
1% I
understand what
referred to was
Tony
not
was
the
saying.
speed.
You don't understand
I
what
was
Tony
why
was
are you
saying,
interrupting
Rumpus.
me? Why are you interrupting me? I'm barely getting able to get a
No,
sentence out
I
here.
was
With
interrupting
you muting me and interrupting me, I'm barely getting a sentence out here. The 1% I was referring to was the distance through the size of this path. You've just made the claim that the overall wave speed was 30 or 40% incorrect.
Yes.
Right. Well, I
That's
don't
right.
believe that's the
And
case. No, I don't believe that's
I don't
the
care
case.
what you believe, though. Just like Tony said, what Tony said with the 1% was he was saying that, well, out of the entire mass of the Earth, they found a 30 to 40% discrepancy of this wave in a small section, because that's all they were looking at was a small
Yes,
section.
in a small
That's
right.
how,
Now you're getting it right. Now
interrupting me.
you're starting to get it right now.
So what he said was it's just like less than 1% of the Earth's entire mass. Because no duh, they were looking at a small area.
Exactly.
Out of the area they looked at, out of the area they looked at. Dude, you have such a problem, bro. Out of the area that they looked at, the wave itself was off by 30 to 40% the predicted value. You said 7%. You were wrong. You lied about reading the paper. I know you didn't read it. I know if I offered you $5,000 to drop the paper right now, you couldn't do it. I know that you lied. Just like I knew that you were lying about how you knew Tony didn't say 30%, because he did. He got in the comments in a minute the next day. I wonder why you got to lie so much.
We've just demonstrated we have evidence of you lying in this very conversation when you accused me of causing it, which I hadn't. So the only liar is you, and you do it systematically, I'm afraid. I do not. I always tell you the truth. So you now have accepted that this 30 to 40% speed is in just one tiny little area, as PhD Tony said. So you've completely misrepresenting what was going on in that conversation. So I'll just do a summary. There was a tiny little boundary area between the mantle and the core where the speed changed by 40%. So the overall speed between the progress of the wave was not changed by 40%. Okay, you may not have meant to mean that, but that's how it came across. You seem to be claiming that the overall bit. Yes, so there's a little portion in the middle of the Earth where the speed goes 30% more than we thought it did. Oh dear, oh so, there we go. There's a tiny little anomaly, not really significant to the overall model or the effects of waves going through the Earth.
Okay, so what he said was that the model always works every time, and that I said, no, we have like propagation anomalies all the time. He said that's not true. It's never greater than 1%. It's always less than 1%. I said, that's not true. I have a paper right here that discusses a situation that's 30 to 40% off. He said I was lying.
Wrong.
Stop
he got that wrong.
me. He said I was lying. So then I dropped the citation, and then he opened it up, and he immediately said, this doesn't say 30 to 40%. It says 7%, which is why you started the conversation off by saying I was wrong. I lied about the 40%. It was actually only 7%. Because you heard PhD Tony say it, not because you read it. You've never read the paper, guaranteed 100%. Okay? So then I said, no, that's not true. It says 30 to 40%. And then he reads the paper and jumps in the comments the next day and admits it says 30. So when he said 1, he was wrong. When he said 7, he was wrong. Then he jumped in the comments and admitted that it said 30 and tried to pretend I was the one lying when actually it says 30 to 40%. This is all objective.
Again, you lied. You just lied again. You just lied again. You said I'd accuse you of being lying. I never did that. So you just lied again. We've now got audio evidence twice of you lying. So this is why you can't be trusted. Now I can respond exactly, and I've done it. What he said, and I think he did get the 1% wrong. I've never defended him on this. I was talking about the 30 to 40% you were talking about was just in one tiny layer. That's all I've said. I've not defended his other comments.
No,
so yes, he did make accusations about you. He did. I think. I mean, Tony is. I think more prone. He's like you. He is a bit prone to calling people liars without justification. I do not call people liars unless I'm absolutely sure that they've lied, and that means I have to know that they intended to tell something that's incorrect to deceive, and that's what you do. Unfortunately, I suppose not all the time, but you do it. And Tony is.
And you know that.
Right, now I'm gonna
Tony is unfortunately
can I
prone
see the paper?
to lies as well.
And you know that, Rumpus. Okay.
Well, yes, because if I know someone said something, if I know someone said something somewhere else, I have evidence that they said something, and then they say somewhere else something else, and I know that they know that they've done that. And you can say, well, in their head, they know that they were telling a fib.
Okay.
Now, often you can make mistakes.
Real fast.
Now, perhaps, but I mean, most of the time,
Rumpus, you can't just pause and then someone goes to respond and you just keep talking through them every time. Okay? What actually happened was you diverted to this because I brought up the asymmetry problem. You don't even know what that is. Okay? And then you said I was wrong about the 30 to 35% weaker magnetic field in the south, which you're wrong about that again, of course. And then you said we can't trust anything you say because you just say stuff that isn't true, just like whenever you claimed that there was a 40% discrepancy in the debate with PhD Tony. And it was actually only 7%. That's what you said. And then I said, that's not true. Even Tony himself got in the comments the next day and admitted that it was over 30%. And then you said that didn't happen. You said, no, that didn't happen. I said, you want to bet $5,000? And then you said, no, I don't want to bet on it. Now you're pretending that you knew it was 30 to 40% the entire time. Your entire point of bringing it up was to claim that I misrepresented the paper and it was only 7%. So you've been exposed.
You made the claim, or appeared to make the claim, the overall speed of a wave was changed by 30%. Now, that may have been a miscommunication, and that's why I said it was only relevant in this tiny little layer of the boundary between two parts of the Earth. So I thought you were making a claim that the overall speed of a wave from one part of the Earth to another had been changed by 30%. And that's what you seem to be implying that's what you said. But
how many times do you think I would have to talk to him and say the same thing before he actually addressed what I said? How many times do you think I have to do?
You keep on saying that
are you guys just gonna dominate this shit? Holy shit!
I mean, this is you.
Why don't you call him out?
See the paper? Can we? I'm trying to. Can I see the paper so I can call him out?
I'm in a grocery store, dude. Dude, this is what's so funny though. Why don't you call him out? You just heard him say that.
Okay, but he does have the paper, right? I can ask him for the paper.
No, but but he's lying. He's never read it.
No, you see, there you are. See there again. He's accusing me of lying. This is what makes him a liar.
Rumpus, can you drop the paper?
It's very. I've got it.
No, Rumpus doesn't have the paper.
Well, if we can't get the paper for anyone to see, maybe we should drop this topic.
Yeah, it's boring for the rest of us. We can't.
No, actually, what we're going to do is I'm going to point the same thing out because this is what's bullshit is that no one holds these people accountable.
Okay, do you remember the name of the paper so I can look it up myself?
I don't remember the name of the paper off the top of my head.
Okay, what should I look for? What is the content of the paper?
You can't hold people accountable if you don't have the paper to sign.
It doesn't matter about what the paper's not what matters. It's that he jumped in to lie and say that I falsely claimed it said 40% and it actually only said 7%. This is why we can't trust Witsit because he just makes stuff up. Okay, now he's avoiding that like the plague right now. He keeps responding with he keeps responding with, oh, well, we were talking about a small portion of it, blah, blah, blah.
So fucking dumb.
No, what's dumb is that people like you can't call the other baller out for lying. That's what's dumb.
So you can't remember the name of the paper. Yeah, you were saying, because I couldn't produce it immediately, I'm some sort of liar. And here you are, not even able to remember the name of the paper, despite the fact you've got it emblazoned on your memory. There we go.
Really, Rumpus?
He's got nothing.
So hold on. What is it you're accusing? What is it you're accusing him of lying
about? You can't even remember it yourself.
You want me to accuse him of lying?
Guys.
Shut up, Charlie.
Relax.
Yeah, Charlie, I'll answer your question. Because he said Witsit, this is why we can't trust Witsit, because just like when he claimed it said 40% in that paper in his debate, it actually only said 7%. Okay? That's a lie. That's a lie.
Well, okay, there were lots of percentages mentioned in that paper, but what you implied from what you were saying was that the overall speed of a wave going from one part of the Earth to another was affected by 40% under certain circumstances. Whereas what it turns out to be is there's a tiny little section of the Earth where the speed changes by 40%, and therefore it's totally irrelevant to the overall model of the Earth and totally irrelevant to the propagation of waves.
The Rumpus, if I understand correctly, is that you accused him of saying the 40% figure, and then you said, well, the paper actually says 7%, right?
Right, I
Did I get that
accused
right?
him. I thought he was saying that the wave speed was different by 40%, whereas it turns out I'm not sure if he's really got to grips with this. Where there's a tiny portion in the Earth where it is changed by 40% or 30%.
Okay. Wait, so did you ever say that the
So
wave
it's
speed
not
was
relevant. So this is
No,
it was a totally irrelevant
Charlie. Just
point
so
for
you
him to
understand
make.
the real context, when I was debating PhD Tony, right? He said that the discrepancy is always less than 1%. When I brought up like wave anomalies of dispersion, and I was like, that's not true. I have a paper right here that says 30 to 40%. He said, no, you don't. You're lying. Cite it. I dropped it within 5 seconds. He opened the paper up, and then he rebutted within like 10 seconds live in the debate. And he said, this only says 7%. That's where Rumpus got the 7% number. Okay,
yeah,
but
the
then
abstract.
Tony actually read the paper and came back to me the next day in the comments and said it says 30%. Okay, so now Rumpus hasn't read the comments, he hasn't read the paper, so he's sticking with what PhD Tony said instinctively ad hoc in the debate, and he
You
lied about
implied it was
Now
the
now he's
overall
lying.
speed of the
almost done,
wave,
dude.
not
No,
from a
I mean
tiny
he's
portion
very
of it.
clearly saying that it sometimes goes up to 30 or 40%, right? Am I
No,
misunderstanding
he's
you,
not
Witsit?
saying that. No, he doesn't understand that. Okay, the point is
No,
that
that you said that, not him.
Yeah, it's just that the very small section that they looked at, it was 40% off the predicted value of the model. They were only looking at a small section. It's not that they looked at 100% and only 1% of it was off
Wait,
or
hold on.
whatever.
That's different than 40% of the speed of light, right?
No, it's the propagation. What the speed was off by 40% the predicted value.
Okay, that's
Only
not the
in a
same thing, but
tiny portion of the path. The way you worded it with PhD Tony, you implied that an overall speed of the wave from start to finish was affected by 30 to 40%. Whereas it's such a small portion of the wave path, it's absolutely irrelevant. So Tony was absolutely correct to say
do you
this
guys
is
recognize that
irrelevant
there's a
to the whole
difference?
argument.
Do you guys recognize that there's a difference between saying the propagation speed is affected by 40% and the predicted speed is affected by 40%?
Well,
There's
it's
a
that the
difference when you
predicted
say the
speed,
overall speed.
predicted
Just
speed was
look, if
off
I
by
fire a bullet and it follows a particular speed, except for one tiny portion of its path, it speeds up or slows down. You can ignore it. Whereas if you make that comment, you imply the whole bullet over its whole path has gone by 40%. That's a different argument. That's why Tony was ignoring it, because the overall path of the speed of these waves is not affected by this little tiny anomaly. It's utterly irrelevant to the whole model.
Wait, so did you imply that? Did you imply
No,
that?
No.
Okay,
You
then,
can go
why
watch
would
the
you believe what
debate.
he's saying right now?
He did.
Okay, can you
No,
show me where he did?
Well, I can't show you. I have to go to the debate or something.
Yeah, right. Okay, just so you know, man, the point was that I was like, dude, there's all kinds of anomalies with the model. Don't misrepresent it and claim that it's like super accurate. And I'm like, for example, and I named off like 10 different things. One of the things I named off of was we have propagation anomalies, right? The model predicts us based on where the wave's propagating, it should propagate at a certain speed. But I'm like, we see the evidence shows us that it propagates way faster or slower than the predictions.
For a
And he said
portion
it's
of the
always under 1% a difference. I'm like, no, dude, it's not. I have one paper right here that has an example of up to 40%. He said I was lying. So then I cited it. Then he said
this is he said, she said,
He's
right?
like you, and he is.
I'm talking about
Do
the
either of you have anything better than he said, she said?
This is the PhD in seismology said it. That dude, he's the one that brought it up.
That's
Dude. It's just
also he said. I don't know if you understood what I said, right? But it's not very interesting for us when all you have against each other is hearsay.
What? No, I have the act, dude. Everyone can look at the paper I dropped in the chat live during the debates. As soon as it was brought up.
The hearsay is, from his side, that you implied that the overall effect is significant, more significant, right? And your hearsay is the opposite claim.
The
Okay,
key
but look,
point
just
is
real
this
fast.
layer is irrelevant to the
I
overall
agree this is
model. They were discussing the
boring. I
model
agree
of
this
the
is
Earth,
boring. So
and
we could
Wixit
mine.
tried to
So
come up with a
why do you
point
say I should
that
call
because
him
this
out on?
tiny layer had a slightly different speed in one tiny part of the Earth, that was somehow significant to the overall model. And PhD correctly said
No,
it is
now he's straw
absolutely
manning.
irrelevant.
Charlie, what I was saying you should have called him out on was he started. He brought all this up as a red herring, and he said this is just like when Winston said it was 40%, but it was actually only 7%. He's saying that because that's what PH Tony made up off the top of his head desperately in the debates. That isn't
No, I'm
true, and
pointing
even
out
PhD
that the
Tony admitted it
argument you
wasn't
were
true. Dude,
the
okay, that's all
argument
I'm
you're
saying
making
is
is
like
utterly
it's not about
irrelevant.
the specifics. Oh my god, dude, it's not about the specifics of the debates. It's just about the fact that this dude just brought something up and lied about it.
I didn't
And then
lie.
whenever he's called out for lying about it, he
I have not
changes
lied. See
it to
again,
act
here you
like
are.
he
You're
never
throwing
said
around
it.
accusations of lying
Okay, but
because
my
that
point
makes
is that
you a liar.
there's no lie for me to pick up on with evidence, right? This is all just hearsay for everybody here.
Well, watch this. Rumpus, does it say 30 to 40%? Yes or no?
I can't remember now exactly what it said.
Okay. See, so
But
when you
you are
said
the
that I said
you're
it
the
says
one
40, but it
you're the
actually
one who
says
claims to be an
7, you
expert on
made
this
that
paper,
up.
not me. But
Hey,
I
why
did
did you
look
say
at
that
it
it
where
only
it said
says
Oh,
7?
Jesus.
I did look at it where
Why did you say it only
it was
says 7?
well, the 7% was referring to. It depends on what you were referring to. Because I got the impression you were describing the overall path were being affected by this thing, whereas in the abstract it was describing, I can't remember, but for some overall thing. Whereas you are focused on this tiny little layer at some portion of the Earth where indeed it goes faster by 30% or whatever. But it's it's totally irrelevant to the model. And you think that because you found some anomaly that somehow that invalidates the whole model. No, it doesn't. It's like saying if you find a speck of dust or something inside something that claims to be a perfect, something like copper wire, and it's only 99.999% copper, you say, oh look, that's a flaw in what they're saying because it's got 0.0001% copper. We don't. The model of the Earth is
No,
not
just for
a
the
homogeneous thing.
Just for the edification of the room, right? It's not what he's saying. It's not a layer of the Earth that makes the waves go 40% faster. It's not a specific layer that does that. It's just an anomalous reading that, based on the entire model and how it normally propagates through that layer in that area, it actually went 40% faster than the predicted value. It has nothing to do with the magical layer in the Earth where things go
Exactly. So
faster.
the Earth's not homogeneous. There's a boundary layer, or it might not even be a complete layer, maybe just a portion of a sphere inside the Earth, where for whatever reason, because it's not a homogeneous thing, it's homogeneous and has a lump of God knows what there, that the path of the waves went a bit more quickly. So what? That didn't invalidate the globe model, which was the point you were trying to make.
That's a straw.
Because they found this anomaly, you were claiming that invalidated the model, and that was completely wrong.
That's a straw man fallacy. I never said that random anomaly.
You are. You saying there is
validate the
anomalies that
entire
invalidates the
debate. It was a
That's the whole thrust of your debate.
Oh my god! You notice how like if I calmly let him finish and then go to respond, he has to censor me because he knows I'm going to expose him. So in the actual context of the debate, I was just rebutting Tony's claim that it's always under 1%. It's always within 99% accuracy. I said that is not true, dude. And
Yeah,
he
I
said
gotta
I was
say I'm
lying. So
siding
then
with
I gave a
Winston on
specific
this.
example. I did not claim that. Yeah.
I'm siding with you.
That's all I'm saying. And we can move on because I know it's
Please.
Yeah. So the point you're
Yeah,
making
it's all
was
good.
completely irrelevant. Yeah, we got that.
Okay.
There's a tiny little area of the Earth where the waves go a little bit faster. So what?
Why can't you admit? Why can't you admit that he never said that? I don't understand why you're harping on
he
this.
brought it up as an invalidation of the globe model because
No,
he found
he didn't.
Yes, he did. You
No, he
haven't listened
didn't.
to what he said. Yes,
No,
he did. He was claiming that the globe model was incorrect because he'd found this area of the Earth where things did not go as predicted.
That
It was
is
an
not
anomaly.
what he said
and
at
he
all.
used that as is exactly what he did. If you heard the debate, that's what he did. He was using that as a lever to claim that therefore that invalidated the whole globe model that we had. He's doing it
Winston
in
is
there.
explicitly telling you right now that is not what he was doing. Why are you not?
Because I heard
accepting
what he
is
said
saying?
and you didn't. Yeah, and why bring it up then? If it's irrelevant to the globe model, they were discussing how the Earth worked, and Tony brought up these waves and said that this shows what the globe model is. Whitsitt was trying to invalidate that, and he brought up this this zone of 40% as a way of invalidating Tony's claim about the structure of the Earth, and he was wrong to do that.
Okay, Witsit, what were you trying to invalidate by pointing out?
Yeah.
that there are some areas
Yeah,
where
Tony claimed that size. Yeah, well, because he claimed that seismology proves the Earth's a globe, and that the globe model works every single time, quote unquote, and that it's always within 99% accuracy. So I just rebutted that claim and said, no, that's not true. There are significant anomalies, such as I didn't say this proves the Earth's not a globe or anything like that.
But if it's only one tiny, tiny portion of the Earth, it's not significant. It does not affect the overall transmission of the PNS waves. It's just in one tiny spot they go a little bit faster. So it did not have any effect on Tony's argument about the structure, the overall structure of the Earth. It was absolutely irrelevant.
Yeah, but you see what he does, Charlie? Like, first he said I claimed it debunks the globe, and now that it's been exposed, he just goes to argue the point.
Yeah, I see what he's doing. I don't understand why he's doing it.
Because Witsit used it as an argument against Tony's structure of the Earth.
Dude, you don't have to play this game to win against Witsit. I don't understand why you're playing that game.
I don't understand why you don't understand what I've just... If you'd heard the debate, which obviously you haven't, he was trying to argue against Tony's structure using the PNS waves and the models he'd got, the signals. Tony was using that as an argument. This is what
but you're not hearing what,
and then
what my
Witsit
complaint
was
is
using his little bit to say that's wrong because he'd found somewhere in the Earth there where the little tiny portion where the waves went 40% faster very briefly. So that argument is completely invalid.
Listen to what I'm saying. If I claim A, therefore B, B, therefore C, C, therefore D, and then all of a sudden you have a problem with no, D is not true. Okay? That doesn't mean you were directly trying to debunk A. Which is so frustrating. Oh, Jesus
He
Christ.
was trying to debunk A. That's like the whole point of his argument.
Right, but the argument that is being debunked isn't A, it's D.
Well, okay, he was trying to debunk it all. He was trying to debunk every part of it.
Listen to me. The way that you debunk these sort of things is step by step, okay? So I actually totally accept Witsit when he says he was debunking D. I totally do.
He was trying to debunk the whole model.
I don't understand what you lose by seeding that.
I don't understand why you can't see the bigger picture. He was trying to use this tiny anomaly to invalidate PHT's Tony's model of the Earth. That's what he was trying to do with it.
Okay, listen to me. Listen to me.
I am.
If Tony is making the claim the Earth is a globe, and he says A therefore B, B therefore C, C therefore D, and me, a glober, find a glaring error with D, and I say no, D is therefore not true. Would you therefore say I'm trying to debunk A, which is, the Earth is a globe?
But your analogy doesn't follow. The overall model worked, and he was saying that
before you tell me that the analogy doesn't work, can you acknowledge that I'm not trying to debunk A?
Well, let's put specifics to make sure we absolutely understand this.
Hold on.
Tony was saying, "Here's the model of the
you're
Earth."
Doing it again. Why are you not just acknowledging fucking ground like that? That is fucking obvious. I don't understand why you're doing this.
Because the argument that Witsit brought up with this tiny layer does not invalidate any part of Tony's argument.
If Tony
it was utterly irrelevant.
If Tony said throughout the entire path there is less than 1% of an effect of the speed of light, right? And this paper says otherwise, which is why I'm understanding this paper says, then he is wrong on that point. And I don't know why you can't acknowledge that.
He did not make that comment. You've just misrepresented what he said. And what's more, it's got nothing to do with the speed of light.
I said if he said that. How is that a misrepresentation?
Well, he didn't say that, so it's irrelevant.
Hold on. I need you to acknowledge that if he did say that, so on.
Well, he didn't, so I don't see the point of.
Okay, but holy shit! Why are you not engaging? Why are you not engaging with the question?
Why are you
this
diverting?
Is fucking tiresome.
Yeah, it's very tiresome. You're bringing up an argument that wasn't used.
Why are you incapable of engaging with hypotheticals? It's so cringy.
Because we're having difficulty enough dealing with what was said, rather than engaging what he might. If Tony could have said that green is white, you could argue me that hypothetical. It's irrelevant to the discussion. He did not make the claim.
Do we have anything better here?
I agree. This is so dumb.
Yeah, it is. The point is that Tony was making this is how the model worked, and then he said, it works within this resolution. The 1% or whatever he may have been making, I can't remember exactly what he made there. These waves behave in this way with 1%. So it doesn't matter if some tiny portion of the passage of a wave for one, just a half a meter or whatever it is, or some boundary of 100 meters or something in the middle of the Earth, it goes a bit 40% faster. It does not have an overall effect on the argument or the overall speed.
Here's what happened. Here's what happened, Charlie. Charlie, here's what happened. Charlie, real quick. We both started at the same time, I know. Charlie, what are you doing, dude? We both started at the same time, right? I fixed the lag on my phone, so here's what actually happened. Tony made a claim and said it's never over 1%. Which it said I have a paper that said it's 30 to 40%. He was debunking a claim that was made.
I don't believe Tony said that no part of the passage does it change by 1%. I think he was talking about the variation between different paths.
Either way, let's
what he said
move
properly.
on.
Anyway, it's not a useful conversation, but the point is that Tony presented this model.
Is there a link to the debate?
Yeah, it's on. Yes, I think it's on YouTube.
Does anybody have it? I'm actually going to go out and look for this.
Yeah, I think it's on YouTube, isn't it? Wasn't it a proper debate on YouTube? Yeah, I think it's on YouTube, so I think you might have the opportunity to see.
So, I don't know why you're not willing to engage with the hypothetical. Let's just assume that he did. Well,
let's assume he said black is white. Then, and would he be wrong in saying that? Yes.
Hold on. Why? Let's assume he said that throughout the entire path is less than 1%.
Yeah, but you might let's assume he said black is white. Then okay, yes, if he said black was white, it'd be wrong as well.
Right.
But he didn't say that.
Right,
he
but
did not say that over the overall path. He did not say over the overall path. It was just very much. He was, I think, describing the difference between different paths.
All right. Well, this is coming from one glober to another glober. All right. The ability to be able to engage in hypotheticals is invaluable for things like thought experiments, and invaluable in order to reach. It absolutely.
The hypothetical you're making doesn't in any way impinge on the argument we're having. It's an argument like I'm saying. He said black was white.
Does.
No, it doesn't.
It is descriptive of the problem that Whitsitt has with you, right? And the problem that he has is that you're not willing to admit wrong on the things.
Yeah, you see that, right? So there you go. You're assuming he did something wrong.
Hold on. That you are not willing to admit on the parts that you are wrong, even if it doesn't change your conclusion. That is troubling, and I agree with Whitsitt that is troubling.
If he said something is wrong, then yes, he said something wrong. But you don't know if it's this is wholly dependent on whether he said something's wrong, and you don't know that.
Right, but I'm not saying that he did say something wrong. I don't know whether or not he said something wrong.
Okay, if he said something wrong, he said something wrong, and if he didn't say something wrong, he didn't say something wrong. There, great. That's a great argument you're making. But it's all dependent on whether or not what he actually said, which you don't know. And that until we know exactly what, and I can't remember exactly what he said, then it makes no point debating. Obviously, if he said something wrong, he said something wrong, but we don't know that until we know exactly what he said.
Right.
So
and I'm taking Whitsitt at his word because he's presumably saying that he said something wrong. You can't do that.
He's very unreliable.
Well, I'm aware, right?
Why are you doing that? Why are you taking Whitsitt's word when we demonstrated him? Just now, for instance, he accused me of saying he was a liar on 2 occasions when I hadn't. So you can't trust a thing he says.
Whitsitt, did you say that Tony came back to you afterwards and admitted that he was wrong on this?
Only with regard to not the original claim he was making. He was saying it still didn't affect his overall claim. What he was admitting was that that was a different argument.
Say it wrong. So he did say it wrong.
Not with the particular argument we're discussing. The overall path of the thing was not changed by 1%. Now, what he did say was
we're not arguing.
There were several layers of this argument of what points that were made.
Okay, the Rumpus, are you willing to admit that Tony said something wrong to which he then went to Whitsitt to be corrected?
That's possible.
That's possible. Okay, Whitsitt, did it happen?
Yes.
I think,
is there any way you can show that to us, like a screenshot or something?
Yeah. Just a sec. I have to have it.
You're roboting. I couldn't understand anything. Okay, so I mean, it sounds like he said something wrong, right?
But it's
And then Witz is going
what
to post a screen. Hold on. It says like he said something wrong. That you're right. It didn't change his overall point, but that's not the point. The point is that he said something wrong, and it shouldn't be an issue to acknowledge that he said something wrong precisely because it doesn't change his overall point.
But it wasn't the
But when
issue
you
we're discussing was wrong.
but when you show resistance to even cede a point that doesn't even matter on the overall point, I understand why Witzik gets frustrated talking to you. Like I really do.
Well, yes, but it's not relevant until we know exactly what the point is. I think it was not about the main point about whether or not the paths changed by 1% over their overall distance. I don't think he said that there's not an anomaly. He recognised there were anomalies. Now, whether or not that was a specific thing that he said he was wrong about, I can't remember. But he may have been about the 4% or the 7% in the abstract. I can't remember exactly what it was that he slightly retreated on, but it wasn't the main point that I'm making.
All right, hold on. I'm getting a phone call. Bueno. Muy bien, Timmy, ¿qué andas?
Anyway, what we were discussing was the I've forgotten what it was now. Oh, the rotation of the Earth, the magnetic field. Yes, so yes, the atmosphere is very complicated. We do have a model of the way the magnetic field works, although it does get a little bit complicated with the solar wind involved. So we do have quite a good understanding of the magnetic field now, but we don't have an understanding of what the atmosphere does because it's chaotic at certain altitudes. But anyway, I did qualify when I was discussing it yesterday that I was talking about the area up to 100 kilometers, 60 miles, the Kármán line, and it's only when it gets into the thermosphere, when it gets ionized and then gets affected by the magnetic field and gets kicked about by the solar wind, do things start to get stupidly complicated and affected by the way it's day or night, for instance. Oh yeah, the other point was Witzik made some claim about 35%, didn't he? I think there's variation. Let's say I don't know what the variation of the magnetic field can be. I have to go and check on that now. I think it can vary quite a bit, but Witzik was claiming something about the.
All right, sorry about that. What did I miss?
I was just checking up on the point that Witzik was somehow claiming the variations in the strength of the magnetic field was somehow indicative of something, and I'm just checking on what the variation as a percentage is, and I'm having a little bit of a struggle doing that.
Did someone link me to the debate? By any chance?
I can't remember where it was. It was
It's on modern day debate.
Oh, was it modern day debates? Oh, okay.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure.
No, I don't think it was actually. No, it wasn't modern day debates.
Let me find it. Here it is. There you go, guys.
Weeks ago.
Yeah, I can't remember exactly what Witt's point was now. It was Monday. Oh, sorry. Okay. And of course, Whitsitt wouldn't produce those papers. They were all completely relevant except for one. Yeah, I mean, I was trying to remember what Witsitt's point was about the variation of magnetic field strength on the Earth, but I don't quite.
So sorry, was the debate here in this room?
No, it's on that link. It's on Modern Day Debates. So I was wrong. I thought it wasn't Modern Day Debates. Obviously, it was. The link there. Tim has put the link in the live stream.
Okay, so it's a 2-hour thing. All right, let's see if I can find it.
You most likely have to go at least 25 minutes in because there is like 2 10-minute sections of introductions from each side. And that is not where they discuss it, of course.
Anyway, this is not. I don't think this is very entertaining. Anyway, it's getting quite late here anyway. But this is a tangential issue. But presumably the comments that Witsitt was referring to are presumably the comments for that YouTube, where Tony describes presumably where he. Go and look at that, couldn't I?
Yeah, I'm gonna drop the screenshots when I get to the house. I'm walking back in the grocery store, so I can't talk.
So I presume that the comments that Witsitt was referring to are into that video. So I can't see any.
It might be in the comment section.
Yes, that's what I'm saying.
Not the live chat one, but the comment section, because it said 1 day later.
Yes, that's what I'm saying. I can't find it immediately. It's not obvious where it is. I mean, I don't know who started. I'm assuming that PhD Tony. Well, not well. Maybe wrong in that. If he's saying that Tony came back the next day, presumably he initiated a thread on this.
Let's just wait a bit. It sounds like Witsitt is home soon.
Anyway, yeah, it's getting a bit late here anyway. But anyway, so my point is the reason I was commenting was that the magnetic field does register slow, saying he did drop the paper. Well, he did. He was very reluctant to. He didn't. He had to be bullied into dropping them. And it turns out most of them were irrelevant, except this one was the only. There was what he dropped. No, he didn't do it right away at all. I mean, you're completely. I mean, that, I'm afraid, is very close to being a lie. He had to be bullied for about 15 minutes before he actually presented the paper that Tony had to comment on. They had to.
That's a lie.
Register slow is just you're misrepresenting what happened completely.
No, as soon as he asked for it, I dropped it.
No, you didn't. It asked you for immediately, and it took you about 15 minutes before you actually provided him the paper.
No, I didn't. I was finishing my point at the time and then dropped the paper.
No, you took 15 minutes or something, as I remember.
No, I didn't.
No, Rumpus, you're just completely wrong. Apparently you didn't watch it. You didn't know it was on Modern Day Debate. Like, what are you doing?
No, I misremembered that, I must admit.
No, you're just lying. But Witsitt's the liar, right? Witsitt's the liar, though?
Right? He does, unfortunately.
No, you're a scumbag. You're pathetic.
Yeah, but you're clearly a moron.
You're pathetic.
This is constructive.
Well, put it like this. Tony said he hadn't received the papers. Now, possibly, if Witsitt put them in the private chat and Tony said didn't look there, okay, that might account for it. But
so now it's a different story.
Well, try listening.
Weird.
But Tony kept on saying he
No,
hadn't
I
received the
listened.
papers. So,
I listened
try listening. Try listening.
But now
Tony
you're
kept
changing
on
it.
claiming he hadn't received
You're
them,
a
and if
scumbag.
Witsit had put them in the paper, had put them in the chat, then presumably he would say, Tony, you keep on moaning about not receiving the papers, but I put them in the chat. And he didn't say that. He did not say he'd put them in the chat.
That is exactly what happened. And even
Tony
That's
went on for
literally
about 10 minutes.
exactly what happened.
Tony
Rumpus.
went
You
on for
are
about 10
such a
minutes saying he
scumbag.
had not received the paper. So
You're
I
a
presume
scumbag liar.
they had not been made available. And Witsit did not say, oh, Tony, you're being very silly. I've made them available to you.
He is a scumbag liar. That's correct.
Yeah,
Dude, I even
Rumpus,
had to
that's
like, I
exactly
even
what
said to
he
the
did.
audience. I know.
Well,
I even said
Tony
to the audience,
didn't.
I'm like, just
Tony
so the
said he hadn't
audience
received
knows.
them, and Witsit did not contradict him.
I said to the audience, just so the audience knows, I have over a dozen links sending in the private chat right now, supporting everything that I was talking about. So yeah, I actually pointed it out to the audience because he kept on trying to portray that I was making them up, even though I'd already provided them. And then the
No, then
moderator
why
said,
didn't
"Yeah,
you
I've
say
actually."
to him, Tony, you're
Then the
being very
moderator.
silly. I've provided them to you. Why do you keep on claiming you haven't provided them to you then? Why didn't you say
And
that?
Rumpus, you're going to look real dumb here soon when everyone
No, I
watches.
never look
Yeah, I
dumb.
know, dude.
Like, you're going to look like an obnoxious moron. That's what we can be sure
You
of.
look like a liar right
Come
now.
on, guys. This is not
You look
helping
like a liar.
anything.
We've got a
Well,
malicious
he is
character here.
he is being dishonest. So
I'm not being dishonest at all. Why did you not say to Tony, if what you said is true, and you had provided them immediately, and he kept on moaning for about 10 minutes, he hadn't got
Rumpus.
them,
Do you not
why
curse?
did
He
listen?
did.
Why
He
did
did.
you not
He
say to
did.
him,
He did.
Tony, I
He
have
did.
provided
He
them?
did.
Why
He
do you
did.
keep on making
He
a silly
did.
comment about not having
He
got them?
did.
No, he didn't do that. No,
For
he
the
didn't do
fourth
that.
all right,
time,
let
Rumpus.
me. I know exactly what happened, right? So like he asked, I was bringing up certain different anomalies. He said I was making them all up, and then when he claimed it was only 1%, I said no, that's not true. This paper I was just referring to actually says 30 to 40%. Because I had like 20 different papers pulled up, excerpts that I copy and pasted in my notes, right? So it wasn't like I could just immediately drop it. So whenever he asked for the paper, I finished the point I was saying and then immediately copied and pasted the link, right? Maybe it was like a couple minutes because I was finishing
Well,
my
he was
point
moaning
and
for about
looking
10
through.
minutes about you hadn't provided the paper. So
It
No,
certainly wasn't 15 minutes. That's for
It was
sure.
no,
10 to
not even
15 minutes.
close. Not even close. Because like I finished the point I was making, and then I said, "Okay, there's the paper." And it's because I had like all these papers and notes pulled up right in the middle of a debate, so I had to find it. And then when I did it, right, he said, "Oh, it only says 7%," which means he immediately debunked his own claim, which was that it was never more than 1%. And then I have the screenshots on my computer where he came back the next day and he was like, this is how he said it too, just to give you
Where
a
are these
taste of it.
comments of his?
Please
Where are
don't.
these-
Please, I just said where they're at.
Are they comments in the comments of the video, or are they
Yes.
comments in Discord? Okay, could you tell me who
Yes.
started off the chat? Who
No,
started
of
off the
course
thread?
not.
Who
Of course I
started off
don't.
the thread in which he makes
Stop
these
interrupting.
I'm trying to find out where this information is.
Yeah, well,
so
he was talking though. So
which thread?
maybe let him
Who
talk.
started the thread in which he makes this retraction?
I don't remember the
You
name
don't
of some
remember,
anti-flat earther on YouTube. There's like a million of them, okay? But the reason I screenshotted them was because I know that Globers will actually go back and delete them. So I have them screenshotted on my computer. It's probably still there, but in the scenario
Well,
that
if
he
you've got a
deleted it,
screenshot, you then know who started the thread, don't you?
Yeah, he should remember off the top of his head the
No,
name
he's
of
got a
somebody who
screenshot. He's got
commented.
a screenshot, he said.
Not
dude,
in
I'm
front
in
of
my
him,
Jeep,
Rumpus.
and
If
it's
you
at
were
the
listening,
exactly. It's at my
don't listen.
computer. Okay, but anyway, just to clarify that, I just want you to take note. This is really funny for people that aren't just being like kind of insane. Like, so he said 1%, and then he said, "Oh, it says 7%," as if he was rebutting me or something when it refutes his own claim. But anyway, he came the next day and he said I used all these fallacies and stuff. And in the comments, he said, "Your own paper says 30%. You lied about your own citation." So he actually brought it up and said, like, I lied about the citation because it says 30%.
Yeah,
when
I
literally
accept.
said,
Yes, that's right. He's wrong to do that, and I must, like you, he's a bit too quick on accusing other people of being liars. I do agree with you about that.
well, he said it a day later in the comments, right? He was like, "You lied about your own citation. It says 30%." And if you watch the debate, I literally say it's 30 to 40%. The reason I said that is because it gives a range of numbers, right? It doesn't just say a specific number. It gives a range of numbers. If you do basic math, if you look at the prediction and then the actual velocity, it's 30 to 40%. That's
Okay.
the range.
Okay, fine. Well, I say he is a bit too prone, like you, of accusing other people of lies. So he has.
So like like you.
No, I don't know. You've not. You see, you're a moron. Who are the malicious twat you are? I've not been
Yeah,
accusing anybody of
I'm a
being a liar
moron
in this.
because you don't like what
You're
I'm
just
saying.
you're an
Because
obnoxious
you're
Rumpus,
telling
can I
moron.
give
yourself
you
You
to be a
are a
liar.
twat
Rumpus,
and a
just kind of
moron and
calm down?
malicious,
Rumpus, can
and
we
you
kind of
can't.
keep it calm down?
And you just keep accusing people of being liars here,
Right,
whereas
let's
I've
just
not
keep
done
it
so.
Oh,
calm down.
You're
stop.
pathetic.
Yeah, well, this
Stop
twat is
this.
this
Mute,
twat
mute
is being
both of
Alright,
these
aggressive and
guys. Wait a
unpleasant.
sec.
all
Mute
right, let's
both of
just
these
calm it
guys.
down. I can't. I'm driving, man. But like, I
All
just
right,
want
all
to
right.
point out, like, this is a word of advice, Rumpus, and this is to all the ballers. Because when you're saying like all the other citations had nothing to do with what I was saying, you must be
Yeah.
going off like what MC Toon said or something, right? And you're doing the same thing with Tony.
No, I
You
had a look at some
started
of your
it. Please
citations.
don't interrupt me, dude. You said that I said 40%, but it actually says 7. That's because you're going off of what the baller said in the debate. You heard it in the video. It's
No,
never a
I did
safe
look at the paper.
assumption. It's never a safe assumption to make that the anti-flat earther on the internet is telling the truth in a video. I promise you.
Well, I looked at the paper as I said, so I
You
saw
said
I
that,
saw
but
it in
I
the
don't.
and then you keep it and you just randomly accuse me of being a liar because I'm afraid that makes you a liar. You don't know that, and you're just guessing, and that's what makes why you're totally unreliable as a source.
Well, I asked you if you could drop the paper, and you said you didn't
Oh
have
yeah,
it.
well, like you, I don't have it to hand.
But you're at your computer right now.
I am, but I don't remember where I don't remember if I downloaded it or I just looked at it. It's in my browser. I closed the tab. God knows where I put it. I didn't.
What
I
you
didn't.
have
I
to you
didn't
have to
realize it was
download it.
significant.
That's how I know you don't know what you're talking about.
Well, I
How
can't
many
remember what.
tabs
Yeah,
you
but
got
then
open right now? Yeah, how many tabs you got open right now?
Sorry.
How many tabs you got open right? I
I've
remember
got
there was
about
a tab you saw
300.
your.
I've got about 300 tabs open at the moment, and I don't remember. And I don't remember preserving. I don't remember preserving that particular one.
It's all
It's
good. It's
possible.
whatever.
I
But
may
just
have
so everyone
bookmarked it,
knows,
but I don't know. I mean, I'd have to spend
every
a few
single
minutes to.
citation I dropped, I wasn't making stuff up. That would be so ignorant of me to like blatantly make stuff up in a debate.
Well, you
Like when I said
misunderstand stuff. I mean, you may not be doing it deliberately, but most of the time you misunderstand what you're reading, and
no,
so
so
you can't be
stop,
relied
dude.
upon.
Stop. So what McToon's and Tony's after show rebuttal to my citations was that all the papers say the Earth's a globe. I'm like, yeah, good thing I didn't claim they said it wasn't a globe. I literally invoked it to show that using the globe model assumption, there are a lot of discrepancies and anomalies within seismology. So
And I agree. And Tony agrees with you.
the citations specifically support my argument. And
There's an
then
anomaly, yes.
McToon's and Tony's rebuttal was that they debunk me because they say the Earth's a ball.
You're just going back to my point that I made about 15 minutes ago. The Earth is not a homogeneous, solid, uniform thing, and therefore there are going to be places in it where the behaviour changes, and we can't detect that. We detect those by doing these sorts of studies. So I don't know why you think an anomaly is in any way invalidating the globe model. And any part or shape of it is part of the model of a non-homogeneous Earth.
Dude, I'm not claiming that it invalidates the model.
Well, there we go. Then why make it then?
Because it was a rebuttal to the claim that the globe model, quote unquote, always works and it's never more than 1% off.
I told you that earlier. I told you that was the claim that Witsit used this to debunk. So Tony made a claim it's always within 1%. Witsit said no. There's times where it's in 30 to 40%. And here we are with Tony
Right, no, but I
debunked.
don't believe he said he was. I think when he went at 1%, I don't think he was saying that across a particular point in a tiny portion of the Earth's body that there wouldn't be some major variation due to some inhomogeneity. He was talking about the overall speed of the wave. So, for instance, two waves coming in from across the other side of the Earth, he's going to say there's probably less than 1%. I can't remember exactly what he said, but there's a difference of 1% between those.
No,
That's
he
all.
said that the wave propagation predictions are always within 1% accuracy. It was a very specific conversation if you've actually watched
Yes,
the
but
debate.
the wave propagation across what path? If it's across from one side of the Earth to the other, then there might be a 1% variation. That's fine. But if you start saying, well, across this 100-meter band in the middle of the Earth, where there's a lump of uranium or something, where it's sped up, well, he's not going to be making that claim that those inhomogeneities don't exist. He was talking about the overall path time.
He basically admitted he was wrong in the debate when he acknowledged that it was 7%. He was saying that underneath the implication that he was incorrect, but that it's only 7%, and that I was wrong.
I think what he's acknowledging
40%.
there is that he read the abstract of 7% and he attributed that was the figure you were referring to. That's where he probably admitted that he was wrong. He shouldn't have said, you made the claim of 30%, and oh, look, I look at the abstract and it only says 7%, therefore Witsit's lying. He shouldn't have said that. But that's not the point.
That's not my
That's
point.
what he
Dude. My
probably
point is
admitted
that
to. That's what
No.
what admitted to doing was wrong, and he was wrong to do that.
No, but this is what's goofy. This is what he did. He came back the next day and he brought up that the paper says 30% as if to show that I lied. He brought it up in the comments and said, you lied about your own citation. It says 30%, dude. Like, how goofy is that?
Yeah,
Right,
that's
this is the
that
bit
is
where
weird. That is weird
Okay,
that
so
he would.
he's
That he would. That is
because he
weird
said
that he would bring this. I know, Rumpus. I know. Maybe
right.
try to
There's
power
just a
through
figure
me.
about this 30 to
There,
40%.
that is weird. Rumpus,
so he-
stop, man.
Go ahead.
That is very weird that he would bring this citation up on
Right.
something he was wrong on to try to show that you lied when it shows that
So let me get this right.
was wrong.
You're saying that you're saying that he said that you lied because you said a range of 30 to 40%, and he said no, it's actually 30%. So you're saying he used that as a evidence for the fact you'd lied. Is that your point?
Yeah, and then I rebutted him in the comments, and I was like, dude, I said 30 to 40% because the paper gives a range, and then he just completely avoided it.
Okay, well he might. Okay, well he was wrong to do that. If that's what he accused you of, again, as I say, he's a bit too prone to accusing people of liars. And if that's what he did, I say, but you're an unreliable source. But if that's what he did, if he said, "Oh, you're a
Yo,
liar because
I'm
you said
ad
30 to
homing the
40%
shit
and it's
out of
30%,"
everyone. Every time you talk, you ad hom someone. The point is, he was wrong on the number. It's not 1%. It's not 7%. It's 30 to 40%. He brought the thing not to say he was wrong,
you're
but to
relying on
say
which count here, Jeremy. If what he did do what's wrong was he looked at the abstract and saw 7% and then said, Whitsitt, you're wrong. It says 7% is not 40% or 30%. So that was what he said was wrong, and he was assuming that Whitsitt had been referring to the abstract value. So yes, he was wrong about that.
Yeah, because I actually read through the paper.
Yeah, well, you didn't give him. He only had about 5 seconds to bloody read the damn thing, so he couldn't read anything much more than the abstract.
I'm not the one that said he had to read the whole paper. He's the one that jumped in really quickly and said that I was wrong. It only says 7.
Yes, I agree with you. He is too quick to do things like that. I agree with you.
Dude, he was fallacious that entire debate. Like, literally every single time I made a point, he ran away from it and then just responded with, "You're delusional."
No, well, no, he's right in that. You didn't. He engaged where he could. He did engage with you, and the points you were making were completely fallacious.
And then I asked him, why do the tsunami waves not go around Antarctica? And he said the depth of the continental shelf. And I'm like, no, well, what about when the wave, that doesn't answer it. What about if the waves are wider than Antarctica? And he just avoided it altogether, dude.
Well, this,
it's like,
this is an area where you don't understand how diffraction works. Waves go around, things like tsunamis go around bodies of islands and things. And do you know what diffraction is?
Yes.
Okay. Well, if you know that, then you know that just like you can hear something around a corner. So, for instance, if there's a building in the way, you can still hear some source of sound. You can still hear it even if there's a building on. That's because it diffracts around a building.
That's my point.
Well, again, that was his point. So I don't quite understand what you were saying. So the tsunami. The reason you get a diffraction around bodies is because the shelf causes a change in the speed of the wave, and if you have, just like hopefully you know about the change of speed in of light in glass, it causes it to refract. You can say you get a mixture of refraction and diffraction, and your claim was that what was it? Your claim.
You don't
was
even know what you're talking about.
I'm trying to remember now exactly. I don't want to make a mistake.
Nicole, calm down. Then you just calm down. My entire point was that based on the understanding of diffraction, when we look at every other tsunami wave, it wraps around continents. I said, why doesn't it wrap around Antarctica ever? His rebuttal was because of the depth of the continental shelf.
Exactly, and the reason is.
But I said that doesn't answer the question though. When the waves themselves spread out wider than the continent, then the waves that don't touch the continent will continue past them and then reconverge around it.
No, but that's dependent on the shelf. You see, with a particular profile of the continental shelf, you'll get different diffraction and refraction effects. And if the particular shape of Antarctica is doesn't have gentle slopes or whatever, you can get a lack of it wrapping around. So whereas you might get a tsunami wrapping around, say, Sumatra, which it did famously in the 2004, it managed to get around the back of Sumatra and Malaysia. Madagascar, sorry. And so you can get different refraction effects depending on the thing. So he was just pointing out that because of the shape of the continental shelf, you're going to get different diffraction and refraction, which is perfectly valid.
But that's a red herring fallacy because it doesn't matter if it hits the continental shelf and diffracts. Of course, that's going to change the speed and whether
It does,
or not it
because that's
reflects
what
back.
causes it to wrap round.
Can you stop interrupting me? He didn't say that it doesn't. It changes the speed so it doesn't wrap around. He said that because of the depth, it doesn't interact with the continental shelf. It interacts with the continent itself. Therefore, it reflects back. But it doesn't even matter, dude. Okay, because the point is that even if the span is, even if no, I just corrected you.
Trying to explain to you how refraction around Antarctica is different to other bodies, other land bodies, because of the shape of the continental shelf, and that affects how much the waves will refract and diffract
It's
around
not the
it.
shape; it's the depth.
Yes, exactly what I'm saying. Because the continental shelf has a profile of a particular way, it refracts or diffracts the waves around it less or more. And because the profile that he was saying for Antarctica, I can't remember what I presume it's because it's more vertical, more vertiginous, that therefore the refraction and diffraction effects are less. Therefore, it doesn't wrap round the back. That was his point.
Look, I have to go in.
You
No,
didn't
you don't
understand that.
it.
You did not
No,
understand the point he was
okay,
making.
Okay, Rumpus, look, if I'm going to make my one last statement, if you interrupt me, I'm going to mute you. Okay, because I have to go inside.
Okay.
So listen, I said, okay, cool story. Even if that's true, that doesn't answer my question because if the waves are wider than the continents, that means the waves that don't hit the continent are going to continue past it and then they're going to converge back around on the other side. Regardless of if the continental shelf does something or not, the waves that are wider than Antarctica will converge. And my second point is, I saw a video with you talking about the Tonga explosion. You guys think it proves the globe? I looked into that, and there are up to 7-minute discrepancies of arrival times all over the Earth. That doesn't prove the globe at all. It shows the globe predictions is wrong. Anyway, I got to go and fix my dinner.
Completely wrong. You didn't understand the point. You seem to think that, of course, the waves are wider than Antarctica. No one's disputing that. The way they wrap round is due to refraction and diffraction, and that's dependent on
Don't
the
leave me here
continental
with
shelf.
Rumpus, please.
I've got to go
Please
anyway.
Hello.
I've got to
With
go to
it.
bed anyway, Jeremy, so I'll spare you anymore.
I'll talk to you guys in a sec, but I want to fix food. I'll come back in a second, maybe when he's gone.
All right, he's
Yeah,
leaving.
right.
Good looking.
Yeah, I'm going. But the point is, you don't understand what refraction diffraction
I
is
know
about.
you don't understand. We're stupid.
Well,
I know.
it's true.
I know.
He doesn't understand that the
You
bending
don't
of the
understand
waves.
anything.
He claims the convergence. He said that he thought that it would converge. It will only converge around the rear side of Antarctica if the refraction and diffraction effects of the continental shelf cause that to happen. And if it's not got the right structure there, it won't happen. But Whitsitt doesn't understand that, and that was the point that
He doesn't understand anything. We know.
He couldn't get through to
And
Whitsitt.
yo, think about this, Jeremy. Say that I say something to you. Say I have a door, right? And I have a gap on each side of the door. If I say something to you, you can be outside the door and hear it because what happens is those waves, they go through the gap in the door and then they start to spread out once they get through the gap. So they spreading out again. And so then they'll take up the entire area where the door was in the middle, right? It's just simple, basic understanding of wave propagation.
You've got confused. Well, you're half right, but to generate that source is
All
dependent.
right, I gotta go.
Yeah, I mean, you don't understand diffraction, basically.
Yeah.
And he was struggling to get through to you. It's a complicated subject and it's scientific, and therefore
He just recited what the Glovers told him for like the past week and a half on this when he was going over this, and you're disagreeing with it. It's funny.
What? That was gibberish. Anyway, I've got to go to bed. Whitsitt doesn't understand about diffraction and refraction, and it's dependent on the continental shelf.
We know, bro. Just stop with all that bullshit.
Okay. Anyway, it's not. Well, it's just science. I appreciate you think science is not. You're with your anti-science agenda. You obviously don't like a bit of science.
Dude, just go. Just fucking leave.
Anyway, I'm off. Yeah.
Bye. Goodbye. Oh my God, the ad homs nonstop. Yo, anti-science. You don't understand nonstop. Come on, man. Brutal. Is it just me? Just sit here and tell us which it doesn't understand. We're science. Just constant ad homs is crazy. Insults.
It's only you and everyone else that has ever heard him engage in these conversations. You're alone with everybody else.
Yeah.
Well, he named himself aptly. His name is Rumpus. So A disturbance. That's what the word rumpus means. A disturbance. An unsavory, unwielding disturbance. I mean, I was also in the grocery store, so I was only kind of listening. I couldn't really do much, but yeah, I mean, that started off talking about the atmosphere, and then he just brought up some ad hom about this whole other thing, and then that just went into that whole thing.
I don't know. I don't even know what to do anymore. The shit's good. They made it weird. That's just blame. That's like 2015 style of debating. Call us and tell us we don't understand 50 times. Call us science. Like, no, that shit's old. You're just wasting mic time. Is that what people want to hear? No one wants to hear that shit. Come on.
Yeah, Rumpus always acts like he just found out that people think the Earth is a stationary plane, and he's just his first day on the job. He's coming in just flabbergasted and ready to try to correct everyone.
What the fuck, man? That was fun.
Well, on a nice note, boy, the weather is getting nice here. Nice and sunny, 75, it's 80 degrees, 70, 80 degrees. Pretty nice.
Summer's coming.
Yeah.
The day moon's getting closer and closer. That's what we call the sun now, is the day moon, and the moon is the night sun. Were you listening to that earlier? Go ahead. What's up?
I'd say the better definition is a man-made lighthouse. I don't like night sun.
Yeah. Okay, we haven't done dishes at my house in 2 days, and now I am washing 2 hours worth of dishes. This is exciting.
Hey, Jeremy.
What's up? What's up?
I thought about it. And I hope you believe that I'm being good faith about this, but the problem that I have.
You're not. I don't believe you. But go ahead. What's up?
The problem that I have is that there's no quote unquote actual path. There's 2 points of reference. There's 2 frames of reference, right? There's the frame of reference of, like, let's say there's like an alien civilization that is able to watch us with a telescope, right? There's for example their frame of reference, which is really the frame of reference of space. In which case, if you took that reference frame, anybody that's sitting on the Earth is quote unquote actually moving, right, around with the Earth. And
Before we go,
yeah,
I know, but before you go into all that, and that's in that scenario I gave you with the circle.
Yeah.
Nothing changed. There was only one reference frame there. There was just the inertial frame. That was it. Nothing was moving. And you agreed if we had turned that circle into a merry-go-round, the path of the plane still only traveled a meter.
No, I didn't. I said that the effects aren't significant at that scale, right? But in the scenario of the merry-go-round, right? In the frame of reference of the merry-go-round, and the frame of reference of you not being on the merry-go-round would trace out paths of different lengths with the drone, right? And I know you want to say that, okay, well, there's one that's real, right? There's one that it actually went through, and I don't accept that. That's not something that I can accept.
Yeah. What if we had a meter stick posted in the ground right next to and the drone touched the meter stick the whole way? Would we be uncertain if it traveled a meter then?
It's not that we're uncertain if it traveled a meter. It's that I don't accept there is a quote unquote actual path. There's the path from one reference frame and there's a path from another reference frame.
Right? Yeah.
And that's
only
not
one
the framework. And if we can't, I mean, if you want, I can continue with this with you if you say, okay, well, when I say actual, I mean this one reference frame, right?
No, that's cool. We can end. I'm fine with ending it here because if you're uncertain that if I move something the length of 1 meter stick that it moved 1 meter, then there's really nowhere to go after that. So it's all good.
I mean, I wouldn't characterize it that way, but sure.
Well, I mean, that's what we had going on in the drone. It moved 1 meter. There's a meter stick there.
Sure.
It moved a meter. I mean, if you're uncertain that it actually moved a meter now, there's no point in carrying on with it.
I don't deny that colloquially we all agree that the frame of reference we're talking about is the one that's attached to the Earth, right? So if you want to say that's the actual frame of reference, sure, I can continue talking with that assumption, right? If
it's an assumption to you that if I move something from the beginning of a meter stick to the end that it moved a meter, if that's an assumption, I don't know. I don't.
That's not the assumption, right? The assumption is that the implicit frame of reference is the one that's attached to the Earth.
Well, that's the important one, right? Because if I start rotate, what if I throw a ball and I got five roundabouts spinning underneath it all at different speeds, and they're all going to come up with different lengths the ball traveled. It can't. That's irrelevant, isn't it?
No, I don't agree. But I mean, again, you admitted that's the one that you're concerned about, right? So I'm fine with whenever you say the real path for you to actually mean, or for me to interpret that as the path given the reference frame of the Earth, right? I'm fine with that.
Charlie, what if there's a plane flying through the air, right? There's a plane and it's flying in a great circle route, and I get on a merry-go-round underneath as the plane's doing it.
When you say it's flying in a circle, relative to what reference frame? Like what reference frame observing it creates a circle?
It's flying in a straight. It's just going straight across the sky in a straight line. And I get on a roundabout and I just start doing circles underneath it.
Okay, so when you say it's flying straight, I'm assuming you mean relative to the ground, right? Relative to the Earth.
It's fine. I've heard everything. You're just going down the classic Glober route. It's really not interesting where we don't know what's real and if the drone actually traveled a meter or not, right. Which path. Like, I don't know. It's fine.
Well, I mean, you might think that, right? But at least, I mean, heck, you can do this experiment even if the Earth is flat, right? Like, if it's flat, if it's a flat disk and it's rotating like a merry-go-round, right? Clearly, the path that a quote-unquote plane would trace out would look longer if you're on the rotating disk versus if you're off the disk just observing it, right? Like, it would look like it's different lengths, right? Can you at least admit that?
Whenever there's Coriolis involved, you'll have different lengths. You'll have a path where you can, like I said, you'll have a path where you can lead the object or not lead the object. Either way, they're both going to trace out different paths. So what?
No. You misunderstood my question or my point. My point was the same event given the same path. It traces out a different length depending on the frame of reference.
Yeah. I agree.
Right. Yeah, they're good. That's good.
But how far did the plane actually travel though? Through space, through 3D space. Which one do you think would be a better tool to use? The inertial or the non-inertial frame?
It depends on what we're talking about. If we're talking about space travel, I would think that the frame attached to space is probably better. If we're talking about land travel, then I would think the path traced with reference frames to the Earth would be better.
So the inertial frame.
Well, they're both inertial. I guess that's something that depends on if you're a Newtonian or Einsteinian. I think Newton would say that the Earth is not an inertial reference frame. Maybe I have that backwards.
It doesn't matter, dude. Whenever you can lead a target, especially in the scenarios in the merry-go-round, which is completely analogous to the globe, it's always shorter to lead the target. It's always a shorter path.
I mean, not if you're on the merry-go-round watching it, right? It's going to trace out a
Yeah, but that's
path.
irrelevant, though. That's not the actual path the plane took, because we know the inertial frame is the actual path. Because I can make it look like I could have multiple roundabouts going and make it look like it's all kinds of crazy speed. But in the meantime, we got a meter stick next to the drone, and we can see it's only moved the distance 1 meter, not 1,000 or 1,000,000 meters.
Sure. If by actual reference frame you mean the one attached to the ground, sure. I agree with you there. I have no disagreement on that.
I'm not interested, bro, honestly.
All right. I mean, you're the one who came to me with this.
Yeah, I just wanted to see what your response was. I've heard it. It's fine. We don't have to go down this road. It's you get the same stick all the other Glovers got. I know. Kind of disappointing. It's a really basic concept that the inertial frame is more relevant than the not inertial frame. So, anyways, what else we got? These guys don't want to hear this shit, believe me. I've been going over this for like 5 days now. That's why I asked to go to the other room earlier. I hear you, man. You don't know if what we traveled. It all depends on how you're looking at something. We don't know if I jump on a roundabout. We now don't know if the plane that's flying straight through the sky is actually doing loop-de-loop circles through the sky because you jumped on a roundabout. I know you don't know what's real at that point.
I'm sorry. I thought you didn't want to talk about it anymore.
I don't. That's why I don't want to talk about it.
I'm happy to continue talking about it, but I thought you didn't want to talk about it.
I don't. It's mad frustrating. It's fine.
But you keep talking about it.
It's weird. It's weird the way you guys think about this, but it's fine. We can just agree to disagree. What else we got, guys? Something else? You got any brain busters for us, Charlie?
I'm sorry, what?
You got anything new? What's new?
No, I'm trying to look up the section where Witz had claimed Tony got something wrong.
Oh my god, it's so petty. How about this? If we have 2 points in reality and we're about to travel to the one, we're at one, you're at one point and you're going to make it go to the other point. Is there always a?
You wanted to stop talking. I'm happy to continue talking about this, Jeremy, but you can't like.
No, this is something else. This is
Okay,
something else.
sure.
Yeah, no, this isn't that. This is something else.
Okay.
You got 2 points. We're trying to get to 1 point. We're going to move the 1 point closer to the other point. Is there always a halfway distance that from in between where the point is and the other point is?
I'm sorry. Repeat the question.
We're going to move 1 point to another point. Point A, we're going to move to point B.
Okay.
So when we move to point B, there's a halfway point, right?
Sure.
Okay. And would you agree that no matter where I'm traveling, like once I go to that halfway point, from A to B there's another halfway point, right?
Sure.
Do you think that ever ends? There's always before you get to the point, there's always a halfway point to the point, right?
No, I don't agree that that's the way it is.
You think we can get so close? Hold on. You think we can get so close that we're not there, but there's no halfway point?
Yes. I think that's possible. I think it's possible that there is like a minimum resolution to reality, for example. So like, but
Yeah, that's that shit. Armbar was talking about the resolution thing. Yeah.
I think that would be like I think it's called the Planck distance.
Planck
it's not
length,
confirmed. Yeah. It's not confirmed, right? It's just theoretically like it's consistent with quantum mechanics, but quantum mechanics does not predict it. But it is also possible that you are correct, that there is always a
Say I don't know. Who knows? Yeah. I mean, say you're 1 Planck length away. There's no halfway point. When you travel, say we were going to move that Planck length, do you teleport or like what do you think it looks like?
Yeah, I think that's possible.
Teleport. So we teleport everywhere.
I mean, it's possible. Yeah, sure. If you interpret it that way.
We're just teleporting every time we move.
I mean, I wouldn't call that any distinctly different than movement. Then you're basically saying you're uncomfortable with a number that we call position to increase in discrete steps, but you're totally comfortable with it increasing in continuous steps. I mean, to me, there's
I don't know.
Oh,
I don't know. It was just from some argument I was making from that paradox.
I mean, we see it with energies. Like energy isn't forever divisible, right? It gets to be discrete.
I mean, what does seeing have to do with the thing we were just talking about? Because we can't see the distance in between the two things.
What do you think happens in that scenario, Jeremy? Do you think distance is infinitely divisible?
I don't know. Because if not, if there's not always a halfway point, I mean, you're talking about like teleportation almost.
Okay, so if there was always a halfway point, right? How is it possible to reach anything?
I know. That's what I was arguing for. I had this goofy proof where couldn't go to the moon, and I used Zeno's paradox.
Right, but by that same argument, then when you stand up and move to the door, that you just prove the impossible, right? Because you shouldn't be able to move to the door.
Yeah, you can use it for anything, going from any location, any other location. Yeah.
Yeah.
I just thought it was funny. I would use it to go to the moon because they was always talking about math proves reality. It was kind of like a math doesn't prove reality thing. Because mathematically, would you agree that we could do it mathematically all day?
Actually, you can reach. So, are you familiar with the concept of convergent sums? It's basically like
You don't.
Like if I give you like a series of numbers, like 1 plus 1/2 plus 1/4 plus 1/8, right? And it goes on infinitely. You would think that it equals infinity, right?
I don't know. I've seen this on number file or something. Maybe TikTok or whatever. I'm familiar with this.
Right.
I can't remember what the number ends up equaling. What's the number end up equaling to?
Well, I think the one that I give you is infinite, right? But let me give you a different one. 1 plus 1/3 plus 1/6 plus 1/10 plus 1/15, right? You would think that that would be infinite, right? Because you're adding an infinite number of numbers, but it's actually equal to 2.
It'll only add up to 2.
Yep.
Yeah, no doubt.
What's
No
1
doubt.
plus reality?
1 plus what?
1 plus reality.
They're not familiar with reality, right? We didn't know. Once you start, they'll get me going again. So you don't think mathematically I could keep cutting a distance in half and just having the number?
Oh, mathematically, of course you can.
Yeah. So all right. So math, in this case, math doesn't equal reality because we know that we get places. So
Sure.
I feel like you were like didn't agree really.
Well, math doesn't say that the distances are continuous, right?
It just says there is a distance, and whenever there's a distance, you can always have it mathematically.
Sure.
Yeah.
I think I invented a new formula. Check this out. It's called reality plus 1. You know what that is? Reality plus 1?
What do you get?
Space time.
It checks out.
No?
Well, I
Yeah.
was telling Kosho that Kosho was like a shadow is 2D and a surface is 2D. I was like, boom, perfect. Add them up. You got 4D. You're all set.
Yeah, it's kind of like that. Yeah. Reality 3D plus 1. Fantasy. Yeah, I was cracking up. I was trying to change a gasket, which again didn't work for some reason. Yeah, I'm cursed. I have the gasket curse.
Gasket on what?
A generator. But
Like you
that's
tried
beside the
it and
point.
it leaked, or you just weren't successful at replacing it?
Well, to make a long story short, you're supposed to start these every 6 months to keep everything going. I didn't, and the gasket dried out and it's leaking. So I tried changing just the gasket, but somehow it didn't work. So now I got to change the whole piece, which I have, but it's going to take a long time. Another day. So what do you like? How do you think my formula is? Reality plus 1. You think it'll pass peer review?
I mean, reality is 3D. You add another one of that, you got 4D. Boom.
Bam. Got yourself space time. Now, maybe this fabric is bulletproof, Jeremy. You were looking for a bulletproof fabric, no? Maybe this is the one.
I'm telling you, man, that dragon skin was fire. I don't know about a 50 cal. They should have shot one at that because I remember the test, and I don't think they did pistols, firearms, rifles, and then they did a grenade. But I don't know if they should have shot the 50 at it. But it stood up to everything. I don't know what kind of ammo they were using too, though. That would definitely make a difference.
Yeah, I don't think there's no way it'll stop a 50 cal. So what happened to Rumpus? Got muted? He left? What happened?
Oh, he was very kind and respectful, and he was he didn't interrupt at all. He was just dropping very solid information, very mature, very centered, a lot of integrity.
Yeah,
I mean, he
sounds
was
about
just
right.
really a beaming light of inspiration. Someone we can all strive to emulate for a better tomorrow.
He didn't raise the hostility level of the room at all.
Yeah. I heard a lot of it, but not all of it. I didn't hear the end part, but I could only imagine.
Well, if anyone wanted to go back and clip something, it was something pretty interesting where, I mean, it wasn't interesting, it was a shit show, but he was basically, at one point, I mean, they were talking about the atmosphere spinning and stuff, and there was that topic. Then all of a sudden, Witsit came in, and he just got instantly triggered and was like, "Oh, well, Witsit's a liar because," or maybe he didn't say liar right away, but he said Witsit's unreliable because of this whole other thing with PhD Tony and this paper that was about the seismic waves, and so then it just went totally into that. And what was wild about it is that he was trying to say that he never called Witsit a liar, but Witsit said that he called him a liar. But then, because of that, Rumpus was calling him a liar. So, like, in terms of, I don't know if that even made sense the way I said it, but, like, in terms of, like, some ultimate contradiction, like, he's trying to say that that he never called Witsit a liar, but that Witsit's a liar because he said he called him a liar, but he never did call him a liar, and therefore he's calling him a liar.
Gotcha. Yeah, makes a lot of sense.
Pretty crazy. It was very weird. There was a lot of weird points.
Yeah, I was the one talking to him with about the Atmos, right, spinning. And yeah, I remember when Witsit came in and he got instantly triggered. Yeah, I remember that part.
I mean, all of this liar stuff. I mean, I realize we're talking about topics of like the government lying and deceptions about the globe and just the truth in general in today's world. So I realize it's part of the topics, but and we generally don't moderate as much for everyone, you know, for the attacks of people, other liars. But boy, it really does just get in the way of things because the minute that happens, you know, you're a liar, I'm a liar, that person's a liar. It just, and the thing is, well, the thing is that usually when someone does that, they don't really know for sure if the person's lying. So ironically, they're lying by calling the other person a liar because they don't really know for sure whether that person is intentionally deceiving, you know, or they might have just been mistaken or they might have the information. I don't know, but it really gets in the way of things. Maybe we should moderate for it more. I don't know, but I mean, it's kind of in the category of personal attack, but it really does lend to more shit shows, unfortunately.
Bro, you know, Rumpus just, he does this thing where he kind of insults you, but it's like low key. Like when he was calling Witsit unreliable. Like he does this like low key shit.
Yeah, and all that stuff is try to actual information.
Geo, you're robot.
Do a shit show, but for the most part, it just completely derails any productive conversation or anything that someone could learn from or continue. We could continue the research involved in it, whatever it may be. It just goes off into that territory. But yeah, Rumpus finds all the ways to slip it in there.
You were roboting for a sec for me, but you cleared up all at the end, so yeah, he slips it in all right. That's Kosho's boy. That's
I
your boy,
thought Blue
Kosho.
was his boy.
That's his boy.
He made a meme before. Blue, you're my boy. That was Kosho.
That was from old school.
Here's
That shit was hilarious.
I have a question for you, Odysee. If this conversation was listened to
Hold on
by,
a second, you're
you know,
roboting bad.
200 people. All right. Yeah, I'm driving. It's a little hilly area, so
Sounds good
I guess I'll
now.
just wait till I'm on it. All right. I was just gonna ask SE. Yeah, let me know if it robots again. It might, because these little hills here, I think it does this. No, I was just gonna ask SE, like, if this conversation was being listened to by, 10,000 people, 100,000 people, on a much larger scale, in your viewpoint, how much airtime do you feel like is worth giving to people that are asserting and pushing the globe? You know what I mean? Like, moving forward as humanity, like, how much is it worth banging on about the globe versus, discovering further truth or having further conversations about, tests or experiments or, some of the other topics? I was just curious, like, how much, in your viewpoint, if it was on a much larger stage, what value do you see in people just reasserting and pushing the globe model?
A good question. The value is there in the beginning for the people to hear the arguments, right? Because a lot of people haven't heard the arguments, like expressed, when they say Coriolis and the planes flying backwards and all this crazy stuff that they talk about. I think that needs to be heard, but yeah, but definitely limit like abusive talk and over talking and if that makes any sense.
Yeah, like, I don't know. I mean, like I said, I've gotten to the point where I'm at now from all this. So, like, but is it necessary though? I mean, for us, maybe not. For the new
Yeah, we're
people,
jaded. Us, we're jaded, bro. Don't look at us. He asked a specific question. If going forward, if you have an audience of 10,000 people, yeah, you got to explain this stuff. Of course. I mean,
how much
the
airtime
stuff
do you
we
give the
know.
rumpus?
No,
There's
no,
300
not Rumpus style. No, definitely not like that. No, no.
Kosho or something.
Yeah, Kosho, definitely. Yeah.
Kosho's
Kosho's
your
Tom.
favorite Glober's favorite Glober.
No, well, look, Kosho will go on and on. He'll make up crazy stuff, right? But like I said, it needs to be heard. And at least Kosho he keeps calm. He's polite. He has his good points.
We're always going to be banging on with the globe, Gio.
Not necessarily, though. Not
Maybe not.
necessarily.
Yeah.
Because if you get big and everybody knows what the platform is, and everybody learns the basics, straight,
I mean, like,
horizontal, level, humps, drops. Once you go through all that Coriolis, all that stuff, then you can really get into the nitty gritty, more in-depth combos. Yeah.
If we did a test and some definitive shit, everyone agreed that water's not curving. Like, do we really need to? Is there any reason to keep banging on with the globe? I mean,
we can have different things, like we can have the pendulum test, which it wants to do. We can bring Bev over. He can go explain the ABCs of geometry with the whiteboard, right? He can do a presentation. We can have Rakia come in and talk about auto levels and how we level stuff. And, there's so many things. Like, hands-on that we have people here, right?
Oh hell yeah! I'm trying to get
hands-on.
Rakia. I'm trying to get Rakia to point fucking auto levels at stars and get on planes and shit. I need him skydiving with a theodolite. I think at one point we had him.
Yeah, we'll save that for the weird Yank. What's his name? Weird Al Yankovic hour. Yeah. But you got to understand the stuff that we know, the stuff that we talk about on a daily basis. This is foreign language to most people. You know what I'm saying?
I know. Even to some of these people, like their own spherical geometry thing earlier. Like I don't know, man.
Bro,
It's pretty
spherical
pretty clear.
diameters, bro. Curving diameters. I mean, Jesus, Murphy. But people need to hear that, right? If you're good in math and you've done trig and you know your stuff, and you hear this, you're gonna say, "What? Did he just say a diameter curves?" Yeah.
He said it was a gracer. He was clearly wrong on that. That's fine.
Yeah.
But the overarching point was that there is none of that spherical geometry. It's 2D geometry. Once you leave the surface, it all happens on the surface. Once you leave the surface, it's no longer 2D in their minds.
Yeah. Well, they can hold two simultaneous thoughts, like two different thoughts. I mean, simultaneously in their mind at the same time. Dialetheism, two truths. That's their game. That's what they do. The funny thing is, maybe they don't realize it, some of them. I'm sure some of them do, right? Like Kosho. Kosho is smart as hell, right? So Kosho knows what he's talking about. But some of them, I wonder if they really believe it, you know? Like, how can you believe in perpendicular, right? And then say, well, I can have a plumb bob over there and a plumb bob a mile over there, and they're not parallel. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, these things it's just, it can't happen. So yeah, stuff like that, like contradictions. Hope I don't get blue triggered. Like gas pressure without a container next to a vacuum. You know, stuff like that. Get them introduced. Like tell them, hey, you know, Jupiter is a gas giant planet in a vacuum. Like just hearing that, right? It's like insane. It's like an insanity. It's like that can't happen. Jupiter cannot exist the way they say it is. It's just physically impossible, you know? Anyways, I don't want to get started now.
Just out of curiosity, SE, what do you think Jupiter is?
I don't know, bro. That's a good point. I have no idea. But I know what it cannot be. It cannot be a gas sphere in a vacuum. That I'm certain of, Left Lane.
But we look up there at it. We see that it's a sphere. We see the atmosphere moving around in multiple directions. So it must be some fluid. And then they say it's gas, which is a fluid. We see it, we witness it, observe it, measure it. So why would you say that it can't exist when we look at it and see it existing?
Well, I've looked at it myself. I filmed it. And like with the limited thing that I can see, right? It looks like a round, it looks like a circle, and it looks like it has these 4 lights that are with it.
Yeah.
Yeah, the moons. Well, they say there's like 60 of them or whatever, yeah. But really, do you really know that? And how do you know that it's a gas ball in a vacuum? that defies all known physics, defies all known logic.
It's just the way that it's seen. And all you have to incorporate into that is gravity, and it explains it.
Well, it might explain it to you, right? The weakest force, quote unquote, right?
Yeah.
And if you think that that is an explanation just by saying gravity, I mean, for me, it just doesn't do it. I mean, it's not logical.
Yeah. Well, yeah, I do. Yeah, I don't want to argue about it at all. I just conversing, you know.
No, I hear you, and I know your explanation, gravity. I understand that. It's just that you can't reproduce it, right? The only thing that you can do is say, look, that thing is so many million miles away. Look, that's what I mean. And you know, there's no way you can go there and verify it, right? So, I mean,
Hey, I
Well,
was
left
thinking
lane
like,
oh, go ahead.
no, you're good. Go ahead.
Well, I was just gonna say, as another explanation, left lane. I mean, in terms of something like Jupiter, I mean, like sonoluminescence is a very real thing that can be done in a laboratory, where essentially there's like a pressurized air bubble, and then there's like a sound wave that's emitted within the air bubble, and it emits light. That's why they call it a star in a jar, and it looks very similar to a star. And you mentioned Jupiter. Now, I know that you're coming from the explanation of what the mainstream heliocentric model is going to say that Jupiter is, you know, thousands and thousands of light of miles out there, and it's a big gas giant kind of thing. But what about like another perspective that it's a bubble orb, a luminous bubble orb in a liquid? So if there is a liquid up there of some sort, superfluid or some kind of a fluid of some sort, and that something like Jupiter could be a air bubble of sorts, if you want to call that a sphere or a circle, whatever you might want to refer to that as, some kind of a gap or an opening in the field in which a sound wave is vibrating, and then that sound wave, just like sonoluminescence, is vibrating within that bubble, which is then emitting light. So you have a circle or spherical-like looking luminary that is within some kind of a bubble, just like in sonoluminescence, and it's emitting light. So just from what we observed down here, from that explanation I just gave, is there any way that you can delineate between what I just, suggested as a speculation of what it could be versus the heliocentric model explanation? Like, are you open to a whole other explanation, like something like I just gave, that still fits with the observations, but differs from the heliocentric explanation?
Well, the sonoluminescence, from what I understand, is a cavitation and that collapses like a pocket of cavitation, which is a pressure lower than the vapor pressure of the substance that it is. It's water that's got a vapor pressure, which at a certain low pressure it turns to gas, which is cavitation, and that bubble collapsing on itself created that sonoluminescence, which is a very interesting reaction. But it's instantaneous. It happens and it's over, kind of thing. I don't know how you would sustain that situation, that it would just, be luminous in a continuous fashion, that we could equate that to what I see up in the sky that looks like a sphere,
You realize they can sustain it indefinitely, the star in the jar thing, right?
No, I haven't seen that. I'd like to see that.
Are you talking about a fuser?
But be sustained sonoluminescence?
Yeah.
Look it up.
Are you talking about a fuser? Those are also called star in a jar. Diffusers can be sustained, but they run off the mechanism that we claim the sun is. So it's just a fusion reactor.
So you guys believe, let's get this straight, Jupiter is a giant mass of gas that has more than all the mass of all the other planets, and it has different bands of gas swirling in different directions, some of them circular for 300 years, may I add. In a vacuum, this is what you believe.
Yeah, I like the Earth.
Yeah.
Okay, just checking. Okay. Like, surely,
Yeah.
no way that you could have came up with this on your own, right? If somebody hadn't have told you this, there's no way you would have looked up in the sky and came up with this idea, right? Surely.
I don't think so. No.
Wait, how would they possibly know that all the way down to the radius of Jupiter is all gas?
They don't necessarily know that. There's hypothesis that there's metallic hydrogen in there, but I think so. That'd be an example of something that is, there's differing opinions. But I think the common assumption, or the safest assumption, is that there's solid helium, metallic hydrogen. But I wouldn't know.
And how would they even know how, like, 5 miles down is gas?
They can you can acquire the the composition of Jupiter, and I forgot that satellite that went there, Juno. Was it? No, it wasn't Juno. I forget, but yeah, they have an idea of what the composition of it is. I don't know how accurate it is, but
So one thing I do find interesting, I forgot the name of the satellite, but they say they saw a satellite way out in space a while back, and that its path was anomalous and couldn't be explained with relativity within heliocentric model. And I was thinking, like, well, like, I don't believe anything they're saying, but, like, why would they come out and say, like, look, our satellite doesn't work with our relativity and heliocentric model prediction? Because they say it's an anomalous path. I forgot the name of it.
Pioneer anomaly.
What was it?
you know what it was called?
It's the Pioneer anomaly.
Yeah, maybe that's it. Yeah.
It was resolved with the radioactivity from the plutonium heat source.
Oh, you told me about this. I think you told me about this a while ago.
Yeah, maybe.
Yeah. So what I was gonna ask a second ago, because I didn't get any type of answer as to how they know Jupiter's gas. I guess the satellite magically figured it out or whatever. I was just gonna say, so, like, if gravity's true, right? Like, on a fundamental level, like our idea of gravity, then every single place that there is mass, we should have gravity, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So, like, when we find places with mass and no gravity, like, I don't understand. Like quantum mechanics, we have mass there, right? According to the particle physics interpretation, we have mass on the quantum level that doesn't show signs of gravity. Is the claim just that then, since there's so many other stronger forces that you just can't detect it?
That's what I've heard.
Yeah, so that's kind of convenient, right? So, like, the entire model of gravity is basically that. It's like, it's this cloaked idea that something else is there, but you just can't find it, basically. That's why when we get in this discussion, the only thing people can bring up is, like, freaking Cavendish. Like, for it to be 2023 and people bring up something done in, like, that long ago, and that's all they can bring up, it's kind of insane. We should be able to do, like, tons of things to show gravity.
Well, I mean, they've shown other gravitational effects, like without going into that too much. I was just going to say though about the 36 orders of magnitude thing.
Yeah,
I know orders of magnitude is specifically in a relationship between, like, two protons, for example, two protons being in close proximity. I know that's the force. That's the difference between the forces between the repulsion that would be between them because of electromagnetic force and the gravitational attraction. But I'm thinking 36 orders of magnitude is much smaller than some of our most precise measurements. So it does make sense if that's true that it's outside the range of what we can currently measure.
Mm.
At scale.
Yeah, gravity's nowhere to be found. I mean, that's why people are revamping it, right? I mean, there's a ton of people proposing like modified Newtonian dynamic theories, but the galaxy clusters kind of debunk that idea as well. But yeah, I just find it interesting, right? It's like people are so sure of gravity, but like in reality, just because if the Earth's a ball and all these balls are moving around each other, like something like gravity has to exist. That's pretty much it. I mean, like we talk about gravitational lensing. I found the other day that there are huge gravitational lensing anomalies that don't match relativity's prediction at all.
I'm kidding. I wish Chronic was here because that's what he does specifically. But can you think of any examples, or do you remember any examples?
I can drop a paper when I finish making my food.
That's cool. You know, that's what Chronic does specifically, or at least that's the method he. Well, I don't know if he's still doing it, but he was using for. He was using for exoplanet finding.
Exoplanet? Don't make me laugh. You mean pixels?
No, he doesn't use that pixel thing.
Hey, you think the picture I dropped there on Jupiter, that spot on top there, you think that's legit?
Like a real picture of the image?
Forget the one I posted with Mickey Mouse making fun. The other one, which I think that's a NASA one, showing that light show, whatever that is on the top there. You think that's legit or what?
Yeah, it's probably real.
So, what do you think that is?
An aurora borealis? It's northern lights?
On Jupiter.
Uh-huh.
Okay. You guys will believe anything, man.
What, I don't understand. What would it be?
To me, it looks like a cartoon. Like I can't believe anybody would look at that and say that looks legit.
It happens on Earth. I don't know if that's
Like
what
that?
it is, but that's my guess. I don't know.
So we have a gas planet in a vacuum with an aurora borealis.
I don't think it would be called aurora borealis, but yeah, sure, yeah. I think it's probably. I think it's got a much greater magnetic field than we do. I mean, obviously it's greater, but I mean comparatively. Yeah, I'm seeing here that their magnetic field is 20,000 times stronger than ours.
How do
It's
we
also
know it has a
tilted at
magnetic field?
It's tilted at 9 degrees as well, which kind of fits that image you showed.
How do we know it has a magnetic field?
I'm sure measuring it, most likely.
We measured the magnetic field on Jupiter?
I'm sure that was one of the instruments that were. I think it was Juno. But I could be wrong. Juno, I think it was called. But yeah, I think a part of that craft, there was all sorts of instruments.
You guys are so easy, man. You're so easy.
You try to try to trick me. You think it's easy to trick me, right? NASA's tricking me. Let's see if you can trick me.
I don't have to. They did it already.
I mean, it's so easy.
Well, you believe you're traveling at 1.5 million miles an hour right now, right?
In reference to what?
To the cosmic background radiation.
I don't know. Is that true? Maybe. I didn't
That's
believe
your
that 'cause I
model.
didn't know that. I didn't know that.
It's okay. No worries. So if that's what your model says, you believe that, right?
I'd have to see that claim. I can tell you how fast we're moving in reference to Andromeda Galaxy.
So you never heard that you're moving, that the claim of your model is that you're traveling at 1.5 million miles an hour right now.
In reference to something, maybe. I mean, I've heard in reference to Andromeda. Like I said, I don't just hear things and repeat them. I'll understand things and I'll express them if I understand them. I understand us being moving in reference to Andromeda, but any speed beyond that, if I've ever heard it, I hadn't retained it.
Okay, up to what speed have you heard?
Andromeda, I heard we're headed towards Andromeda about 1,000,000 miles per hour, something like that.
Okay, so you believe we're traveling at 1,000,000 miles an hour at least right now.
In reference to Andromeda, yes, I think so.
Yeah. You see, now that to me that means you've been fooled. No disrespect, right? But you said you can't be fooled. I think you were fooled there, personally.
Why do you say that?
Million
You don't
miles
think we're
an
moving
hour?
towards Andromeda, right?
The fastest I've been, I think it's in a GTO, or was it a 369? It was a Chevelle, and it was damn fast, bro. But it wasn't nowhere near any million. It was like 180 or something. I think we reached.
All right, that's cool.
And I was like, stuck to my seat. He said, "Try to get the newspaper off the." Couldn't do it off the dash.
Were you accelerating?
Mm-hmm.
You weren't moving at a constant. You weren't moving at a constant velocity. If you're moving at a constant velocity, you could have easily pulled the newspaper off the thing.
Right. I was waiting for you to say that. So 1,000,000 miles an hour, you think you can travel? Well, by your own model, it's not constant. Let's get that straight right off the bat.
That's true.
Okay, so that takes away what you just said, constant, right?
Yeah, but then we can talk about what we really need to talk about, which is the acceleration. But then I think you're going to find that it's a lot worse than you think when you try to compare the acceleration between what you imagine it to be.
It's not about acceleration. It's about you believe that you're traveling at 1,000,000 miles an hour. Where I say, I'm in my living room right now, sitting on my couch. I'm not moving.
Relative to your couch, you're not.
I better not be.
So in your Jeep, if I took this 1917 infield of mine and fired a 30-06 round over your head, what would your speed in that Jeep have been relative to that bullet that went zooming over the top of you?
Damn, Blue, you're getting quite feisty this evening.
I'm just asking. Because speed is relative.
So I don't know if I should answer that question. I
would answer if I were you,
to my
man.
health.
Hey, don't worry. I'm highly trained. I won't hit you. Believe me, I'll shoot over you.
So you're saying You're saying now that I'm stationary relative to my chair. You said, right, Blue? So
Yeah.
what am I moving relative to right now? I'm
Well,
inclined.
Right now, relative to your chair, you're not moving. Your chair is not moving relative to the room it's in. The room's not moving relative to the piece of land your house is on.
Okay, continue.
We can just keep going. Now, if you want to talk about the rotation of the Earth, yes, relative to something stationary out in space, you're moving, you're rotating.
So that's one motion that I'm not feeling.
Right.
And the next one is the Earth moving around the sun.
Okay.
Right, in your model, that's another motion.
Yeah.
Which is also not constant.
Yeah, it's pretty
Correct?
constant. It's pretty constant.
Pretty, but not, not constant.
Well, orbits are elliptical, so they're not.
Okay, so we're up to 2 not constant motions.
They're not constant, but okay.
So now we're up to what, 66,000 miles an hour at this point?
Relative to something or the other.
Okay, and then what's the next motion?
Oh, just keep going. So you know all these.
Exactly, but it gets ridiculous and ridiculous. Then the solar system revolves, then the galaxy revolves, then there's clusters of galaxy and they revolve, and those clusters make bigger clusters and they revolve.
Yeah.
Then there's superclusters and they all revolve around the great attractor, right?
And
we don't feel any of this.
Why would you?
Exactly.
Why
This
would
is,
you?
and you're telling me you haven't been fooled. Like,
No, I've not been fooled. Have you taken the time to try to calculate the centripetal or centrifugal force associated with the Earth's rotation or the Earth's orbit around the sun?
I have the I'm trying to find the numbers I'll pull it up for you. Because SE actually made a meme a while ago, or showed me a meme, and I appended the meme. Hold on.
Yeah, that's right. Good point. Which it makes a good point. Not only can't we not feel it, we can detect it with the finest instruments. Yep, exactly. I always ask them, how would we be able to detect all this stuff? But they say, well, we can't. We can't feel it. You're crazy to think that we can feel like 11 vectors and millions of miles and all this stuff. We can't feel that.
You understand? You never feel 11 vectors. They
Unless
interact
you're
together.
exploding, yes, you can, but you have to explode in order to do it.
Okay, guys. I mean, okay. We're stationary. We can't feel it, but we're traveling at 1.5 million miles an hour. Got it.
As long as we're on the same page.
Yeah, sounds legit. Like, have you ever really thought this through and said, wait a minute, man, it's just something doesn't sound right here? Have you ever actually said that? Like, just like me, Blue, I imagine, and Kosher, like you guys, probably the fastest you've ever been is like 600-700 miles an hour. Maybe one of you flown on a military plane a bit faster. But tops, even if you're like a top crack pilot, maybe you've flown 3,000-4,000 miles an hour. Tops, right? And you had to have special aircraft with heat shields, and this would burn and that would melt, and watch this and be careful of that. And you're telling me 1,000,000 miles an hour, you believe that you're traveling right now? Come on, guys, man. Use some logic.
I did. Works out fine.
Mathematically, it works out. Right, Blue?
Works out fine practically, mathematically.
How practically? How?
What would stop us from doing that, Issy?
Well, what would even start you to imagine that you can do that, Blue?
What do you think is the limiting factor here?
Logic?
You're traveling through a medium that has no substance in it, so there's no friction, so there's no heating. What would stop you from moving at any speed you want to move at?
No, I'm giving you the speed.
I understand your concern with moving through the atmosphere and the friction of the air that you're traveling through. I understand that. We're not, but the Earth's not moving through an atmosphere. Moving
I
through
didn't say
space.
that. Yeah, okay. I can give you the frictionless motion that you're talking about, right? But we're talking about these crazy speeds. And even before, you guys were saying that, no, there still is atmosphere, atmos out there. Remember you guys were saying that?
Yeah, well, there's a little bit of material present everywhere.
Right. So that would be like a little bit of a problem, right?
If you bump into a gas molecule every few kilometers, I don't really think it's going to hurt us too much.
How about 1.5 million miles an hour?
Again, I don't see where the problem is.
Say you ran into a pebble at 1.5 million miles an hour. You know what that would do? Blue, you're not thinking critical, bro.
Yeah, we call those things meteorites or meteors.
Yeah, they blow holes in the ground if they hit a big one.
Yeah.
Man.
The little ones hit our atmosphere and burn up.
I guess you guys, you want to believe in this thing so much that you're just going to convince yourself of these like physical things that are like, for most of us, unimaginable, you know? For me anyway, speaking for myself.
Don't limit yourself.
God damn, Kosho's still going. Been logged off hours ago.
I just got back.
What you did today on this fine Saturday?
I helped my friend train the dog.
Kosho's the type to train dogs and bitches.
You know it.
So are we still discussing spherical geometry, or has the topic actually moved on?
No, we buried that. Now they're traveling at millions of miles an hour without feeling a thing.
I wanted to correct that. I looked it up and it says we're only traveling 250,000 miles towards Andromeda. So I don't know. We probably are moving as fast as you claim, in reference to something greater or the microwave cosmic background. But yeah, I just want to correct what I said.
I've heard ranges from 1.3 to 1.5 million miles per hour.
Let me ask you, when you added them together, is that just because you added these values together?
I didn't add them. When I was adding, I reached up to 4 million miles an hour. I was adding the Super Latakia galaxies, and I have them written down. I forget.
Yeah, but you don't do that, though. Some cases you'd be subtracting. In some cases, they wouldn't even be consequential, because that's not how when you're talking about velocity or movement, you add the vectors together, they're going to, like, when you add vectors together, they're obviously not always the same direction.
You know what else I found while researching this? Another paradox, another ridiculous thing. Where's the center of your galaxy, Kosho?
center of mass or the center location? What do you mean? The
Does the
Sagittarius
galaxy
A.
have a center?
Yeah, well, they consider Sagittarius A, that supermassive black hole, to be the center, but I wouldn't know if that's exactly the center of mass, and I probably wouldn't even be the center location either. But I
Okay,
know
how about the
we call it the
universe?
center because that's what everything's orbiting around.
Okay, how about the universe? Does a universe have a center?
No, not our universe. That I know.
No. How is that possible?
All locations, all positions, or have been expanded. So everything in the universe has space that has been expanding. So they have it everywhere. So it's not really a center location to describe.
So you had a big bang. Let's get this straight. You had a big bang that started in one location.
Yeah.
And it
Small
banged.
enough region, yeah.
Right, but there's no center point where that happened.
No, I don't think so.
Okay, it's another. Like, tell me you haven't been fooled when you make that statement. Tell me.
I mean, that's what the evidence suggests. Obviously, nobody was there during the Big Bang, but they have plenty of corroborating evidence suggests that that things even back to that scale, they have somewhat accurate knowledge about. Of course, they get things wrong, like the galaxies that you're always on about, but they get evidence that they're right as well. The CMB was actually one of the first evidences that it was the predicted temperature.
Yeah, but how could a bang not have a center? How could a center point of creation not have a center?
Bang. It was an expansion.
Big Bang wasn't a bang? Okay, what was it?
An expansion.
From a single point, no? From a single inconceivable
not a single point. That's an assumption. I don't necessarily think that it's true. Perhaps it was a single point, but that's an assumption. But it was a small enough region of volume of space. I just wouldn't go as far to call it a point.
Okay, but your point is not comfortable for you. Okay, a single area, one concentrated spot. How's that?
Yeah, volume, yeah.
Okay, and it banged at that one spot, right?
Started expanding, yeah, but the expansion rate hasn't always been the same, and also there's evidence to suggest that it wasn't even equal in all areas, but still, yes.
But there still should be like a center point of expansion, as you put it. If you don't want to call it a bang, it had to have expanded from that beginning point, right? Or spot or area or circle, whatever you want to call it.
Maybe. I don't think so, though. You have to remember there's no space outside of this space, supposedly, so it's not gonna, like, when you're just, okay, let's say you have a ball in your hand and someone says, where's the center of the ball, right? There's a certain volume the ball's taken up, but really that ball exists in the construct around it. So you can describe, the center of it in reference to all of the space or whatever. But I imagine if all the space was only like in that amount of volume, I don't know if it's, I don't know if you can describe there being edges or centers or anything like that.
Hey, first of all, if we took a basketball and kept expanding it bigger and bigger, it'd have a center point. And
yeah.
for second of all, there is a thing outside space. It's called outer space. You have to have an area to expand another area into.
Oh, here we go.
No, you don't.
You know, can you give me an example of that? Maybe we'll do some clickbait titles there.
No.
Oh, we're gonna go from no center to nowhere to expand into. This is great. Sorry, Blue. Sorry. Go on.
Well, oh my bad. I see. If you wanted to keep going with that, go ahead.
No. I mean, come on. Everybody knows there has to be a center. Everybody knows there has to be a center. Now let them tell us. They said there's no center. Now let them tell us now that it expands into nothing. Go ahead.
I didn't say
So
it
the
expands
area.
It
into
doesn't make
nothing.
any sense. They
I
said
didn't
that
say it
there's a big.
expands into.
They
Go
said
ahead.
there's a big bang where everything was at a point,
Yeah.
and then it expanded outwards from that point. And if it's a three-dimensional in 3 dimensions of space, and there's a singular point, and then it expands from that point would by definition be the center of the expansion, would it not?
And first of all of the space expanded, and second of all, the point part of it is kind of an assumption, and it gets expressed that way even by, you know, the NASA at times. Different people will express it that way, but that's not necessarily, you know, what the theory is. At least not currently, because it's not. That's just an extrapolation, baby. It's just like a assumptive, you know, like an assumptive conclusion. If you follow, it's like if you're going to assume that things kept expanding, then you know you could go back to a single point. But I know that that's not the. That's
Tried
not
and
how.
true.
Yeah, but I even people in the field, they don't express it that way. Being careful, that, you know, to a single point. But regardless, they have expressed like the size, and I've heard people express like less than less than a nucleus size of a nucleus or something like that. And then there's something else you said. Oh yeah, the space expanding.
So you're saying
So what?
some people theorize that everything that ever existed at some point in time existed all within a size less than a nucleus of an atom? Is that what you're telling me?
I think that's what I've heard.
That's
To be
absurd.
whatever the size is, yeah. Don't be say that, but also the space expanding into nothingness. It's not that it's expanding into nothing. It's that there's all the space that exists, all the stuff that exists in our paradigm exists within the universe, and the space that we're talking about expanding is all the space that there is. So it's not that it's expanding into nothing. It's expanding, and there's, you know, there's I guess nothing, but there's nothing. The space that's being created is the new space. It's not like it was expanding into and it's taking up this space that was already there, this other space. It
Yeah,
is
well,
it's the only space.
that's right. Saying that it's expanding into something implies that there is something on the other side of the universe. No, it isn't.
Okay, so it
Where
expands
is it?
into. Okay, so you're saying that the place that it expands into, there's nothing there.
It doesn't expand into anything.
Now, if you have something expanding, it has to expand outward, right, into a new area. So there needs to be an area for it to expand into, because if there's not an area, you can't expand.
You had it going, Kosho. Try again.
Well,
You have a.
gonna
Oh,
say,
are you? Go ahead.
I was just gonna inform. I've said this to you before, though, Jeremy. Also about like if this universe is like if the start point of the universe was at the Big Bang, then we'll also say time started at this point, and you know, asking the question what happened before time. You know, before that is like the same kind of question as like what's the universe expanding into, because time increases. Like it went from being 0 to being 1 second to being like 14 billion years, and time's increasing, but it doesn't have to be taking from anything to do that. It doesn't have to be increasing into some, you know, greater time or something. It's just the time is happening. You know, it's being added consecutively, right? Successively.
Okay. So I don't know what your non sequitur thing you're talking about with time was. We're talking about area. This is a geometrical thing now. In order to make an area bigger, there has to be an area for it to go into, right?
In our everyday life, sure.
Yeah.
In reality,
We're not talking about that.
In reality,
The time thing didn't seem very analogous to the space thing, to be honest. I'd have to agree with Jeremy.
it's absolute red herring.
It's not even that it's analogous.
Derailment.
It's almost like it's almost like the second side of the coin, because technically it was space time that was you know, that started at this time. So if there was no time before that, Like if time started at that point, which is may or may not be true, it is something that you can conceptualize. Like you can conceptualize a start point, and
Well,
yeah,
I agree with
if
you
we
on
now
that,
have
Osho. If time is a sequence of events and there was a first event that had to happen, then no events happened before that, therefore no time. I completely understand that. But it doesn't really address the point of expanding of a area. Like if I said that I expanded my background by 300 square meters, right? My backyard by 300 square meters, I had to then go and put a fence around 300 square meters of space that already previously existed there.
that's right. You're not in the business of creating space. You are just occupying space or delegating space. But we're talking about in this effort. We don't. That's why we call it dark energy, because we don't even know. We don't understand this mechanism. We just observe it, right? And so as far as we like the observation leads us to believe that this is what's happening. That the space itself is expanding.
Coach, are you trying
What
to
if
make a volume bigger?
can I ask a question
Go.
real quick?
Go.
What if there's no expansion whatsoever, and that all the objects are actually still in the same place, and that the redshift is actually just a property of the light coming from the medium above, and that you misinterpreted the redshift to mean that it's expanding when in actuality the light just does that when it propagates from the sky?
That's interesting. That's an interesting idea. Yeah.
There's
I
many different
have to consider it.
interpretations you could take. Yeah, you could take space. You could say space is expanding, or you could say that things are actually moving that fast, or you could say the thing you just said, which was neat. Yeah, that's actually something Grimm believes that has to do with plasmoids or something. Yeah.
Yeah, but then that would okay. So, like I said, that in some cases, yeah, that would because that's the way that it's like a line. Like the further away something is, the more redshifted it is, right? So that's why we think that um, that's why we think it's expanding, uh, and it's been expanding, in every location.
Dude,
I'd have
this
to
is
think about
something.
what you said though, Noah, to really give a response to it because I haven't had time to think about it.
The expansion was just another ad hoc thing because you had to save relativity. Oh my God, things can't be moving faster than the speed of light. Quick, think of something.
The expansion was long before what? Hubble's
We got
Hubble
these
first.
redshift numbers before relativity.
No, not before relativity, but before like I don't understand why it would save it. Actually, I think didn't that
Because
cause
if things
Einstein to
are,
take it caused Einstein to take out the lambda in the
it
equation,
saves
didn't it?
it. It saves it because if you have things moving faster than the speed of light, which is happening because in this redshift, then how much Einstein do you have left?
Hey, dude, you're jumping all over the map, dude, because the expansion of space was way before they determined that things were moving faster than the speed of light. The things, and by the way, that's not that things are moving faster than the speed of light. They see the most distant galaxies that we can now currently see, which I don't think Hubble had access to. Those are calculated to be traveling faster or moving away from us faster than their light could reach us. But they're not technically traveling from us, but the space in between us is just being created.
Yeah, I'm just thinking like from a FE perspective, say everything is a lot closer, like thousands of miles, not millions of light years, and that nothing is expanding, and that we're getting these like super magnified telescopes and looking at this medium, and we're looking at these objects and we're saying like, oh, it must be this size and this distance away. But all we have is ratios. We don't actually know this. Like the size of one thing is based off what we think the size of something else is, based off of what you think the size of something else is. So if everything's a lot smaller, you would just have to change one of the things, and then everything else would kind of fall into place with its, I guess, proportions and such. What do you think about that, Kosho? that we're looking
Well, no, but
through.
that's not entirely true.
Okay,
Sorry, go ahead.
let me rephrase my question. That instead of looking at something really far away, we're actually looking at something closer up, but we're looking at it in finer detail. Do you kind of get that?
Yeah, I heard you say this the other night, and I heard you talk like what you just said also about the ratios. That's true to some extent in some in like in regards to the planets. Like if we just use the planets and the sun, it's true that there's a ratio between them, and if the only thing we have to go off of is like one measurement, and then we're basing that all the rest of them off that in the ratio, then that could be the case. But that's not the case because we have other means of measuring them. And when it comes to stars and distant galaxies and stuff, we don't just have we can't even use parallax at that point. Like the type 1A supernova method, I'm pretty sure that's based off of the energy that event would give, and that the range of energy that would be is like it's known not just because of observations, but because of the what actually creates that event. Like I'm pretty sure it's one. Isn't it one supernova that's like a neutron star being sucked up by a black hole, or a type of star being sucked up by a black hole or something? I forget the exact event, but it's a supernova that's predictable. The amount of energy output it is, and it's based on what actually is creating that event.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying though. Like, say you think that you're looking at like this light years, or you're looking at something that's light years away, that's like millions of miles in diameter, but like, what if it's actually just the size of an apple? What if there's just like some sort of chemical reaction happening in the firmament, and like it's this chemical reaction is happening, and the chemical reaction in its entirety is literally the size of an apple. It can fit in your hand, but you're zooming in on it with such magnification that you're getting all these details, and you're thinking like, yeah, dude, these are like planets and stuff, when it could just be little rocks. Like I don't know.
It's interesting. Give me a second.
These are the kind of people, Michikaku, that mess up people's minds, you know? Like if you hear this guy talk, it's like listening to a 4-year-old make up a mythical story about
I think
places
they're
he's
so.
been.
Yo, real
feel
quick
like
on what Noah said. That was neat, but it's all about the interpretation, right? Of what we're seeing.
Yeah, yeah.
right, like who's to say that it's closer and smaller instead of farther and bigger? Because all we get is observations.
Yeah, I was just thinking that it's almost like interpreting like a painting. You know, like if you see a painting and people are gonna have different interpretations, you know, especially if they're only looking at it from afar, you know, oh, they used watercolors or they used pastel paints or, you know, different descriptions of it and interpretations. So what we're seeing in the sky is, in a way, could almost be seen in a similar way. Like we're seeing light and that light is moving and it's doing things and it's able to be observed from here. And then what's the interpretation that's being put on that? Like their whole model in astrophysics comes down to an interpretation, and then models that they claim are connected to the phenomenon. They're all built upon that, but
Okay, so we can agree that Stephen Hawking was full of shit.
I wouldn't put it that way, but yeah, fantasy. All fantasy. Like this Michio Kaku dude. You listen to this guy speak, every word that comes out of his mouth is a made up thing. Just about every word except the, it, and.
What's the origin of this astrophysics delusions? There's nothing in nature that, well, okay, we do have beliefs. Who's making this stuff up?
Well, that was centuries and centuries in the making. People looking up, seeing stars, seeing stuff that everybody sees, and then just coming up with theories. Like Gio said, you see a painting and you make up a story. Well, this is that, and this. Oh, look at that, and look at that swirl, and wow,
It's
look
like
at this. Yeah.
it's like the example I like to use with the clock on the wall. Like there's a clock on the wall, we can see the clock moving. It's dials, you know, 2 hands. You could put 3 hands, whatever you want. You can't see the inside of the clock or anything. You don't know how. You can make up all kinds of stories about how it works and what it is and shit, but you can never go touch it or see it or anything. So you just have to say, oh, I think it's gears turning the clock. Someone else can say, I think it's a pendulum. Someone else can think, I think it's the oscillation of the cesium atom, and we can all have our stories about how this clock ticks, but no one can go check it, verify it, see it.
Perfect analogy. Perfect. Yeah. I always say you look at the sky.
Hey,
It's like a
Jeremy,
gear.
can I use that analogy? Do you hear me? Hey, Jeremy, can I use that clock face analogy?
I think he charges royalties for per usage.
I think with a little ingenuity, and you studied it, and you wanted to, you could look at that clock, see what it's doing, and you could build one with stuff that you've got available, make it work.
How you can't touch it. You can't look
No, I
behind
just see
it.
what it's doing. I just see that hand's moving like that, and that hand's moving like that. I could observe it and see what it's doing with a little mechanical ingenuity and raw materials, you know, machining, whatever. Yeah, I could probably make something that works like it.
When did you make a universe?
I'm talking about the clock.
Yeah, but how's it analogous to the universe?
Well, that's there you go.
How could we make for Jeremy's point, it makes sense, right? You just look at the clock and you're like, hey, I'm going to predict the clock. It's just a cycle. But you don't make a universe. Show me someone
Well,
that did a mechanical
it's not
model of a universe.
Yeah, it's not making it. It's observing it, taking the way things work as best that you know, and trying to apply that knowledge to what you're observing and it turns out that there's something going on out there that doesn't work exactly like it does right here, right? Which they had to put that dark matter and dark energy placeholders on. But I mean, I don't see it as and talking about the universe and the Big Bang and the extent of our universe, to me, I can't fathom all of the matter that I see in the universe being the size of an atom. Can't imagine. I just can't. My brain won't wrap around that. So I'm like, what the fuck, you know?
Yeah.
And then to think about the expansion of the universe and what it's expanding into, or that what's beyond the outside, is there outside? That's way out. I don't even, I have no fucking idea, and I'm not going to understand what's going on out there. But I just don't give it much thought, because it really don't make that much difference in the big scheme
I
of
just want to
things.
point out that, like, for it to be analogous to your model, it's like we looked at the clock and we see that there's a center and the hands all move around it. And then your model looked at the clock and said, it looks like that's the center in the clock. Hands are moving around it, but actually, that's not the center. There is not a center.
Maybe in the universe.
Have you heard about, like, the elites and the academia using psychedelic drugs, like in Hollywood? I think a
Hey
lot
guys,
of these
hold on. Let's stay on topic. If you want to bring up a new topic, that's cool. We can like move to that, but let's not just derail. It makes it very fractured, and it's not a very cohesive, discussion. So I'm not trying to shut you down. I'm just saying, like, let's try to stay on a topic, and then switch.
Yeah,
Go ahead.
It looks like these people are on drugs to think of this shit. That's all I was gonna say.
Yeah, I doubt they're using any real plant medicine psychedelics. No, I think they're demonic, and if anything, using I don't know, cocaine, heroin, speed, probably drugs like that, like what Hitler was into and stuff, if anything. But yeah, let's try to stay on the topic though.
Left Lane, did you get my analogy?
You're talking about the clock and the rotation and the center of the universe.
Yeah, like it's
And
like
I agree.
Clock.
Yeah,
Sorry,
they don't. I don't think that they actually pinpoint what they would call a center of the universe, or do they? I don't know.
No, like that's actually my point though. Like, so for the analogy to hold, it's like looking at the clock. The clock is the sky, and you're like, well, I think if I thought enough about it, I could look at the clock and then come up with a way that it worked, and then make another clock. Well, we obviously don't make another universe, but in your analogy, in good faith, you're basically saying like make a model of the clock. Okay, so for the analogy, we continue it going. Like the clock has a center point, and the hands just move around it. So for your model to be applicable to the analogy, it's like sitting back and saying, it looks like those hands go around that center point there, but actually they don't. And there is no center. Right? Like, that's the point. It's like saying, yeah, it looks like it goes around the center. Yeah.
Yeah, I got you.
To me, that's like one of the biggest red flags, right? It's like all the evidence shows that we're at first they said we're just not at the center, everything's chaotic, expanding everywhere. Right? And then the evidence showed that we're at the center, so they updated the model to say, oh, well, that must mean that wherever you are in the universe, it's just going to look like you're at the center. Like, oh, let's not even consider that we thought, okay, we're not at the center. Now the evidence shows we're at the center. Oh, maybe we are. Maybe we were wrong. But no, they just immediately chose unanimously, okay, what it actually means is that we're still not at the center. It's just going to look like we're at the center no matter where we are in the universe. Just basically make that up.
Yeah, contradict themselves. They go with the raising bread, like raisin bread, raising. That's their model. But yet, there's a center where it started from. But no, there's no center because it banged everywhere equally. It's like a mishmash of back and forth contradictions.
Oh, that's one of the major
one thing,
paradoxes. Yeah.
yeah, one thing that is a paradox for me is in the way that I see things in Earth being planted in the planets orbiting the sun and in the solar system being in the galaxy, which is orbiting the black hole in the middle, and so shouldn't the galaxies be orbiting something in the middle too? And beyond the galaxies, all the galaxies are like moving away from each other. And for me, that doesn't really make any sense. That it seems like if everything is orbiting and gravity is the cause that everything's holding together, and we're orbiting and the galaxy's orbiting and blah blah blah, it seems like the galaxies should be orbiting something, and that's a puzzle for me.
Well, just think about it on a basic level too. Like, if the idea is that there was a singularity, which is the idea of like an infinitesimally small point, like unimaginably small point that everything expanded from, because that's like the Big Bang idea, singularity, then everything expanded, then that would be the center. Like, if there was a single point, a singularity, a single point, and then everything expanded out from there, then that would be the center. But they say there is no center. Like, I don't even understand how that makes sense. Just a paradox.
Exactly. That's exactly what I was telling them before. Yep. If everything started from one point, how can you now say there is no single point where everything started from? Like, it's ridiculous, man. And to top it all off, that Big Bang was supposed to be homogeneous, spread out equally. But the test that we've done, well, they've done themselves twice because they couldn't believe it the first time. And the guy had to apologize to the team because he told them you made a mistake. They did it the second time. And they found that the Earth is at the center of everything. And not only that, on top of all that, if that wasn't enough, it seems that it's not homogeneous, it's flat in a disk, and we're at the center of it. I mean, you can't make this stuff up, guys.
Wait, what are you talking about?
The axis of evil. In your model, Left Lane, there was a big bang. That means everything banged out equally, right?
Right.
But what? You're with me so far?
Yeah.
Okay. So when they did the test, they found out that that's not the case. It seems that the matter is spread in a flat disk shape, kind of a matter, and we're at the center of it, the Earth.
Wasn't there something wrong with that observation though? That
Yeah, the first time. Yeah, the first time, and it was ridiculed. But then they did it again, and the guy Max, something or other, I forget his last name, he had to go and apologize to the team that did the first results because they were correct. It showed that it's not homogeneous, everything is not spread out even from a single point, that it's flat, and it rotates, guess what, around the Earth. I mean, I'm not making this up, bro.
yeah, I don't know enough about it.
Yeah, check it out,
I mean,
the axis of evil.
I just know that the cosmic background, that observation, that is said that no matter where you go in the universe, that it would look like that you're the center of the universe to do that observation.
Thanks, Gleam. His name is Max Tedmark. That's right. Correct. Check him out. Google him. See, I'm telling you, I'm not making this stuff up, man. And Left Lane, they used the cosmic background radiation for this, just so you know.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. I remember hearing something about that. No matter where you do that, the observation, whatever it is, that it'll appear as you're in the center.
check out the principal left lane, and you'll see he talks all about it, and all the scientists talk about all the top guns. We're not making this stuff up. This is top notch. This is the top guns, the top of the top, like
Max Tidmark.
Yeah.
Is Witsit there? I just noticed that Witsit posted a cutout from Owen Benjamin. He should try to invite Owen Benjamin on here for a discussion. That'd be really good.
Yeah, so left lane, I mean, it's not good, bro. Your model is like lacking, like seriously lacking.
See, let's see. Wiki will take me where I need to go on it.
Sorry.
Wikipedia will take me to on Max Tidmark or
Oh yeah,
Techmark.
Yep. But
Cosmologist.
I suggest if you have time, yeah, you can Google him and check him out. Like you'll see, he's legit, right? He's one of the top guys. But if you watch The Principle, YouTube it, The Principle, it explains everything from multiple physicists. Like, I wish I was wrong about this, man. I wish, like, yeah, when I looked into it, yeah, I found this works, that works, this is legit, but it's not, man. It's not like by any stretch of the imagination.
Oh, I've got a book written by that guy. Huh.
Oh yeah,
yeah. Mathematical Universe.
Right. Yeah. Actually,
yeah, that was highly complicated reading.
Yeah, actually, I must say the way he talks in that, I actually like this guy. He's humble and he doesn't sound like a Michikaku talking about crazy stuff, you know? Well, he does a little bit, but I don't know. He has a good way about him. Let's put it that way.
I think Mitchell Kaku's kind of like Neil deGrasse Tyson. He tries to be entertaining and maybe a little comedic in his presentation. And
I don't know, Michikaku. Okay, Neil deGrasse, okay, but Michikaku's off his rockers, bro. Come on.
Okay.
Even
some of these, fringe scientists are a little bit cuckoo.
Yeah, hey, Gleam just posted it, by the way. So maybe you want to save it if you want, save you the trouble. And yeah,
I'm
everybody
reading it.
should watch this.
Checking it out. The principle.
Yep. You don't have to hear us and think we're lying. You can hear it from the top guns of the astrophysics, physicists. You have all kinds in there.
With the link, I can't watch the video, and then it goes. You watch on YouTube, it won't go.
Yeah, it looks broken. I have to go to the website. Yeah.
Yeah, you can probably find it yourself. I watched it like just a couple of months ago. Again, it's so good, this thing.
The link over the top of the video, it goes. Okay, it's an hour and a half. I'll watch it tonight.
Good. I'm interested in your opinion tomorrow.
We all are.
Yeah, crazy lightning storm. It's like zero thunder, all lightning. Weird.
Wait, at the start of that video, they just said that the Copernican principle, Earth is not in a central location.
Yeah, of course. That's the whole idea. Yeah, he moved the Earth from the center.
Of course. So he must have been heliocentric then.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Like it's inconceivable to them that we're in the center. It's like sacrilege. We can't be favorite, you know?
Yeah,
Yeah,
it's
they
the
use
axis of
terms like
evil.
that. Yeah.
They called it the axis of evil.
Yes, sir.
Did they?
Yeah.
Is that the origin of that word? Holy shit. Because George Bush used to use that word, that phrase, I mean.
Yeah, when he was talking about Iran, Iraq, and what was it,
South Korea.
Syria or whatever, yeah.
South Korea.
Yeah.
It is a strange philosophical assumption. Like, what's the problem with being in the center? What's the problem with being significant under in a sacred realm with a sacred sky above us? I mean, why do they have such an aversion to that?
Because it assumes a creator, I think.
Creation, yeah,
It's
creator.
anti-God, yeah.
Right. So when they want to control people and they don't want people to have, spirituality and free, open thinking thoughts, then they need to dislocate you from your world and then make you an insignificant speck to then be controlled by whatever agenda they have.
Yeah.
Well, they want you
Make
to be
the God
spiritual.
the center. Yeah.
They just want you praying to the right God.
The
That's
sun.
all.
Yeah. The sun God. Yeah.
Well, then you get into like the Luciferianism and so the Satanism, some of this stuff, to where, like, are they in a cult of some sort that they have this sun worshiping kind of demonic worshiping whatever thing they're doing, that's an isolated, fractured thing that they then want everybody else going along with too, and thinking that we're some insignificant speck in a huge vacuum, and then there's this other thing they want you to worship and be, under the authority of.
Is that
Yeah,
like
them,
kind of like
science.
that? Geo, kind of like that Carl Sagan Pale Blue Dot speech. You kind of quoted it a little bit, but yeah, like a thing floating in a speck of dust floating in a sunbeam or something like that. But he also goes on to say after that, and I think this is probably the most profound and maybe the most useful part about the whole globe thing is just like something about religions and how much blood was spilt on on who thought that they had a privileged position spiritually, and it somehow seems to be buried in there. I don't know. Take a look at it if you like.
I mean,
Like it's almost like apologetics. It's almost like science is apologetics for like trying to take this starch out of like religious fervor or something like that. It's weird.
So I'm curious, Gio, why you associate demonic or anything religious associated with science or anything like that. I mean, I've taken a bunch of college level science that I never got the impression, idea, or never heard anyone necessarily being any kind of religious or anything like that. I mean, why do you say that?
Well, I'm not using that term to have anything to do with any religion. I'm using that on a more base level of, like, let's say a polarity between angelic and demonic, sort of like the light side, the dark side. So like an angelic is wanting the betterment for all, healing, wisdom, knowledge, fairness, integrity, all of the positive components, blessings, that come along with that's sort of the side of the light side, as it were. And then the dark side having, uh, detracting from life, deception, control, manipulation, hurting others, feasting off or kind of harvesting off of others, controlling others, being, asserting some kind of authority, all of those components. And I do think there's a deeper connection to the actual like spirit worlds and so on, but I was not even trying to go that layer with it, although I do think it's interconnected. So when I use the term, I'm using it that, some of these kind of agendas and motivations within what we call science, especially the parts that are deceptive, in my viewpoint, are coming from that demonic side of creation. They're coming from that life detracting, deceptive side. And the people who are portraying it or pushing it are either connected to those demonic energies or are kind of fueled by them, in their agenda and in their efforts.
I don't connect any of that with science. I was just curious.
Like for example, Monsanto. You could say Monsanto is doing science. They're making chemicals, they're mixing things, they're genetically modifying things, they're making these pesticides that work in the environment in a certain way. So you could say maybe, oh yeah, they're just this upstanding company. You can buy their stock, in that sense. But to me, on a deeper level, that's profoundly demonic. Some of the darkest, most demonic efforts that are being put forward in terms of the agendas around what that's all about. So when I'm referring to the deeper layer of, like I said, you could look at the surface of Monsanto and think, oh yeah, look at that. They're just scientists doing science. But on a deeper level, what are they really fueled by?
Let me add one thing to that.
And the farmer.
I mean,
That's their role.
Left line, if you think about it, some kind of the technologies we enjoy today, in a way, are the manifestations of ideas like so-called magicians or alchemists had in the past. For example, fast means of communication or transportation, like that you can instantly communicate with another region in space, right? This would be a kind of magical concept hundreds of years ago, right? Or whatever, right? That you can whatever, any medical modifications or whatsoever, right? And I mean, this is in a way a ferment which is also in the science today, right? So it's not like they are completely unrelated. There are definitely concepts and like ferments for ideas and stuff which come from or which are now manifested in technology, right?
Well, I see like Monsanto, and I mean I don't wholly disagree with Gio that it's bad that they have come up with this genetic modification that makes their corn that they grow resistance to Roundup, and then with their corporate power and money that they could put a poor small farmer trying to make a living and just rape him of his ability to make a living with their, if their spores get blown over, or their, gets it blown over to their crop, and then their crop springs up with, and then they can actually sue that farmer because their ship blew over on his stuff. And I think that's wrong. I mean, that's just, yeah, it's just on its face wrong. And corruption and big government and corporate America stomping out the little guy. I think it's wrong in
Yeah.
that way. But I don't associate that with anything spiritual. I just think it's bad people.
Well, when I was in high school, when we were learning religious studies and science, they told us, they said, you've got to separate out religion from science because it contradicts each other. So that was very confusing.
what
as
is?
teen-
Oh, sorry, I thought you were done.
Yeah, I'd say it was confusing for us teenagers to be learning religion and science together. So I sort of understand why they've rolled it out. It's to stop all contradictions in science, or a counter narrative, I guess.
I was gonna say, Howard. I mean, like, what is your definition of spirituality? I mean, it has the word spirit in it, and spirituality, like the interconnection between spirit and the physical world. And they could be interpreted in different ways. But I mean, if there's not, I mean, do you think that there's sort of driving spirits or energies that precede this physical world, meaning something that transcends or precedes this world, that something is sort of coming through from the spirit plane into this plane? Do you see it that way?
No, I don't at all.
Okay. Do you
Yeah,
think
I
there
don't
is?
have a connection with that. Go ahead.
All right. Do you think is there a spirit world?
No.
Okay. So, but
Not-
when you
not for
die,
me.
when you die, do you exist as a spirit?
Nope.
Okay. So you're coming from just like a materialistic, like this Newtonian Cartesian kind of schizophrenic. I'm not calling you schizophrenic, but this kind of isolated physical is the only thing. Is that your general belief system?
Well, see, I wouldn't. Yeah, I mean, you for some reason associated schizophrenia with materialism. I don't
Yeah.
know why you would do that, but
Well, if you look very well, like Ian McGilchrist, who's a very well-known scholar, just wrote a book about that Descartes was actually schizophrenic, and it's been making a lot of sort of impact within this science and worlds in terms of this analysis. If you look up Ian McGilchrist, and his what he has a lot of information to back this up as well as to why Descartes, he thinks, it has a schizophrenic component to it. This sort of isolation in the physical world and sort of a displacement of the psyche, which is part of what happens in schizophrenia. So it's kind of a separate topic, and Descartes, of course, is, I mean, Newton and Descartes, that's why it's referred to as the Newtonian Cartesian materialistic paradigm. Because nothing like this existed before. I mean, in ancient times, there always was the creator, the spirit worlds, the spirituality was always integral. So there's this kind of atheist, Descartes, this Cartesian atheistic thing that has kind of, which is also connected to heliocentrism, which never existed before. So it's kind of like it's like a one-off. It's like a little blip on the radar of this current paradigm. So that's why I'm linking it through that.
I understand. And they never respect that, Gio. I respect your view and your position on that for sure. It's like when my switch flipped on religion and Christianity and blah blah blah. I mean, it was a paradigm shift for me, probably over a period of a couple of years, that I realized that that I don't know if you call it faith. Lost my faith. Things didn't make sense. Logically, I drew my own conclusions and came to this reality. And as far as like morality and stuff like that, I try to be a good person for myself, that I can lay in bed at night and not worry that I did somebody wrong or anything like that. And so I don't feel like that I need spirituality or the Bible to be a good person. But I mean, I understand everybody thinks differently, and I respect all that. And whatever you believe in, I don't hold that against you in any way. We talk about it. disagree on a lot of things, but I don't hold that against you.
Yeah, it's very interesting. For me, it was the opposite. I fell out of religion in my 20s and fell back into it in my 30s because it made more sense, and there was so much research done over the centuries that it opened my eyes a lot more.
Yeah, the physical world to me is on a local level within the planet, or even even a little beyond that. It all makes perfect sense to me how things work, and you know, I just don't feel like I need the spiritual part to make any sense of it. And my girlfriend, she says, "How do you gotta believe in something?" And I'm like, "No, I don't either. I don't feel the need to believe in it." And I thought maybe I would go back to Christianity or religion or whatever, but I don't. Yeah, I'm 60 years old. I'm probably where I'm at, and I may learn different when I wake up dead. But
I don't blame you for falling away from Christianity. I don't blame you
My
one
father
bit.
used to say, "There's no atheist on the sinking ship."
yeah, it's true. And I keep saying that I won't change my tune when you're facing, looking down a gun barrel or trapped in a car or I may switch, but I don't know. It's what it is.
From extensive study, I've come to the conclusion, my own belief, is there ain't one religion on the earth that follows the Word of God, the Bible.
That was a big thing. Yeah, that was a big thing for me was the hypocrisy and within the church, how people acted on Sunday and how they acted on Monday.
But I didn't run away from a
and
creator. I just went and delved deeper into the Word. And, there's a lot of evidence out there that these religions, even Yeshua, he says, he despises religion. So, yeah, religions, people go around blaming the Bible for the way the world is and how the world is, but I'll point right at religion and all the different forms of it that don't believe what the Word teaches. So I don't blame you for falling away from the Word by, seeing all these people who, pretend to be righteous and pretend to follow the Bible, but none of them believe what the Bible teaches. And there's a lot of things in there that, it's hard to come to grips with about how they, how the ancient world was when the Bible was being written. But as far as, the law, and a lot of them are, they just don't believe it. They don't believe the Word. So they go into these churches every week and, pretend that their actions don't have consequences, that the law was done away with, and all kinds of stuff. But yeah, it's not. I don't think it's the Word that's the fault of the condition of the world. In fact, I think it's the exact opposite. I think that the morality that's in the Bible, no one's ever followed that morality for hundreds of years. But there's been tons of religions on the earth. So I don't blame you for
Left-Lane, what do you think, Left-Lane, what do you think is like driving the psyche? Like, what do you think is driving it?
what, desire, or what do you mean?
Like, let's say somebody's doing something really bad, like they're hurting other people, they're really just doing something terrible. What is driving that? Like, is there something? I mean, do you think it's just neurons in their brain that they evolved from, sludge on the earth and that they just happen to be being that way? Or do you think is there something in their psyche that is driving that behavior, or driving those morals?
I don't know. Different people are different, and some lack compassion. They lack empathy. Life doesn't mean or much anything to them, especially someone else's life. That. I guess the mechanism that makes them a bad person, what drives their psyche. They could have some genetic problems that stuff just don't work right up there, and then there could be who knows what their childhood was like, what they experienced, the nurture aspect of development, that maybe they had some really bad experiences as a childhood, and as a child, and then maybe you got a short circuit up there or something that is not working perfectly. I don't know. You could really analyze it to death, but
Well, you've heard that analogy of you've heard that analogy of like a television, where like the television is not generating the show or the program that's on it. The television is just the channel for the show to come through. Obviously, whatever the content that you're watching on TV is coming from somewhere beyond the television. The television is just displaying it. So have you heard that analogy that like our psyches are, similar in that way, to where, the actual sort of driver or the source is somewhere is in the beyond, as it were, spirit realms, etc., and that our bodies are just like the tuner or the channel for the soul to be contained within? Have you heard that concept?
I haven't, but it's interesting. Strikes me as wouldn't that be something to discover? That I mean, that there's some entity out there that's actually sending our thoughts to us, and blah blah blah, whatever. That's kind of crazy sounding, but.
Well, then there's people have had many, many experiences of, out of body experiences and near death experiences where they experience themselves sort of being catapulted from their body, and then they have, all kinds of extrasensory perceptions and, experiences and so on, and the experiences of near death, and, to where, when people have experiences like that and they come out of that, some people even were atheists. There's some really interesting stories of people that were completely hardcore atheists, 100% evolution, the whole thing. And then they maybe had they were in an accident and they had a near-death experience, or they were having a medical procedure, and they have, this very powerful, completely catapulting out of their body type of experience, and, having, very expansive type experiences, and then coming back in their body. And from that moment forward, they're not an atheist anymore. The atheism is completely cooked. And, they experienced directly that their consciousness transcended their physical body, and that there was, something, way more expansive and far beyond, their identity, when they're sort of in their body in that sense.
Yeah, I'm just sitting there soaking that in and trying to imagine what kind of revelation, that they had. That imagine sensing something like that happening. Don't know. It's hard to figure.
Well, I mean, like another analogy is almost like if our body is like a car, and then the driver is the driver. The driver is obviously more than the car. I mean, the driver can get out of the car and, run around and go see more of the world than just what the car is. So the idea of like the car being the body, when we're in the body, we're just experiencing a certain limited part of our being. But if there's like a driver in the car, like, the soul, the spirit, etc., then we're just in a limited position. Because when you're in a car, you're just one thing. You're just a driver for that car. But obviously, anyone who drives a car is much more than just a driver. We're do all kinds of other things. Maybe you're also a skydiver or a musician or all these other things. But when you're driving, you're just driving. So kind of in that analogy, when you're kind of in the body, you're in the body, you're in that life. But, if the soul is preeminent to a human, then what it really is far, far beyond just the physical constraints of the body.
So do you think that maybe they're that we're sort of puppets on a string kind of thing? That maybe they're entities beyond us that are controlling us?
Not entirely. I mean, there can be that in certain cases that people have, like what could be referred to as like demonic possession, things like that, where they're in that sense. But I don't think that's the totality of it, though. I mean, I don't know how I don't want to totally just, monologue too much, 'cause I know I've been talking a lot. I gotta do something in a second here anyways, but I'm just trying to see how I can answer that briefly. I mean, no, I don't think we're puppets on a string, no. I mean, I think in my viewpoint, there's one creator and we're all it. We are it. It is us. We're all part of the same. I mean, there's one creator, therefore we're all portions of it, in a sense, like partitions of it. And obviously we're not in touch with the totality. So you could call that totality God or the creator. And yeah, of course that's separate from, in a way, it's at least temporarily separate from, let's say, what I'm experiencing or you're experiencing. Obviously we're not that ultimate mind state, but I think that's within us and it's within all of us. So from
I
that
think that
perspective, we're one entity playing all of these different dramas and experiences. So in that sense, even a demonic possession is not really some other demon from some other thing coming to get you. It's actually a part of yourself. However, within that larger kind of phenomenology of the creator, it has all these parts to it. In my view, it has demonic, it has these different souls, all these different energies within it. And so no, I don't necessarily think we're puppets on a string. I think we're the intentions of that one creative source to experience all these different facets of itself.
I got you.
I think of it like this. So we all have our own individual minds, and your thoughts come from your mind, not your brain. And I would never ask someone, "Are you out of our minds?" You ask someone if they're out of their mind. So I think it's an individual thing, although it can be influenced from outside minds or the non-physical. What you're speaking of, the spiritual. So you can't separate the spiritual from your thoughts. That's where your very thoughts come from.
Yeah, if you think, I mean, you really think deep about it. The brain is the physicality and all the synapse and the axons and the dendrites and your wiring and what is thought and how fucking crazy is it that we're able to think and with intent and act. It's just it's mind blowing if you really get down to it and think about what comes out of the physiology of the brain and what is thought, what is thinking, and all that stuff.
answers that can't be, or questions that can't be answered. Sounds like
It's pretty
consciousness to me.
Yeah. Just what is consciousness and where did it come from? It's
So
pretty
the
wild.
Bible speaks about death, and it's referred to many times as sleep. Okay, even Yeshua, when he was walking with the apostles, and Lazarus died, and he said, "We're going to go wake up Lazarus." He says, "What are you talking about?" They thought he was crazy. He thought he was giving them parables and stuff again. He says, "No, we're going to go wake him up." I said, "What are you talking about? Lazarus is dead. He's asleep. We're going to go wake him up." "Okay, he's dead. We're going to go wake him up. He's sleeping." It's referred to many times. Even Job, when he asked, "What happens when I die?" he says, "Your body will return to the dust of the ground from where it came." And the spirit, the breath of life, the word is, I believe it's ruach. The breath of life will return to the Father from where it came. But he says, "Even though the worms eat your bones, you will see me again with your eyes." So,
That means
yeah.
you're not your body, is what he's basically it's alluding to.
The souls have eyes?
Nope.
All right, you're going to be renewed, but I believe it's through the DNA. I mean, but yeah,
DNA is
you're going
material,
to be
though.
given the breath of life again, only much more spirit than you have now. The reason Yeshua walked around the earth and was performing all these miracles, because he was given unmeasured spirit, given by him, by his Father. So he could do all the same things as God Almighty, well, the Almighty, okay? But he had more spirit. He had unmeasured spirit from the Father. But I believe we all carry that spirit within us, just some have more of it than others. And if you choose not to, recognize that spirit as the Heavenly Father's gift to you, then of course he just turn away from you. But, I give you this analogy as far as death goes. I mean, I believe you're just going to go to sleep in the dust of the ground, just like he says. And whether you have the spirit will leave you, so you're not going to know anything. You're not going to.
Wait. The spirit will leave you, but you're the spirit. How can
You
you
have
leave
some
yourself?
within you. You have the breath of life in you. All right.
Yeah, that's your body.
Part of the spirit. Yes.
Yeah.
No, it's actually a breath of life. It's a substance within you that returns to the Father when you die. But you go to sleep in the dust of the ground. So I don't know how many times you've been to sleep, but I've been to sleep plenty of times. In fact, when I wake up, the only time I know that time passed is when I look at the alarm clock. And then, I didn't realize that any time had passed. So it's like I was asleep for 2 seconds. But and there's lucid dreams, there's all kinds of stuff, but I don't think there's going to be. I think once I die and I return to the dust of the ground, 10,000 years could go by and it would be like I never knew that time passed. I think right when you die, you see the Heavenly Father, the Heavenly Father with your eyes. That's what I believe. I believe it's all over the Word, all over the Bible. That the Bible teaches sleep. Death is sleep. But it also teaches resurrection from the dead. So in the book of Luke, he says, if you're going to throw a party, don't throw a party for your friend or your neighbor. Invite the poor, the weak, the blind, because they cannot repay you. For you will be repaid at the resurrection of the dead. One of my favorite verses. But yeah. But people teaching it, then there's nowhere in the Bible that says you're going to leave your soul's going to leave your clay prison of the body and float up and then be reunited with the clay prison of the body. I don't think the word soul should be in the Bible. I think it just means the mind and the body together. Not a soul.
Soul means mind and body.
That's what I believe it means.
And then spirit would be something else.
Breath of life.
Aside from soul.
Breath of life. Like he said when he blew Adam, he used his breath to blow Adam into existence out of the dust. He was floating on the water. He says that the Word created all creation. And I believe he was speaking Hebrew too. But I don't try to bring people in that they have to find their own way and their own beliefs. I think evangelizing people and stuff, I'm not out to evangelize nobody. I just try to tell them what I believe. And I just believe what the Word teaches. I don't believe in some religion, and I don't believe anything that the Bible doesn't teach. I know there's a lot of things that have been changed in the Bible, but once you study enough of it, you start to recognize exactly what it's teaching. And you see what's been bastardized in the Bible by all the religions on earth, teaching Neoplatonism and all kinds of nonsense. They just can't come to grips with it. A lot of it's done out of just pure evil, but the heliocentric model was created by Catholics. I mean, they wanted that really bad. But even Copernicus, a Catholic priest, he even said, "Don't publish this till I'm dead." His work on heliocentrism.
Wasn't it a Jesuit? Or is that same?
I don't know if he was a Jesuit, but I know he was Catholic.
It was Copernicus, right?
Yeah.
I thought the Jesuits were made up after them, but I thought they were all excommunicated. Everybody after even Newton.
The Guadarene in South Africa took them in after they were expelled from the Catholic Church, and they went down there and they perfected communism, and then the Catholic Church brought them back into the Catholic Church because they perfected communism. They basically turned the Guadarene. They're in South America, but the Jesuits perfected communism. There's a movie about it with Robert De Niro and Jeffrey Lyons, where Robert De Niro's a priest, and there's a movie. I can't remember the name of the movie. It's a good one to watch, though. It basically shows you how they took advantage of the Guadarene. It's hard to pronounce, but yeah, it's a true story. The movie's based on a true story. It was actually right before the slave trade. It was started by Portugal, by the Roman Catholic Church.
I mean, look, whenever there's whatever it is, the plethora of psyops that there is, Hollywood's quickly backing it up with some sort of film, aren't they? I'm not saying that's what you're saying. I'm just saying that they're always there with the movie.
Gravity,
So I won't put much stock into Hollywood movies. I'm not saying that's what you're saying either. I'm just saying, look at Jurassic Park, for fuck's sake, or well, some that I don't even want to mention because I like Geo so much.
I saw a giant Jurassic Park sticker on the side of a car door. Person was driving with, and I'm like, face palming.
They burned London in 1666. That big fire in London, right?
Yeah.
Oh,
well,
the
allegedly.
same fire that the Chicago fire. There's a lot of fires that happened.
They're trying to burn the library books. They're trying to burn history. They're trying to ruin history. They're trying to they tried to get rid of all the original Hebrew manuscripts.
Well, that always happens. Whenever there's a conquering of any sort of peoples, they always have to burn it, the old, anything that resembles the old, so they can start the new thing.
The New World Order.
I mean, it's hard to overlook the prophecies that were in the Bible, and they can't scrub those from history. They've tried, but they can't. They've tried to scrub the Bible. They were killing people with handwritten Bibles. They were burning them at the stake. That was the Roman Catholic Church that was doing that.
They want all the information. Don't they have like a 30-mile library?
Yeah, they also have all the seeds
underground. It's nuts to think how much information they must have. They probably have the books from the Library of Alexandria.
So their MO is poison. I mean, just look in the air. Just look up. You're being poisoned by the air, the food, the water, and your mind is being poisoned also.
Yeah.
On the television.
Yeah.
You know? And that's their MO. If you know what Jesuits are, that's their favorite way to exterminate people. They're enemies. If you read their covenant, if you read the Jesuit covenant, and there's many versions of it, but pretty much all the same information, same oath. So a little here and there, different, but
The Masonic cult symbolism is riddled through their shit.
That's kind of interesting. The concept of people wanting to kill people off, or just kind of superficially saying the government wants to kill everybody. That doesn't make sense to me. That
I know it's weird. It's like you could bring in a lot of hypotheticals. You could be like, maybe they're using us as like where like they see us as crops.
Well, I mean, to a government, what dictates the strength of a government is
it's
the
not
money
the government.
that their people.
It's the people who run the government.
Well, there's a dynamic like with parasites, for example, where a parasite, like let's say, one that's a harmful one, it doesn't want to necessarily kill the host. It wants to keep the host alive, but it also wants to damage the host in some way. So it could be viewed in a sense like that. Like, yeah, I don't think that whoever that they are, obviously they don't want to kill us all, but they do want to probably kill some, unfortunately, like the elderly and some of these different things going on in the medical and some of that stuff. And I mean, who knows? But yeah, it seems like it's like more of a kind of harvesting, preying off of parasitic kind of thing rather than just some kind of full blown,
I wouldn't say it's not only harvesting too. I'd say it's also with like slavery. They want everyone to fight over shit like LGBTQ. They don't want people to focus on resources or prices going through the roof. They got to have people constantly conquer and divide tactics. They're using that throughout politics without people talking with their neighbors about just simple resources that they need. They're trying to make everyone not be able to afford resources, food, water, shelter. We wouldn't need all the politics if we had abundance of those things. We wouldn't have no need, but it's a business at the end of the day. So they're trying to conquer and divide, put a little show on with all these news outlets. And that's their MO. They want everyone to be poor. They want them to be slaves. They don't want them to be more rich where they're well off on their own. They want them to keep going back, keep working, keep being desperate. And then also in that desperation, they can also start wars, because when you're desperate, you'll do desperate things. And then death, all the death, disease, destruction, all that comes with it.
So there's a book that I recommend everybody read. Is a 2,000-page book by Eric John Phelps called Vatican Assassins. And it's all about the Jesuit order of the Roman Catholic Church. And the reason I say to read it is because you want to know your enemy. And that's who's in control. They're not just our government. They're controlling the whole world now. The only ones that aren't loyal is Iran and North Korea and Syria. They went through the Arab world and just changed every single leader. When Obama was president, the Arab Spring, they just went through and killed every leader and replaced them with one that was loyal to the Pope of Rome. But anyways, yeah, you just got to know your enemy. And I believe these people are just absolutely evil. If you read their covenant, you'll understand. But those are the ones that are controlling the governments of the world.
Do you believe the Jesuit order is aligned with the Catholic Church?
100%. They're all working together. The Jews,
there's a Jesuit Pope,
the rabbis, the popes.
I think the Jesuit order was infiltrated or orchestrated by Jews a long time ago, because there's nothing in Catholic doctrine that discusses this type of stuff.
I'm pretty sure I've seen a picture where the Pope was kissing a rabbi's ring. He's kneeling down and kissing a rabbi's ring.
He's
kissing I just find it too hard to believe that does the church really have that much authority over the whole world? Are we really influenced to that extent?
I'll ask you this question.
Look at it this way: like the Caesar just became the Pope. That's the way I see it, anyway. That makes sense
No,
to me.
they gave authority over to the church. So, anyways, that's why he holds the two keys that are on the crest of the Vatican. So the two keys represent ultramontane jurisdiction, political power on earth and religious power on earth, and he holds both the keys. Been holding them for a while, but what the bigger question is, who do you think is control of America?
Yeah, well, go look at Washington, how it's laid out. It's
Well, just
it's
not
all
that.
right there.
I'm talking not about the symbolisms everywhere, but I'm talking about the people and
Oh
the
yeah,
education system. How many Jesuit schools are in America?
It's inner schools. They're indoctrination.
Georgetown, right? That's one of the most prestigious of their universities. Jesuit. They train all these leaders. All of them are Jesuit trained. The whole Supreme Court's Jesuit trained, Roman Catholic, except for Ruth Bader Ginsburg. She was a Jew, but she was married to a Jesuit trained Roman Catholic. That's our Supreme Court. But the Jesuits were expelled out of 80 countries. 80 plus, I think.
yeah. I keep saying that the America's supposed to be a Protestant nation, and there's your president going and kissing the ring. It's gross.
How do you
supposed to be that
define?
way.
Well,
You don't know?
It's because the president is a corporation. That company, United States, is a corporation. We're not Americans anymore. We technically have dual citizenship, but we're not Americans. We're U.S. citizens, and we're on the citizenship.
There's a huge difference.
Yeah, one you're a sovereign, and then one you're a citizen. One you're working for this company.
It was
in the District of Columbia.
It wasn't too long ago when they wouldn't elect a Catholic president. They would not elect a Catholic president.
Didn't they though?
They eventually did up in 1940s. But look,
in the 60s.
This is gonna sound like what I'm about to say is gonna sound like pareidolia, but I was just thinking of the word citizen, like city sin.
That's kind of that. Those are the same root word.
Well, like we're just the way like the world's been built up with just the cities and all the homelessness and dramas and sort of unnatural component of cities. Yeah, I just thought about that, like city sin.
The word citizen means you're just a member of a family. That's what it means. So you're a member of the United States corporation family, and you're just a baby to them. You're an infant, and you're not the mom and dad.
They bought you. You're not an infant to them. They bought you like you were like you're a commodity.
They treat you like
only within their system, though. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you, but I mean, it's like I was saying the other day. If you play Monopoly, the Monopoly money is valuable in the game. But if you're not in the game, Monopoly money is just paper. So all this stuff of they're owning us and the birth certificate, yeah, I guess in their system, in that system that they've developed and they're sort of have coerced us into agreeing to. But it's only if you play their game. Unfortunately, we're kind of forced to, though. We're born right into it. The way they have the system right now, unfortunately, we don't really have too much of a choice.
You got to be well off in resources before you really can break free from it. I know they own you through your capital letters, all caps name. So if you want to break free, you gotta get rid of your driver's license. Yeah, I'm pretty sure you can drive. You can still drive, but without a driver's license. Having a driver's license is only for if you're doing business. So like you're like a bus driver or a taxi driver. But if you're just operating just to go places, I'm pretty sure you don't need a license at all.
You don't have to, but I mean, what's the worst thing that could happen to you if you get pulled over without a driver's license?
Well, you just gotta know how to talk to the officer. I'm pretty sure
answer the question. What's the worst thing that could happen to you if you don't have a driver's license and you get pulled over?
Get arrested. Yeah.
No, you can get shot and killed, bud. Just go on YouTube. There's plenty of videos on there of people getting shot and killed just because they don't produce a driver's license.
Oh, really?
Yeah, all over the
People are
place.
that fucking okay.
But look, having a driver's license, and I don't tell anybody ever to get rid of a benefit. Don't get rid of your Social Security card. Don't get rid of any of that stuff. Why would you? They're benefits. The government only exists to benefit man. That's why they were created, as a benefit. So a creation of man has no control over man. They're supposed to benefit man. That's why they're able to create corporations and things like that. But I do those things under duress. You know, I don't agree with all. See, what they're playing this game is that if you sign that license, then you agree with all their laws. If you sign that little W-2, it's like a little, like not even a full page of paper. But you sign it, they're saying that that's a contract, and you agree with all 60,000 laws in the IRS code. You agree with all those codes if you sign that paper.
Yeah.
So when I sign it, I put non-assumpsit, and then I autograph it. I don't scribble on the paper. I autograph my name with the proper punctuation. So when they look at it at the IRS, they see that I'm a man and I'm not agreeing to their code. But I'm not going to give up a benefit like a driver's license because it could save my life. Now, this is another thing. So let's say, because I don't want to be a U.S. citizen, but I don't have to be. But if I'm outside the country and I'm coming in from Mexico, and the guy asks me, "Are you a U.S. citizen?" What do you think I say? Of course I am. Because at the time, it's a benefit to me to be a U.S. citizen.
Could you say that you're an American citizen? If you
You
somehow
bet.
expatriated from being a U.S. citizen to being a U.S. citizen, or had some like dual or like some thing
I'll
where
accept the
you're
benefit.
kind of like 50-50 or 75-50 with your
I'll accept the benefit. But if you say, and I have to appear in their court, and they say you're the defendant, and I say, well, I can't accept that wonderful title. You guys are like Mike Tyson. I can't defend no title against Mike Tyson. You'll just destroy me. You'll beat me to death. They ask me, are you competent? No, I'm not competent. I didn't go to, Jesuit school for 12 years to figure out your code. I didn't do any of that stuff. The people go into court and they say, are you competent? The first thing out of the mouth, yes, I'm competent. That means you understand all their codes so you can be held liable. And then they look at the judge and go, oh, that guy's a criminal. He's just an evil bastard. No. It's like you went to Yemen or something, or Saudi Arabia, and you packed the case and you got the Saudi Arabia, and you're outside the hotel, and the prince rolls by in a car and you wave at him. Next thing you know, you're in the jailhouse. You're in the Gray Bar Motel. Well, what happened? When you got to that country, you didn't know the customs or their beliefs. Same thing. You don't know the customs and the beliefs of the Jesuits and their code world. France is a code world. There's a lot of Mexico's a code world. They're not the common law. They're not Old English common law. But anyways, you got to know the customs and the beliefs. But you don't have to be a defendant. They just label you as that. It's a title. They want you to act as a defendant because the defendant doesn't have any rights in their court. And
makes sense.
If you go in there and say, you accept the role and the title of a defendant, you've already lost. I don't care what you say.
You've walked into their the bar. You've crossed the bar. The British accounting registry or creditory registry. Like that, I know when they say like
All I recommend is there's plenty of resources online. There's a lot of people doing it that they get their own status. They declare their status, called a declaration of status. And so you can find them everywhere. You don't even have to come up with your own language, but there's several different ones. But you want to declare that you're a man, you're not part of their story, but you're willing to accept their benefits. You just don't want them to cause you any harm. And I'm telling you, they're honorable people. It's like they do believe what the Bible teaches. you know. But if you go in there acting like a defendant and you're a dead man and just all this story they're telling and you believe everything they teaching, you deserve everything you get because you don't understand the law. And ignorance of the law is no excuse. They tell you that all the time. So anyways, yeah, you don't want to give up a benefit, but you can't accept titles that you don't know nothing about. You know, I just tell them the only title I can accept at this time is that of a man. And if you read the documents that were produced, the Constitution, and hey, look, just because those guys wrote the Constitution and the Declaration of Independence, that's great. Now, my law, which is in the Bible, in the Word, so that's what I consider my law. But turns out their law is almost exactly like mine. The Constitution and the Bill of Rights. There's a lot of similarities. They're almost identical. But you have to understand that you don't want to give up a benefit. Like the Social Security. That's a benefit. You know, why? Because it's easier to get a bank account. It's easier to get your documents. But I have a buddy that, you know, he knows everything I do. He declared his status, but he wouldn't drive with a license. He wouldn't, you know, get license plates, wouldn't register his car, didn't have insurance, none of that stuff. I don't recommend it. But, I mean, he would go through all kinds of hell with these people. You know, Las Vegas, Utah. But he knew how to act when he went to court, so they didn't, you know, do nothing to him. He got the cases dismissed. Like in the last case in Vegas, no driver's license, no insurance, no seatbelt, no nothing. $1,200-$1,300 worth of fines and stuff. And this was right when COVID broke out, but the officer didn't let him tow his car home, so he didn't have to get it out of impound and everything. But he called them, and the prosecutor got on the phone because they already dealt with him many times.
Hold on, man. Dude, with all due respect, we try not to do long monologues here because it really kills the ability to keep a combo going. I know you have lots of thoughts and stuff to share. That's cool, but if we could...
Anyone can jump in at any time.
Well, I know, I hear you, but the problem is when one person goes real long, it makes it really hard to do that because that person, like everyone's not now listening to that person, and the back and forth combo has kind of been squelched.
Yeah.
So then it's kind of hard for anyone else to like get something going, and then you know. So
I'm really not trying to do that either.
Yeah, no,
Okay,
I'm not.
I'll throw in really quickly. Yeah, sorry.
Well, no, I'm just saying I'm not trying to shut you down or anything like that. I'm just kind of trying to keep it fair for everyone.
But I just need to know, do you feel actively persecuted by the Catholic Church or the Jesuits? Are they physically out harming you or your family or your friends or something? I need to know this. Because
No,
I'm not
they
seeing
leave
it.
me alone.
I'm really not seeing it, dude.
They leave me alone.
Yeah, but I don't understand. Like, where...
It could not be
if
just
you look at-
Jesuits. It could be like
if you look
there's
at the
clearly
New Age and all
something.
these-
There's clearly
it's
something
a
going
demonic
on.
force, but I don't think the Jesuits are pushing this. This is off the world evil. I don't know in Catholic or Christian doctrines teaching this. It's the opposite of what everything we've been taught since kids.
It's written in history. Just read the book, like I recommended.
Okay, you
Jesuit.
mean the rapture and the revelations, yeah?
No, I mean Vatican Assassins by Eric John Phelps. It's a 2,000
I
page
don't know.
book.
I see the
Documents throughout
opposite
history.
because I found it was Protestant persecution of Catholics and of Irish people through history and Jewish persecution of Catholics. And this is all documented. And like the Mexican Revolution was a Masonic overthrow of the Mexican government and persecution of Catholics. That's all documented. Obviously, that there might have been some other problem going on there. But in this country, the Catholics largely left the community alone when they had majority government or whatever. They weren't persecuting them with overbearing laws and everything else. Now that we have these people coming into government who aren't Catholics or aren't Christians, they're persecuting everybody. So I'm just not seeing it. So if you could point something out, maybe I'm missing parts of history or my personal bias, I'm happy to hear it.
Okay, you realize that there was a split in the Catholic Church, right? There was a split.
Yeah, I'm not surprised there would be divisions. There is elements of a conservative Catholic and a New Age type Catholic. Yeah.
Well, there was a split: the Protestants and those that were loyal to the Pope. They were protesting what the Pope was teaching, what the Catholic Church was teaching. So there's a huge split, and some of them still identify as Catholics, but they're Protestants. I mean, Luther. What did he do? He posted it right on the Vatican doors. He didn't agree with what they were teaching. In fact, they were teaching exactly the opposite. When the Geneva Bible was written, they put both the Hebrew Bible and what the Catholics were teaching on the same page. Truth on the left, wrong on the right. What the Catholics were teaching purgatory and all kinds of crazy stuff. So there's Protestants that didn't believe it, but I'm sure it's. Anyways, I think I've answered the question.
Yeah, I was just gonna
to America.
I was just gonna say that the I'm sorry if you've heard this before, but the when I was a kid, I heard the Guy Fawkes, and I thought, oh, he tried to blow up Parliament. There should be a fucking statue of this guy in every city, every town. I thought this guy's a legend. But I didn't know my history. You see, he the key part of that is he was a converted Catholic who tried to blow up Parliament because we got away from underneath the thumb of Rome. Basically, that was the point of it. I mean, they'll tell you it's about this guy who wanted to get married and divorced and all that. That's probably part of it too. But I don't know. I just think maybe back then it was actually by the people and for the people, like it was supposed to be, which is no good for these people. That's not what the bloody Rome wants. They want to control everything. Go read the Jesuit Oath. It's bloody gross. It's the grossest document I've ever read in my life, in fact.
I'll have to admit I don't know anything about it. I guess parts of history have been omitted.
Yeah, so when I read, because we had before that, it was no popery. That was the thing. You were like, well, then because they used to burn effigies of the Pope, you see. But then when converted Catholic Guy Fawkes tried to blow up Parliament, they now burn effigies of him, and that's why. So, but anyway,
yeah, but there was an active campaign through British history for the persecution of Catholics. They were so terrified of Catholics getting back into the Parliament and also the royal family bloodline. Yeah, so that's documented, and those laws weren't broken until 1830 under the Catholic Restitution Act or something, where General Wellington, with the help of his brother, had to force laws through Parliament to grant rights to Catholics to get a job in anywhere. That's how bad it was.
Yeah, the people that fled England because they were getting persecuted by the Catholic Church, so they fled England and came over here. But yeah, I don't think I think we need a government. I don't want to get rid of the government. I just want different leaders that aren't loyal to the Pope of Rome.
I kind of agree with like a feudal type community, but eventually it's going to evolve into regional conflicts because one area is going to have more resources than another, and some people are going to go poor. This is documented through history, yeah.
Well, this is why we had several states where we could go there to a state where they had, you could go there and the states had different laws where you could. I mean, there was a set number of laws in each state by the federal government, but as far as I mean, you could go to a state and states were supposed to be having their own laws where you could go there and have your own beliefs is if someone in Massachusetts believes something he didn't believe, you could move to Texas and be among people that believe how you believe. That's how it was originally designed. It was great design, but I think we lost this country back in about right around the turn of the century in 1900s, when we lost the school system, when we lost our education, and it was taken over by the Catholic Church. It's who writes the curriculum. And they found people teaching the globe earth to children in one of the early, I think it was in Massachusetts or Connecticut, and the parents wanted him stoned to death for teaching the heliocentric model. It's in the New York Times. There's a story in there about this. He was teaching the globe, and all the parents wanted him stoned to death. In the earliest settlements, if they found a lawyer in the village, they would just stone him. There was no trial or nothing. They would just stone him to death. Because lawyers tend to take advantage of poor people, old people, weak people, dumb people. And they all do it. They do it through language and words. They're total word nerds. And everybody thinks that when they get on the board, that ship, the court, when they go to court, everybody's speaking English, but they're not speaking English. They're speaking Latin. So you really don't know what they're saying. I try to just stay out of that place. I give them my declaration of status, and I mainly communicate with the governor or the Secretary of State. I send them letters. So, are you sure you really want me to show up as a man in your courtroom? And he said, no, sir. We're not going to need. No, thank you. We don't even want you there. I'll tell you what. Just pay a $50 fine and stay out of trouble. We'll forget this ever happened. And I say, I know we need police, and I know we need fire departments and stuff. I don't mind giving you $50. Here's $50. I know all that's necessary. It's just we're being controlled by some of the evilest people on the whole earth. And it was all our own faults. The government's what you elect. You had a choice to elect these people. Now, I don't think that's the case anymore, but we lost it early, right around the turn of the century, when we lost the schools, the education system. That's all.
There's a great video of an old guy. He's fishing, and we had a license, and they tried to fine him, and he goes in really well prepared. And then the first time I watched that was years ago, and it made my hair stand on end, because he's just he's doing the whole living man thing, and this female judge, at one point she raises her voice, and then he's like, "Who do you think you're talking to? The land has a voice," or something like that. No, he says, the soil has a voice," or something like that. And my hair stood on end now, like, holy crap, this guy's not messing around. And of course, she just gets up and walks out of the court. She just runs off. And of course, as soon as she gets up, he stands up and gets his family out of there. He's like, "Come on, we're leaving," and they just leave. And the police who was stood there with it, they just sort of let him go past, and they drive away. So the video it's like an edited version that's been left over, but the full version's about 20 minutes long. So, but that seems to have disappeared.
I don't know if you've seen that there was a free man movement up in Oregon, and they got hauled in, and one of the freemen is telling him how he's got the French flag and the black robe. He's just a priest and all this stuff. And the judge, I don't call him a judge, I just call him man in a black robe. Anyways, he gets up, takes the robe off, takes the flag, puts it down on the floor, and said, "Okay, now what?" Walked around there, got right in front, sat down right in front of him and said, "Okay, now what?" And they were speechless. They didn't know how to answer. I would have just said, "I just choose to be a man. I'm not competent in this court. I'm an idiot in legalese. All the word idiot means in Latin is that you're a private person not taking part in any legal activities. You're not a lawyer. And can they prosecute a retard? Can you prosecute a retard? No, because they don't know what they're doing.
Well, they treat you like a retard when you get a lawyer. That's the point. You know, you get a lawyer. That says
Right.
to the court, you can't speak for yourself.
That's right. But if you read Article 6 of the Bill of Rights, it says, it doesn't say representation, it says assistance of counsel. You can only speak for yourself in court as a man. In their code world, their complaint world, yeah, representation exists. I get it. But you're you're in a admiralty court, whatever, maritime court. But most of them are just administrative courts. They're just monkeying with you because they can take advantage of you because you don't know.
I can't find that video at all now. Coincidence.
But I went to court a few times and I told them I'm an idiot in legalese, and everybody started laughing. Guess who wasn't laughing? The man in the black robe. And so they quickly gave me a public defender. And I said, that's great. Thank you. Thanks for the wonderful gift. And I told them I want the whole truth. I want all the video evidence. No, we're going to hold that for the civil trial. I said, no. I'd like all the whole truth and nothing but the truth to come out. All of it. So I need all the evidence. All the videos. He said, oh, I'm getting off this case. I said, that's great. I'm filing a motion tomorrow. And, you know, I'll see you next week because I'm getting off this case. I said, look, you were given to me as a gift by that man in the black robe. And if you cause harm and you don't defend me like you're supposed to, that's going to cause me harm. And I'm not going to send the bill to you. I'm going to send it to the man in the black robe that gave me the gift. You. The man in the black robe that gave me the lawyer, he wasn't in there that day. It was another judge. They gave me 4 different judges. Finally, I just said, sue me by my proper given name. And he looked over his glasses and said, that's very serious. I said, yeah, that's pretty serious. He says, well, can you write your name down so we know who we're, dealing with? I wrote my name as a fact, with proper punctuation, colons, hyphens. And they sent, the prosecution called me right before trial date and said, you're willing to accept offers. I said, of course, I'm always willing to accept an offer. You guys are great customers. And he said, just plead guilty to disorderly conduct, stay out of trouble for 90 days, and we'll forget this ever happened. And I said, that sounds good to me. No problem. Yeah, once they know they can't beat you, they're not going to keep fighting you. They're going to offer you a deal where an offer you can't refuse. But yeah, if everybody knew the enemy and who they're dealing with, and that they're just word nerds, but I don't hate them. They taught me to be a man. They arrested me 19 times, and I didn't ever hurt nobody. There was never a bill for damages. It was always a code violation. But I got sick of it and said, finally, I said, well, I guess I better learn how to be a man and learn what they're doing to me. And that's all I did. Just studied real hard. Took about 10 years and 19 gurus that are online telling you all kinds of stories. But, yeah. Anyways, I've helped out a lot of people with this. Just teaching them how to act like a man. That's it. Don't take no titles like defendant and citizen and all that stuff. Only when it's a benefit to you. Because you can accept benefits without being bound to a contract. Everything's a contract. Anyways, if someone else has got something else.
So yeah, the first bit of this video was missing, but the second bit's the best bit anyway. The first bit is where he's got all his papers together and he's well prepared. And the other lawyer's sort of doing all his legalese shit with him, and he's like, why practicing British law in an American court? That flag right there's the Jolly Roger. And he starts going off like that. But then they drag him into this second room, and that's where the video starts. So, yeah, there's a few minutes missing off it. It's actually on YouTube.
Yeah.
I was surprised.
Legalese is a private language. It's copyrighted. So you can't use their language against them. It's their language. They'll allow you to be pro se, just a lawyer for a day. But they interpret their code any way they want. They can make white mean cow. So I knew a lady in Ohio that had the most beautiful paperwork, legalese paperwork. She was pro se even, but she still lost because they can interpret their code any way they like. It's their language. You have to be a bar member in order to. You got to be a member of the union. I choose not to play their game. I don't want nothing to do with legalese. No, thank you. I'm just an idiot. Please leave me alone. They taught everybody in school that an idiot it's English, and it means that you're a dummy. Even worse than that. But in their court, the Latin, idiot is a powerful word. It means private person, that you're not taking part in any legalese. And you're not competent because you're not a lawyer. You don't know their language. You don't know their code. There's no law that says you have to speak Chinese, Japanese, Cantonese, Hindonese, or legalese. So, like the IRS system, it's a voluntary system. There isn't any law that says you have to pick up a pen and write down anything.
Yeah, actually, I just pulled the definition for idiot. It says a private person. How interesting.
In the Latin. And it's powerful in court, but you have to act like Dorothy from The Wizard of Oz. Because if you say it once, they can pretend they didn't hear you. The second time you say it, they can pretend that you're mistaken in your claim. But the third time you say it, it's like Moses with the Ten Commandments.
So, if you look at the word idiocracy, it's referring to a group of private people. So you always refer to idiocracy as a group of idiots.
Right.
Actually, yeah. Makes sense.
The whole Wizard of Oz movie was about the legal society, by the way.
Was it?
Yeah. They find out that the wizard is just some man standing behind a curtain, pulling levers and stuff. But all the yellow brick road, they're trying to get his heart back, his brain back. Yeah.
Idiocracy.
But pretty interesting, I just was tired of being treated like an infant, like chattel. Like they could do anything they wanted to me. They could interpret the code, and they made me a man. So I'm quite grateful to them for teaching me how to be a man, how to act like a man.
Yeah, but it took a lifetime, yeah?
No, just about 15 years or so. I guess you could call it a lifetime. But I finally learned how to be a man. And they leave me alone. And if you cause harm to any man, his property, anything, I cannot help you. I tell everybody that if you've caused someone harm, you better go settle it now. I can't do nothing to help you. But if it's a code, yeah, it's just nonsense.
That's the same as these laws in science, law of gravity, law of whatever, law of a thing.
There you go.
There's no basis for that, because what is a law? Yeah,
it's a
creation of man. So yeah,
Man's convicted by his own beliefs. If he chooses to believe that the Earth's a spinning ball in space, he can do as he wishes. He can believe that there's green unicorns that live on his roof. I don't care.
As long as those unicorns aren't trashing my cabbage patch, it's all good. Those unicorns come over and start trashing my garden, I might do something about it. Maybe have I'll do some passive something first, maybe put up a fence, and then if it still doesn't work, then maybe I'll electrify the fence. And if that still doesn't work, maybe I don't know, I don't like having to bring a 12 gauge into it because, I like unicorns, but if they're wrecking my shit, then I'm going to have to defend myself.
If your neighbor was building a bomb and said as soon as he gets the bomb built, he's going to blow you up, what would you do?
Well, I'd go over there and watch him build it, and I'd be like, so you're making a bomb out of that? I'd be like, all right, well, just stay about 100 meters away from me. We'll be okay.
And at some point, you got to defend yourself, though.
Oh, yeah, for sure. I mean, if he started running at me with this contraption that he claims he built and it's going to blow up stuff, I'd be like, dude, you got about 100 yards. You better stop. He can hear me. I can pop off a couple rounds in the air. I'm sure if he keeps running, whatever.
On the topic of defending yourself, just kind of an open question of the room, like in your guys' viewpoints, like either on the moral level or the ethical level. Like the word defense is, like let's say like a shield or some kind of, in some way you're defending yourself. Like you're not necessarily attacking but you're more just like blocking basically, or, trying to create like some kind of a safety net or some kind of a protective layer versus actually attacking in order to defend.
Yeah.
So totally. What do you guys think, like morally, ethically, like, is it ever okay to attack to defend, or is it?
No, not at all. What you do is you set up a perimeter and you make it known, you go out and make friends with your neighbors and everything. And if they're going to come running in with some bomb that you told me they were making a couple of days ago, I'm going to keep you out of that perimeter. It's kind of like, here, this is the best way I describe this to people is like, okay, you got a mosquito that lands on your arm. Are you going to sit there and try to like think about how you can be nice while you defend yourself? Or are you going to take care of business? Same thing with a leech. You find a leech on your leg, are you going to sit there and be like, I wonder if I can sit here and maybe have a conversation with this guy?
Well, it depends on what area you're in. Like if we're in like the times where leashes actually helped us.
No, I get that. But I'm saying the perimeter. The point I'm making is my perimeter is my skin.
Yeah, I feel you.
And if I haven't chosen to, realize, I get it. Leeches, I get people can say they have use, I guess. But let's go back to mosquitoes and ticks. So if you're already there, you're within my perimeter. That is where I define.
Yeah, you've already.
Yeah, but I mean, I was like,
yeah.
The way I was saying on like the moral or ethical level, I was more referring to with other humans. I guess I should have clarified that because animals and things are different. In my viewpoint, like squashing a mosquito that's on your arm because it's biting you is to me very different than the idea between like defense or attacking in terms of when it comes to other humans. Like that process.
I see what you mean. Yeah, I see what you mean. Like it seems like to have a good defense, you have to have at least a good. You have to have a great offense to have a good defense. It's just.
See, I don't feel like. But what about this on the karmic level? See, I don't feel like I have anything to defend, and I've never been attacked or robbed or anything like that. So, like to me, I feel like by just living with a mindset of harmony. I mean, like I'm even to the point where like I don't really even feel the need to lock the doors. Like I have that much trust that no one can come in and
that's
do
amazing. That's a great feeling.
Yeah,
like
that's awesome, dude.
There's a point where,
I grew up that way.
Yeah. See, now I was in prison for 4 years, and there's a point where in life where you just, I don't know, like when I fucked up and I went to prison, and there's a defense. You have to have offensive defense. That doesn't make sense. I know it's weird sounding, but you have to have an offensive
in that environment. That's a that's a whole other situation. That's like the peak of like a certain form of what I'm referring to. Yeah, that's.
Yeah, I would like I had that. What you have, I had at one point, Right now, I think I have it. I think I can unlock my door and be well. I keep my door unlocked anyways lately, and I feel comfortable with doing that. So there's a certain feeling, there's a certain like comfort in unlocking your door. It seems like a mundane thing in life, but in reality, it's a huge thing. Like I'm keeping my door unlocked. Anyone can come in. I trust, that everything's going to be good, and
I lived a long time where the people we knew, our friends and our neighbors, our family, they knew that our doors were unlocked and they never knocked. And that's how we knew that if somebody came up to our house and knocked, that's how we knew they were not like anybody we know, because if they knew us, they would know not to knock. You just walk in, man. Just be,
Yeah.
hey,
Okay.
what's up?
Yeah. I like that. That's a community. That seems like
That's how
what
we
you would
live,
call
dude. I love
community.
that shit.
That is interesting. Yeah. And then there could also be the idea that in the homes, there's like the public area and the private. So maybe someone wouldn't necessarily just bust into your bedroom, but yeah, they might come in the kitchen or hang out or see who's hanging out. I love that kind of vibe, dude. Yeah. Like when I've been on like retreats, that's kind of where I've experienced it, is being in that kind of environment where you're with people, for like a week or two, and you're all like you're like eating meals together, you're hanging out, you're running into each other on the pathways, talking, hanging, and like there's just a vibe of like a community feeling to where like if you're in the public area, then yeah, like people are around, you can hang out. But then if you're in your private area, then yeah, you still have your own private area.
Yeah, man, we had like a half a dozen people in that place for several years. And if anybody walked up and knocked on the door, we'd all just look at each other like, all right, who the fuck is that? Sorry for the F-bomb. But we'd just be like, whoa, who's on watch? Everybody jumped to the blinds and be like, clearly it's somebody we don't know.
So you were saying when you were growing up? I mean, when I was growing up, like, yeah, my parents definitely locked the house. And I mean, I grew up in a place where it was like a neighborhood.
Oh, yeah, you got kids and you're in a freaking hood, dude. I mean, you can't really play this shit.
Like I remember like our garage door when I was growing up, it had like a kind of a big key. It was like one of those bigger kind of keys, and like it was like a thick, strong door. So yeah, you had to like put the key in and unlock it. It was the whole thing. But I mean, that's like standard in that kind of neighborhood environment. But it's such a good feeling to not lock your door. You just come home and walk in. Thing is, like if there is the claim that like if anyone's going to come in, they're going to probably find a way in anyways. Now, if you were going to like try to do some hardcore security system and all that thing, and I know there's areas where people do rob and stuff. Like I know it goes on and it's crazy. Some people do just like come into your house, and then whole idea of people defending themselves with guns and stuff. Like I realize that is a reality for some, because there are people that will do that. But I do think deeper about like is there like a moral or ethical karmic level that transcends that, to where if you're on a certain vibration or you have a certain awareness within yourself of your like awareness with others and your own kind of conduct as well, to where that'll just never happen. Like you'll never be robbed or attacked or anything like that, to the point to where like you would leave your door open, because 99% of the people are not just going to walk in someone's house. And the small percent that would attack, you're not attracting them.
You want to hear something crazy, Joe? I'm 53. I've owned, I don't know how many houses. I've never had a house key. Believe that?
You broke up right at the end. You said never had a house break-in?
I've never had a house key. I've owned several houses. 53. I've never had a house key.
I'm not quite able. I don't know if anyone else is able to hear. Would you guys hear what he said? Did you say your mic's kind of hard to hear? Did you say house lease?
House key.
Oh,
I've never had a house.
Oh,
never locked my house.
Wow, nice, dude. That's awesome. That's amazing.
Like
You're saying your whole
vibration.
life or your whole adult life?
Well, since I've owned houses, and it's like what you were saying. I just live with that vibe. That's the way I live. I've never been robbed. I've never, I'm just gonna be that way.
Well, do you lock the door? Do you like lock your doors, but you have a garage door that is automatic to where you don't have to use a key, or do you just not use any keys?
We don't lock our doors. My keys stay in my vehicles at my house. Nothing. If you need it, you must need it worse than me. You better take it and not let me touch it.
That's beautiful, man. Yeah, that's rare too. That's awesome, bro. And you've never had any issue, yeah.
My name has never been on a court case. I've never had police at my house. Don't need it.
So this is an interesting point. I want to we're talking about vibrations and frequencies, and if you keep the door locked or whatever, you're attracting blah blah blah, or if you keep it unlocked, you feel safe, so therefore it's not attracting blah blah blah. Okay, that's how I did it, and I'll tell you right now the reason why I changed and excuse me, started locking the door is one day I came up and somebody had already just walked in. They just wandered in off the street. Door was wide open. Dudes just hanging around, looking at things around. I got roommates, and maybe they're away at work, and they've trusted me, and I'm here. And this dude's just like, I'm like, who the hell are you, right? He just was like in our front living room, checking out stuff, looking around. I'm like, you need to leave. Then he gets upset when I asked him to leave. Okay, so that's when I was like, all right, maybe I'll start locking the door. I wasn't trying to attract, it was already open, but I had an obligation because at the time I was the leaseholder and I had other people that were there, and I'm like, well, I can't really and I let everybody come and hang out, dude. I had a lot of people I never knew that they'd be sleeping on the street, and I'd be like, hey, dude, you need somewhere to sleep, and they'd come and hang out for a couple weeks, and they'd be gone or whatever, But this time, dude was just there, just walked in, and I think maybe, I don't know what was going on. It didn't seem like he could understand what I was saying, and I had to kind of just direct him back to the door and kind of like keep him from wandering further, because he wouldn't talk to me, and I'm just like, hey, dude, whatever. So I was just like, once I got him back out the door, I was like, all right, I guess I'll have to start locking the freaking door, I was just like, fuck.
But on the topic,
I was just thinking how oh, sorry. Go ahead. Someone else. Was that?
So on the topic of self-defense, one of the main reasons I'm on this Discord, because how do you defend from spray from above? How do you defend from that? How do you defend that?
Chemtrails?
Right.
Yeah.
Well, I can show you. There's ways to do it, but if you start talking about it, you get muted and banned, and
Yeah, I know.
I'll give you some hints. It has to do with copper, quartz crystal. That's pretty much it.
Well, I mean, that is a separate topic. I was going to say real quick about the locking the doors thing. I was just thinking how if nobody used keys, wouldn't that solve homelessness? Now, I know it sounds kind of intense. You would think, okay, well, then what? Homeless people are just going to be coming into people's houses. I mean, yes and no. I mean, first of all, there may be people who would take them in and would just give their little, help to humanity in that sense, and would maybe care for someone in that way if they were more open to it, and if there was that system for it. And then secondly, I've heard a stat, I don't know if it's completely true, where there's like 7 empty houses for every homeless person. So there's some wealthy people that own multiple homes to the point, there's so many of those to the point to where there's 7 empty houses just not even being used for every one homeless person. Like I said, I don't know if that stat's like verified or 100% true, but
no, it is, and I can see exactly what you're talking about. And the way I look at it is there's secure shelter, and if you have a secure shelter with your family and everything, that's different from all these real estate properties that are on the market and for sale at the moment, and they're unoccupied.
Yeah.
So I totally get what you see what you mean by the key, but that doesn't mean somebody that already has a secure shelter with their family should just get rid of their locks.
Yeah, you know what's crazy is that like in every city there's at least here there's a Sheraton that they went out of business, and it's just a huge fucking hotel that's sitting there with no one living in it. Like it's just like rooms. It seems like they should. Yeah, like
I know.
That's what we did in Austin.
Seems like instead of robbing us and trying to tell us they're going to space in a complete scam, we could use that money probably overnight. Because if people the really best thing, well, as a transition to it, is that if someone has property like that or whatever it may be, if they could be paid by the government basically through our taxes to, let's say, help homeless people or whatever it may be, that people in need. So that would be ideal. If our tax money was not just going to like NASA and all these different deceptions and being just robbed from us, that could be used in some good ways. That would be one of them.
I like how
Except
you,
they make laws
I like
that
how
you
you
can't
put
squat.
flat Earth in it to that argument. That was good, Gio. That
Most
was
of the government money
that was
already
good.
goes to doing stuff like that.
Instead, they make laws against squatting and trying to, find shelter.
The reason most of the government money goes to entitlement spending.
Look at the
Like
ghost
donation
cities
stuff.
in China. They could house millions and millions and millions, and nobody's there.
Also, we did
Wow,
we
yeah.
did that hotel. We did that hotel thing in here in Austin.
You're in Austin? I want to go to Austin, Texas so bad. I want to see the bats. You see the bats like every night, right?
Oh yeah. No, yeah, in
That's so
autumn,
cool.
yeah.
Yeah, that's pretty cool.
Autumn time.
Texas is one state I haven't spent too much time in. Like I've been through there, but I haven't really hung. I haven't hung there for any extended amount of time. It's one state. I mean, I guess I really have hung mostly in two states my whole life, but I've done other travelings. But yeah, I've only kind of been through Texas, but seems very
sexy.
Well, there's a way, isn't it kind of way in which Texas is kind of more linked in with like the system, like the kind of militaristic government side of it?
No. It's like the opposite.
Well, Austin's probably a little bit more progressive.
Well, progressive, yeah, but the state as a total is in a lot of ways independent from the rest of the country. For good, for good and bad. Our own electrical grid, it's run by like a single source. That's why we had all those problems with it during that snowstorm. Whereas most other states, they have, they're caught in a multi-state network as far as electricity goes.
Hey, Rakia, do you even leave the keys to your boat right in the boat?
The door's always open. There isn't a. I don't have a key to the boat either. It has an electric door. I actually just came in it.
Nice.
And I told friends, everybody's welcome on it. We have drinks and whatever provided. I have a husband and wife living in one of my rentals right now that was homeless. They're living for free.
You have a husband?
That's amazing.
I'll show you the button to the door. So you push a button and the door slides open.
Now here's an extreme example. If somebody found your boat, noticed it was open, they jumped on, started it up, fired it up, they took a cruise. Let's just say in this example they don't damage anything. So, it was a damageless usage of it, but they went out and used it, brought it back, tied it up. If you knew it was gone or whatever it may be, would you call cops? Would you go out there after them, or would you just like chill and figure? And then if they did come back and you saw them, would you just be like, what would you think about that? Because then there's it kind of plays into a larger idea that we could all actually like share things, and we could all have things. It's another whole idea, but yeah, that's my question.
Well,
for you.
That's pretty extreme, but like I'll tell you this: there's been plenty of people I didn't know that's been on my boat. Plenty of people from out of the country even that came through other groups that came and fished and spent time on my boat that I've never charged. Everyone's welcome. So if I have it, you need a shirt and I have a shirt, you can have it. That's just how we are around here. And but as far as cranking you couldn't come here and crank my boat. It's got so many. You got to turn this breaker on, these switches on, press this button. It's not like a key, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
but they could come on and get a drink out of the refrigerator or use the bathroom or whatever if they needed a place to stay. But that's kind of extreme too. I mean, you have to realize I'm not like, parking my boat on the side of the, canal. It's in a gated community, and where I live, I'm choosy, right? Like, I'm not gonna, I don't want, your everyday crackhead coming in my house. We live in communities and live in places where I choose where I live. But if you need a place to stay, I'm gonna find you a place to stay. There's a lot of people around. I went tonight. I met guys and husband and wife last night at dinner, having dinner with a friend of mine. We went to their place tonight and just, whatever I needed, whatever I wanted, we ate and had fun. These people don't care about the government's rules or, you know what I'm saying? We're not lawless, but we live by our own code, basically. It's just how it is. Now, I'm not going to break the law and, I'm not going to go 100 miles an hour on the freeway. I respect your kids or, you know what I'm saying? Like, I don't want to hurt anybody. Can't think of one man-made law that I need. If you could tell me one, it'd be the first.
Yeah, those very high integrity vibrations there. If everyone was like that, yeah, we would be in incredible shape.
Yeah, it makes me like, God damn it, Rocky, you son of a bitch. Like, you have, like, it seems like you have the life that, I don't know, it seems like you got things going on right in your life. So that's good. All I can say is good on you.
Well, it doesn't. All right, I work hard and
Yeah,
right now.
yeah. I feel,
Our life isn't perfect, but we still have challenges. But it's who you turn to, what you turn to. I turn to my Creator. I give glory to my Creator, and I tell people about my Creator through creation, or try to. I've struggled over the last 4 years I've been projected or put into this, whatever, Discord and YouTube, and I wasn't ready for it. But it's helped me grow as a man, and I can battle all things. I mean, but there's many
You say your
people
Creator?
like
Are
me.
you talking about Geppetto?
Yeah, whatever. For me, it's God. So.
Oh, my bad.
Yeah.
Just mess with you. Are you playing roulette?
I don't, but I watch a lot of roulette videos.
Why?
The roulette numbers add up to 300 or 666. I've heard that. Do you know that?
Oh, yeah, huh?
Kind of weird.
Let me see.
If
Hold on.
that's true, that's weird.
No, it is true. Well, if you take 36 and you multiply it by half of that, I think, is that how it works?
I don't know, but then you have double zero and zero. I don't know if that counts. But I like playing craps for entertainment. I play poker mostly. I can't play football anymore, so I might as well play poker. I like to fish. We're fishing in the morning. Did y'all see the moon tonight?
No, why?
Amazing.
Is that Mike?
You mean the night sun?
It just went down in my area. It was a night sun. I heard y'all saying that earlier.
Yeah, that's what we're calling it now. We're calling it the night sun. Just ask Jeremy. He'll tell you.
Was it like a full moon?
No, it's just a sliver.
Gotcha.
When the sun set, the moon and I think whatever star or whatever they call it, Venus or Jupiter, or one of the bright stars was right above the moon when the sun was setting. I don't know if you can see it in the picture I posted, but it was neat.
Let me see. Oh, wow. I like it when the moon is like a sliver, when it looks like a banana. Hmm.
What do you think the moon is?
I like passion fruit moons too. Those are good too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Estrella, what do you think the moon is?
What do I think the moon is?
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know. It's just a big rock, I guess.
I think it's a total eclipse of the heart.
Hmm.
John Denver's full of shit, man.
So you think it's physical? You think it's a physical rock?
I mean, I don't know. I've never been there. I've never traveled to the moon.
But I mean, you feel like it's like a landscape that you could like land on and like walk around as if you were like, you think it even has that to it?
I mean, hypothetically, I mean, there's Earth, right? And we're able to walk on here, so why can't we walk there?
How dare you bring logic into this conversation?
Well, no, I mean, because it does seem to have some like physical-esque features. I do know what you mean in terms of that part of it. But what about the part that one reason is that it's, you know, essentially on the ceiling, like it's up there. So how could we stick to it if everything falls to the earth?
I don't know.
Hey, what about when you see just a crescent moon like tonight, right before it gets dark, but you could see the rest of the moon, right? But yet you still see the dark blue sky through the part that's not visible. If you were on the other side of the moon, would they be able to see you through the moon because part of it's invisible?
Yeah, that is cool when the blue sky, like, yeah, you could see the blue sky through the moon. That is very interesting. Is that what you're talking about?
Yeah. Like the last thing I'm thinking is, oh, that's a reflection from the sun. Yeah, you're still able to see the whole moon though, but it's just like barely any of it because it's a crescent. It only happens a couple times a year when you can see the whole thing when it's just a crescent, but yet you could still see through it too.
Yeah, it does seem like to me. I often think of it as like a semi-translucent celestial crystal made of plasma. Ultimately, electricity, liquid, plasma, the gases as well.
That sounds good. Like semi-translucent. What was it? What was the next part?
Celestial crystal.
I love it. Like the syllables, they roll off the tongue good. So I like the sound of it. If someone's talking shit, don't talk shit. I'm just saying, and it sounded nice. Like cerebral. So what was it called again?
Cerebral palsy.
Okay, but anyways, that was good, Gio.
Yeah, it was.
Well, it does seem to have certain interesting similar qualities to crystals. Meaning, like one thing that crystals do is the moon does kind of look crystalline in a way as well. Could be argued for that, just in terms of some of the way that it reflects, the way that it looks, the way that it kind of luminesces its light. But one, like the ways that like crystals, for example, like actual physical crystals here on Earth, they do a thing called fluorescence, where they actually fluoresce light from them when they're activated by the environment, either the temperature. There's also ones that fluoresce with UV light, and of course the sun and all of that's going to have the UV light is thoroughly here, in the environment as well. And the fact that the UV is what makes the crystals fluoresce. The sun, of course, is emitting UV, and we do see the moon seems to fluoresce its light in the directional position of the sun. So I'm saying like physical crystals here on Earth, if you apply UV light to them, they'll fluoresce. The sun, of course, emits UV, and then it does appear as though the sun and the moon have a direct, like the position of the sun and the moon is what creates, the phases of the moon, and it seems to change in its fluorescence due to its position to the sun. There's also a temperature quality of fluorescence. When something is colder, it fluoresces more, and when it's warmer, it fluoresces less, and can even remove the fluorescence by warming it. And when the moon is at a full moon, it's like opposite the sun, furthest away. It was when it would, in theory, be the coldest because it's the furthest from the sun. Then it fluoresces the most in the full moon. Whereas in the new moon, when it's right on the sun, even like during the new moon, we can't see the moon at all, to the point to where potentially if there is a heat component to it, the heat is then somehow connected to the moon and the sun being right next to each other, to the point to where we get the new moon where the moon just doesn't fluoresce at all. Like it doesn't emit any luminosity until it starts separating again, coming back out from where the sun is. And then it starts to create the fluorescence, only very minimally at the beginning. And then of course it goes all the way, to half phase, quarter, half, and then full moon, and then back around.
Like, I like what you're saying, but what does fluoresce mean? Like fluoresce, it means like ionized gases reflecting light off of it, or I don't know what's fluoresce. Whatever yeah, okay, you know what I'm saying.
Well, yeah, like like the word fluorescence.
Yeah, I know it as illuminating from, but from what? I don't know. I'm kind of intoxicated right now, so I don't know what I'm saying.
Yeah. Well, here I'll read. I could give my definition of it, but I'll just kind of read one here since it'll just word it.
Okay, cool.
So the word fluorescence, the visible and invisible radiation emitted by certain substances as a result of incident radiation of a shorter wavelength, such as X-rays or ultraviolet light. The property of absorbing light of short wavelength and emitting light of a longer wavelength. So, I mean, essentially, fluorescence is something where it receives some kind of activation. In this case, they're saying like a radiation in this sense, or ultraviolet. So with fluorescence, it receives that, and then it essentially is somehow converting that into a fluorescence of light, into an actual emission of light.
So it's being fed. Yeah, it's being fed. The energy is
activated.
And then it's, okay, cool. Okay, I can do that.
Like, have you heard about like the fluorescing, like certain sea creatures that fluoresce? They like emit light as well.
Yeah. There's a bunch of those, which is pretty interesting, actually.
But with crystals, like these like crystals fluoresce because they're emitting light in reaction to some kind of electromagnetic type activation or radiation. So in the case of UV with crystals, then it's like the UV, even though the UV doesn't have any visible light, it activates the crystals in a way that the crystals will emit visible light from that, which was connecting to the moon. And how the moon is fluorescing its light that we can see in its activation from the sun.
Oh, so the sun. Okay, I get it. So the sun is the energy that's making it fluoresce. Okay, that's it. I get it. I see.
Yeah. So it's not the sun's, in my viewpoint, it's not the sun's light that's reflecting off the moon. Like the light we see from the sun, that's not what's reflecting off the moon. Because the light from the sun, it's like a golden, it's warm and it's golden. It's a whole different light. So
it's the energy.
The light coming off the moon is like cold, and it has different effects on foods and plants. And So the light from the moon is different. So I don't think that the sunlight is reflecting that the moon is reflecting the sunlight off of it. However, I do think the moon is activated by the sun in its position, like in a way that's not visible light reflecting, but it is somehow activating it with its energy, whether it's the UV component, if there is a crystal fluorescence part, or even just an electromagnetic, electrostatic type of activation as well. Somehow like the anode and cathode within an electrical system, to the point to where the moon is going to fluoresce its light, kind of like being pulled in a sense towards its position to where the sun is.
Yeah, you can see the Earth was obviously terraformed at one time to get these minerals and products to produce the moon.
Well, now that's the whole question. Is the moon even from the Earth at all? Or is it something of the celestial realms?
So you don't believe the moon's man-made then?
Oh, no. Absolutely not.
Why? Beautiful structure.
No, I think the sun and moon are made by a much higher level of consciousness than a human.
Yeah, that's the only explanation, because if you break it down, we don't have anything else to work with, because we know rocks can't fly, rocks can't levitate. We know that there's a force on the flat plane that's pulling objects down to us, so it can't be held up by any other means. So the only avenue we have left is created by God or man-made. So probably the ancient giants use the resources from the flat plane to create the moon for whatever reason.
Well, it seems like in this realm, like we have the sun and the moon, which are roughly the same size, and they move in the similar pathways. Of course, different timing that they have, but like essentially the moon moves through the tropics, like from the Tropic of Cancer to the equator to the Tropic of Capricorn, back to the equator, back to the Tropic of Cancer. That whole, in to out, out to in, that whole cycle through the tropics takes the moon 1 month, whereas it takes the sun 1 year. So that's 365, 365, etc. For, the roughly the 1 year. That's the time it takes for the sun to do that whole cycle. Then the moon is 1 month's worth, and so on. And then all of the other wandering stars like Mercury and Venus, they all have their cycle of how long it takes for them to do that same path. So it's like they're all tracing in between the tropics, all of those wandering ones, the sun, the moon, and then the other like planets, as they call them, the wandering stars, the luminaries. So I've never thought of any of those as being man-made. In my viewpoint, I've never thought in my thought of those are all like sort of like built into this whole realm at the level of the creator, in that sense of the actual energy that created it.
Yeah, I would ask you to find a high-resolution photograph of the moon, which we can do now, and you can look at the moon and see its texture. It's a creation of man, because there's large bubble-type formations that would have been a byproduct of a manufacturing process. Especially the bottom of the moon, it's completely bubbled. So it's either used like a high pressure air system to push out the whatever material it's made out of. And therefore, as we know, all manufacturing processes or liquids turn into a solid create bubbles for whatever reason. So I'll find you a high resolution pic and you can have a look, and it gets pretty obvious that it's man-made.
So what would be your theory on that then? Like how would men have made the moon and put it up there? What is that theory? Where are you getting that theory from, or what are your thoughts on that?
Well, okay, the Earth is so heavily terraformed, right? There's been so much material removed by the ancients that they would.
That I agree on. I agree on that. I think they've had other technologies in the past that, like the Grand Canyon and these different sites, you can do mass. So I do agree with the mining. So okay, so then how does that then follow to the next step?
Well, they would have because remember, the ancients were exponentially intelligent. They were 1,000 times more intelligent than us, the dumbest person around, yeah? So for them to motivate a society or whatever to create superstructures would have been pretty easy. And for them to extract products from the earth to create gases like helium and or hydrogen, and like the superstructures of the past, like the Tower of Babylon, the pyramids, like these were superhuman people, yeah. So for them to start erecting structures would have been no problem at all. But obviously there's been a great disaster, maybe a great flood that that did wipe out these ancient civilizations. Obviously, for me, it's pure speculation, and there's other authors out there who have different ideas and different science fiction based on that. But it's the only argument we've got left. If you start removing God out of the equation, and this Big Bang theory and all these particles come together, and gravity's fallen away now because we can't prove gravity, the only thing we got left is man-made. So that's the avenue we have to pursue, I believe.
You're pursuing that? Wait, I'm not sure where you're coming from. Hold on.
We have to pursue a man-made structure. That's
Wait, hold on.
all
right, in your journey of life, you're getting rid of a creator, you said?
I believe there is an ultimate creator. Yes, I do, because we have this innate intelligence and these incredible abilities that can only become from God. But these abilities of man were at one point very much more high developed than we are now. So that's
okay.
my theory.
I was just trying to understand. God. Okay. Well, I guess you were saying, oh, well, we don't have God, so now we have to claim it's man-made. I was just trying. I mean, I was trying to figure out is that your view, or are you talking about like the kind of mainstream model view, or I'm trying to?
Yeah, I get your point. Because people are dismissing everything now. Because like there's a big movement to remove God out of every part of our lives, right? There has to be a reason for that. Because obviously the deep state or whoever, the governments, they know God exists. So they don't want us to have that connection for our high development. So the path that the governments are heading us on is a path of stupidity, of no families, everyone's born gay, all this delusional shit, starting wars, destroying the education system. So that's an agenda to destroy us, yeah? So there's a bigger thing going on that most people can agree on. But yeah, I'm not dispelling God, nor am I saying that. But let me find you a picture of the moon. And once you look at the textures at the bottom of the moon, it's a huge ass bloody ball. Someone said, okay, you're calling the moon the Death Star. I said, no, not entirely.
You know what I just realized is that Danny DeVito is probably the best name of all names. But keep going. Danny DeVito, that's such a good fucking name. It has nothing to do with what you guys are talking about, but god damn, that's a good name.
Well, I mean, the other thing about like the moon, like in terms of a lot of my research and study and watching its cycles very closely with eclipses, and I also just like see where it was when I was born, and then I've tracked it throughout my life as it's moved throughout the sky, and then how that relates to the positions of everything when I was born. And it seems like intricately like the moon is linked in with the human psyche on multiple levels, like in terms of the emotions, the rhythm of the emotional field of the human. It's kind of like the way that the sun is like your kind of the identity and like your kind of outer world expression. The moon is like the inner, the reflective, even like the nurturing part of us. And it's kind of like the kind of deeper, like sentimental, emotional, kind of that deeper, like inner reflective side. And then seeing how that side of the psyche seems to get activated as it moves. Of course, we all know like the full moon phenomenon as well, like when it's a full moon, the energy that is activated. So the thought about the moon being man-made, the thing about that is that if it's so linked into nature foundationally to the point to where our very psyches and the very like animals and plants and the women's reproductive cycle, all these things seem to be intricately built into it. The theory that it would be man-made would be, I mean, then it's like they would have had to not only make it, but somehow I just don't see how that could function, because if they made like a rock and threw it up there, okay, I can see that general idea of that idea, mining stuff out of the earth, somehow packing it together and somehow launching it up there. And then maybe it hangs up there with some kind of quantum locking, or maybe there's some kind of different effect of what we call gravity up there to where something could float or whatever. But at that point, the thing about that is that, like I was saying, how to link that into the fact that it seems so integrally built into this realm within like biological, emotional, all these different levels.
Like you've done a lot of acid, haven't you, Gio?
The moon, the moon's not affecting us. There's another argument.
I've done a lot of acid.
I just posted a moon.
I heard you, Tony. Yeah, dude.
Sorry, man. So sorry, but you've done a lot of acid, Gio. Like for real. Like that shit. I was thinking of like I would be doing mushrooms and I'd be thinking, you know what? I think the moon is fucking part of me. Like so I can't talk shit. I can't talk shit because I've had the same thoughts.
Yeah. Anyway, look, I've just posted a picture of the moon in the chat, but you can find your own to verify it. This could be whatever, digital enhanced. But if you open up in your browser this picture and you click on the bottom of the moon and highlight it with the magnifier, you'll start to see all these bubbles. And we know in manufacturing, this is a byproduct of manufacturing. Look at it. It's not craters, it's bubbling. And once I looked at that, I said, holy shit, this thing's man-made. Now,
you don't think it looks like things have like impacted it? Like when I look at the moon, it looks like things have like hit it. Look at
the top of the moon, right?
All right, let me look. You put something in the chat. I didn't see it.
Yeah, you might have to like zoom in and show us what you're referring to. So
I'll do a copy paste. One sec. I can cut it.
And then is this something you came to on your own, or did you hear someone else say?
Yeah, I discovered it last week because we were arguing about it, and I said, "Dude, look at it; it's man-made. It's obvious." But once I show you this bubbling texture, you'll just see straight away it's man-made.
It says something went wrong, and then it goes cause index 95 relevant JSON truncated. My phone's fucked up. Sorry, I don't see what.
I've never heard anyone really assert like fully like an idea that the moon is man-made to that degree. I remember David Icke had talked about it a little bit in terms of like some claim that it rang like a bell or whatever, and then he linked it to the reptilians or some things like that. I think.
I've heard that the giant like that was the one big thing was when the giants made it. Like they carved it out of the earth and then threw it up into the heavens. I've heard that.
Yeah.
So if you look at the I just did a copy paste in the chat. Look at this bubbling feature, right? That's manufactured. Because if you're using injection molded or molted steel, not steel, it'd be too heavy, but some type of product they've discovered and they've just pumped it out, fill it full of helium or hydrogen, illuminate it with probably crystals, as you said, or maybe in a radiation that we found in ancient times, and just flung it up there somehow.
All right. Well, then how would that correlate with the fact that it fluoresces its light in position to the sun? And then all of the other things I had said too about its position and how connected it is to like the female reproductive cycle and animals and plants.
Well, actually, that's what gets me. The female reproductive. That's what gets me. I'm like, what?
There's no connection between the full moon and the reproductive cycle. That's actually, because so many Western women are on the pill, it actually threw off their natural cycles. Because they choose when to go on their periods now. They go off the pill for their period. They go back on the pill to be non-fertilized. Right?
Well, the whole pill, that's a chemical drug. That's a whole different ballgame.
That needs to be banned. Yeah.
In terms of the natural cycle of females, if they're healthy and their hormones, if everything is functioning in the right cycles, the reproductive cycle of the egg, the egg being built and created to the process of the having the period and actually the release of that is directly connected to the lunar cycle. And also when women live together, they all sync up together with the moon.
If they're not on the pill. If they are on the pill, then the cycles are controlled by themselves. Now, I'm just going to say something. You made me realize something. You know how these New Age people rant about crystals, right? Maybe there is a crystal on the moon affecting human behavior. That's a really plausible argument, dude.
Okay, well there you go. I mean, that's if you're saying it would. Yeah, I see what you're saying.
Yeah,
the actual crystal
I
material.
think it's irradiated by a uranium type product or radioactive type product that the ancients had. They used for light. Because just imagine if you were the ancients, right, and you're finding this glowy stuff in the ground everywhere.
But
You're
it's
gonna
like
think,
perfectly
we
aligned
can
with.
illuminate the night with this stuff, right? We can make a giant star to illuminate the whole planet or the whole flat plane. So yeah, it's just a superstructure.
All right, so
I know it's far out there. Yeah.
Yeah, so your theory, you're saying that some other entities, you're saying actually humans, not even giants or anything else, like actually. So you don't think the creator created the moon?
Well, wouldn't the creator be like if you had the power to create a moon, you would be the creator of that realm, right? I mean, like if I could make a moon, I'd be the creator. I'm like, hey, I created this shit. So
Yeah, dude, I've heard about people
Yeah.
that have done something called life between life regression, where they use it's a technique to go into a very, very deep brainwave state, meditative state, to be able to access deep memories of their soul, basically when they're not in a human body, like when they're kind of out in the spirit realms and all that. And they describe that many of different ones have had they've independently come to this information. So it's not like they all talked about it and agreed. Independently, they've had these, where they talk about one of the things you can do is basically like go to creation mode, where you can go and you can basically try to create your own realm, your own worlds.
Well, not that you actually create it, but you can understand how it could be created.
Well, no, well, even to
In
the
a
point
way.
to where like if we're all separate from the creator, but we are it ultimately, like holographically, then like let's say we can't create, but it can, and then there's a spectrum in between. So if we are returning to the creator ultimately, then that ability to create becomes more. It's like developing a skill in that sense, like becoming
Dude,
a
I
great
want to do
musician or something.
Hey,
Yeah.
Gio, I want to do acid with you, man, so bad. Like it'd be like, for real. Like it would be a great fucking conversation. That's crazy shit. I love it though. It's like DMT. I want to do DMT. I haven't done DMT yet, but I hear it's cool.
You just
Yeah,
don't have a proper connection to your subconscious. You just
Yeah,
gotta learn to use it more, and for imagination and for thought and creation. Yeah, but
Yeah.
another point is, now I saw an article a few weeks ago where they dug up a tomb of these ancient Sumerians or something in Pakistan or somewhere. I'm not really sure.
Yeah.
And
I
they
saw it
tested,
too. Yeah.
yeah, and they tested the bodies, and they said they were highly radioactive.
Yes,
I
they were.
thought,
They
well,
were like,
that's
yeah, there was. It's weird. Like they were like they had radioactive materials coming off of them. It's kind of crazy.
yeah. You can pull that file. You can pull that article somewhere. So, but I don't take anything the deep state media produces to be, 100%. But I'll
Yeah.
give it the benefit that maybe there was a radioactive substance. Maybe
You
they
know what?
built
If they say
food to
something,
get rid of it.
that I like that I think of at that time, that I'm like, oh, you know what? That seems right. Then I'll agree with it. If it's something I don't agree with, I'm not going to agree with it. Okay, that was a joke though, but
I get it.
yeah, that's like
that's
the definition of being biased.
Well, like that last thing I was saying, I was just thinking still on that, like what I was saying, it's like the definition of, the idea of like be your own, be your own creator of your own life in a sense, or like manifest your capacities to the
Yes,
to the extent.
whatever gets you to the next level. Okay, so everyone, like when you're how do I say this? When you're growing or you're progressing through life, there's points where you're like, okay, this is the crossroads. Like whatever decision I make at this point is going to make a big drastic fucking impact on my life. It's those crossroads that what am I saying? I don't know. I might be high.
No, I hear what you're saying. Yeah, in one's own individual life. But we were talking about the moon and like whether the creator created the moon or how to create like how would one even create that? But my thought would be that on the level of the creator, my thought is that it seems to have an infinite capacity to utilize its energy in any way that it desires, in a sense. Like, it seems to use light and sound and vibration and frequency and these electromagnetic fields and these different elements like ether, air, fire, earth, and water, and somehow to like vibrate those in a myriad of ways, like an infinite myriad of ways. And part of the way that that's happening is the experience I'm having right now. Even everybody here, all in our we're all in, talking on a microphone, we're listening, we're on the internet, we're in our houses, wherever we are. And it's like, if it's able to actually create entire realities like this, then it can just keep it vibrating indefinitely.
It sounds beautiful, Gio, but when you say that when you say infinite what amount of ways, like through our investigation, aren't we finding a definite set of ways? Like
there's
like
a finite,
his boundaries, his boundaries to his rules, basically.
Well, there are rules built into the game. Yeah, I do think in terms of the human realm. Yeah, other realms are all different.
Tokyo, it depends on how much acid you've taken before you've had this conversation.
Well, yeah,
So,
okay. Well, it can have. I think it can have the infinite capacity to create anything in that way. But part of what if it then creates some kind of rules or boundaries, then those are just okay. Like what I'm trying to say is that the base level of it is its infinite capacity to create absolutely anything it wants and just sustain it, almost like an ultimate lucid dream where you can just manifest any realities, multiple realities. You could have humans. You could be experiencing all of those individual humans' lives through their eyeballs and in their body, but also creating the entire landscape, the buildings, everything with whatever the scene is, all the emotions, all the consciousness involved. And even if it then wants to create rules, like it has no rules itself, absolutely unbounded creativity, completely no bound, truly infinite. But it may want to create some kind of rules or some boundary or some kind of boundary or structure for the other energies to play within, the humans or whatever it may be. So like morals or, karma, all these different things. So it's freely wanting to create all of it, but it creates the rules and it creates the players and then it plays the game.
See, the problem I'm having is, okay, you said infinite capacity, which if I break down that in my head, I'm breaking down infinite, which is never ending capacity, but a capacitor, like I do electricity and stuff, and I know a capacitor can hold so much energy. So I'm not getting like what you're saying with infinite capacity. It's because it seems like capacitor is something that holds a finite amount of energy and then dissipates it out to the thing you needed to charge, or start. So I'm not getting that word. I'm sorry.
Yeah, no, I know what you mean. Yeah, no, that's well said. Well, yeah, I mean, you're right. There is the capacitor definition of capacity, but okay, so if it can create the vessel and it can create all of the components within the vessel, then you could say that's a capacity, like there is some capacity to that vessel. There's some capacity to that vessel, but it's an infinite capacity. So it can it is kind of a paradox on that level. It's like a duality where it can hold like a container and be infinitely creating additional.
I see what you mean. Yeah. Okay, I see what you mean. You're talking about like a capacity of like it's capable of holding whatever I can think of. Like it's capable. You're talking about the capability of something. I get it. Okay.
Oh yeah, infinite capability. Yeah, exactly. And that's another way to see it.
Well, I'm not trying to be a naysayer because I'm not a naysayer, but
why would you be a naysayer then? Don't be a naysayer.
I'm not a limiter. I'm not a limiter either. I'm not a limiter or a naysayer. But that's what I'm saying. But I think the beauty because I agree with a lot of what you're saying, Gio. Just I have a different, it's formulated differently for me because it's actually beautiful to me that like there is a very specific set of rules that we are honing in on what they are, and that these rules actually allow that creator. He establishes the rules. It allows creation for all the moon, as you said, like not sure how it created the moon, but within that set of rules, the moon is created, right? Like he doesn't even have to mindfully create the moon, but he's made these short set of rules, and the moon becomes created from that, and everything else as well. But still, everything's bound by those rules, though.
Yeah, I like that because it gives us control. Okay, like it's not like we have really control of what's going on, but we have control of what we can perceive that's going on. Or how am I saying this? I'm not saying it right.
Yeah, I know what you mean.
Yeah,
we have the ability to
I can dissect. If there's a problem in front of me, I can dissect it into certain sections and then know what the problem is. And I think that's just like life. I think that's goddamn. I don't know.
Yeah, like
man.
we have a perceived individuality that we're separate. Like
I
that's
like
very
that.
real. It's very real. Like
that's good. I like that. There's a lot of syllables in that word too. That was good.
Yeah, like it's a very real consciousness experience to feel individual or separate. But is that actually the whole story?
Yeah, well, there's like 7 billion of us on this earth, and we're all just like ants. Are we really individuals, or are we just part of one big, are we just part of one big thing that's going forward?
Right. Think about. Okay, here's a question for you, Tony. Like, okay, you've experienced your life, obviously. I've experienced my life, etc. So here's a question for you. On the ultimate level, do you think in your current mind state, consciousness, whatever it may be, that at any point, either now or after you die, whatever it may be, that you will ever be able to experience my life, as me? Do you think you'll ever be able to, or do you think you're, forever separate?
That's good. That's good. No, I was just, when you were talking, I was like, you know what? If I was to put myself in like Myanmar or something, right now, if you think about it, there's like 500,000 children die of starvation every day. Like we don't seem to be able to put ourselves into that mind frame. Like, oh my God, that's really happening. Like someone just died. Like right now, every breath we take, someone's dying from something that we have right now. That we are gaining. Like they are lacking it. We have it. And so yeah, I can never put myself in someone else's shoes. I don't think like putting yourself in someone else's shoes it's an ego thing. I don't think that you could do it properly and actually get knowledge from it, because I've been through some shit. You've been through some shit. Everyone in here's been through some shit, but we haven't been through some shit though.
See, but as terrible as certain experiences are that are human, there definitely are some absolutely incredibly challenging, brutal on so many different levels. However, when I think about, like, if I was able to be, like, say in the mind of a creator like that, where it could be experiencing all of them simultaneously, somehow at that point, to me, in my mind, like the good and the bad now both seem interesting. Because
I like that.
Yeah.
Because, well, see, to be in that frame of mind, you'd have to. That's another. I don't think I could ever put my. I could put my brain in that realm, but
it's like if you were playing a game where you had, you're like, you have all these different characters in the game, and some of them are like joyful and having amazing experiences. Other ones are challenging, whatever it may be. But if you're kind of at the head of the whole thing, wouldn't they all be in a way equally interesting to experience, because there isn't really a bias for one or the other, and perhaps like the dramas or whatever, are an actual like creative. There's like an impetus around that to have something like that, meaning that if you're beyond it, like you're not actually a human that's going to die. If you know that you're an energy that's infinitely beyond that, would it then want to experience this whole myriad of experiences that clearly it has created? Because we've all seen positives and negatives that people have gone through in life, and we've been through them ourselves as well. And that is one of the deep questions about life. Like, why would a creator, if it's just this infinite amazing capabilities on all these levels, omnipotent, omnipresent, etc. Omniscient, all of the, if it's just the ultimate, why would it be like, oh, I want to create a family driving down the road, everyone's happy, everyone's good, and just get in a car accident and something absolutely horrific. Like, why would it do that? But
why would
that's why it's like I think about this and think about like, why would it create those suffering experiences. But
Yes.
like I was
Yeah.
saying, if you were like in the mindset of it all, would you actually want to? Because it's perhaps variety, or even to the point of interesting, which sounds kind of like, wow, how could that be interesting to experience? Car accident or something absolutely horrific. But if you're something that's eternal and beyond that, perhaps there is some desire that it has to experience like everything it possibly can.
Yes, it seems like it would be selfish for you not to experience it. Really, like it seems like if the experience is out there for you to experience, and it was created for you to experience, it seems like it would be selfish for you not to experience it. Like you should get all the emotions and every feeling that you get from whatever is going on in your frame of mind, like what's going on right there. If someone dies or you're in a wreck, like all the fucking emotions that come, like when you're in the wreck, like when you're doing the first flip in the car, and because anyone who's been in a wreck, like that first flip in the car is a little fucking intense. I'm gonna be up for a while. Sorry. My girl's talking to me. But I think it's selfish for us not to feel these emotions, because if they're for us to sense, we should sense them, right?
Yeah,
but are they for us, or are they just something that we created in our mind? Are they really real, or they're just some kind of just? God damn, my words aren't right. But anyways, is this something that we've just created in our mind?
A manifestation.
Yes.
Yeah.
Well, that's a lot of syllables too. That's a good Scrabble word. Manifestation.
Yeah, I
That's
guess
like
it kind
5
of is.
syllables.
Yeah.
Well,
Yeah, it is.
there was this a famous yogi in India, and when someone asked him, why is there suffering in the world, all of the horrible things that have happened, children being bombed, all the horrific things you could think of, and there are so many that are so painful. And this yogi, his response was to thicken the plot. Now that might sound kind of harsh offhand. It's like, oh my gosh, all these horrible things happening, to thicken the plot. However, from a higher level viewpoint, if the creator is wanting to experience these different like tensions, dynamic tensions, and different experiences that come from the light and the dark, the joyful, the painful, all of those polarities, that it would want to, in that sense, to create a good story, you have to have a good thick plot. There has to be a lot of factors going on that are interesting, different goals that are trying to be accomplished, which we all have various levels of that as well in our lives. But from that perspective, like it wants to create drama essentially, and doesn't have to necessarily be bad drama in that sense, but it seems to enjoy all dramas, like the painful ones, the joyful ones, almost like a stage, in that sense of drama, where it's like a stage, and then there's players, and there's energies, and there's all these.
And they feed off of each other too. Like that's what. I'm sorry to interrupt you, man. I'm sorry to interrupt you, but what you're saying, I like it, because it seems like drama gets a bad rap. It's drama. You think of negativity. It's not negativity. I think anything that challenges you to think how to get around that problem is good for you. And drama, that's drama. It seems like there's a challenge in front of you. You come up to the challenge and you meet it, and you find a way to get around the challenge, and that's how growth is. I don't think we could, as a civilization, like progress through life unless we had drama or had challenges that just headbutted us. Like, God damn, I wish I had better words, but right now I don't.
I agree with you.
It could be as far as to say,
otherwise, there's also learning from other people's.
Yes, that's a big thing too. That's why we're all almost like one big organism. It seems like we're like one big organism. It's just weird. We learn from diversity, and then we learn how to get around that diversity, and then we tell our kids how to get around it, and that's how we progress through life. I don't know if that makes sense.
Exactly. No, it makes perfect sense. And don't let Gio get in, but I've been saying that for years and years, that like if you look at how we've evolved from like apes and mammals, and if you don't agree with that, it's fine. But we're evolving differently than other mammals, and we're evolving to be more like those colony insects, like ants and bees, where we have an executive, a single set goal that we're all sort of working to achieve, more or less, but at the same time, achieving our individual lives or whatever, but we're still collecting together with a single purpose, and and not really many animals do that.
To the point where like we not only realize that what you just said is happening, but we realize that when we come through diversity and get a problem and then solve the problem, that it's going to make it easier for I'm talking, but it's going to make it easier for people. I'm sorry. It's going to make it easier for the next generation to get through it because we've gone through it. Wake you up before you go. Wait, my girl's.
Yeah, I mean,
she's talking to me through Wham. Wake you up before you go.
I mean, the way it's going though, currently the birth rate's so low, there won't be a next generation.
Okay,
well, dude, that's the concern. Yeah, honestly, Sign, you tapped right into it. I think about that a lot, like with the jibby jabs and all these different things going on. Like, yeah, it's headed that way, actually, sadly. Which I actually think the whole process of like the truth getting out there more and something, that really needs to, like a whole paradigm shift, in my viewpoint, is actually required. Like the human civilization, I do think, is at threat right now of extinction, and not necessarily from ourselves, from these other entities that are like trying to kind of harvest off us.
Yeah, when have we not been to the point of extinction though? Like really, like when you think about it, like we are just on the brink of decaying and being nothing. Like every second of the day, it's hard. Like, God damn, what am I thinking? It's just we are always on the brink of being obsolete.
Well, I mean, humans' ability to survive over long periods, obviously in one lifetime. Yeah, if you're born and you're healthy enough to make it, yeah, you're going to make it as long as until you die and all that. But if humans stop being able to reproduce in a way that is, effective,
biological,
that's where it could become. And all this just modification and these Monsanto, all the stuff they're doing, like, I mean, I think we can transcend it as well, but it's definitely a full-on attack.
Yeah, I think that when it does attack us, it's going to be something we don't even know that's coming. It's going to be a fucking meteor or some kind of fucking asteroid that hits us, and we think we have control until it fucking hits us, and we don't have control. Like you're going to see something coming towards the Earth. You're like, what the fuck? I guess we didn't know this was happening. Because could you trust the higher ups to tell us that we're about to die? I don't think I could. I don't think I could trust them to tell us that. I think they'd let us just go to the point where like an asteroid hit us or some shit.
Well, the good thing we have going for us there is that the Earth is supposedly 70% water and 30% land. So chances are it's probably going to fall into the ocean.
Well, it's only 2% water.
That'd be
really.
bad too.
It's only 2% water, really. I mean, like, because it's a tiny little bit of water on the surface. So it'd be like I got water on my hand, I shook it off. The water that remains on my hand, that's Earth. It's not really.
Well, have you heard the ancient legends of like the thing that the heliocentric model they call the Milky Way, that whole story in the galaxies, all that whole distraction. But have you heard the idea that actually what that is like a gap in the sky? It's like an opening that has opened at times, like that whole Milky Way. It's like a massive gap. I mean, we all come into this world in a sense through, you could say, a gap in terms of a vagina and all of that as well. Like there is that component. So it's like almost like in this idea, it's like this is like the vagina of the heavens, the Milky Way, to where it has opened in the past and water has come flooding down. So like the idea of the floods, it's like actually coming from above.
That's awesome, dude. The sky vagina is wet.
The waters above come pouring down and then change the water level on the earth. And any beings that are on certain lands, like if the water level used to be way lower and there was way more land, if there was something like that, then there's even the idea that those beings went to the outer lands and then now we're on these lands.
All I can say is, like, Gio, you're the first person I've ever heard that put the word sky vagina together. So thank you, because it's going to be stuck in my head now. The sky vagina, that just sounds good. Like it just sounds
the great Flood. The first flood was just it
Hey,
was
Sky
squirting.
Vagina, I want to tattoo that shit on something. I don't know.
That'd be a good name for like a band or something, or like a song.
Yes, Sky Vagina, sweaty nipples, same thing.
Yeah,
Coming out this summer in theaters.
but there's a reason why the ancients put all their information on stone tablets. Yeah, because there was
They
some
didn't have
type of
paper yet?
reset going on, so they knew that technology was going to collapse and end. So they wrote it all down on stone and made tombs. And it's also the reason why I think we lived in caves. I think someone else brought this up. Like, men lived in caves because they were safe. You know, if you live in the forest in a cave, no one's going to come for you, yeah? Well, hopefully not.
Everything.
Yeah, and you have to be like you have to be the alpha to if you find a cave, you're going to protect the cave. So, yeah. Okay.
Yeah, everything's sort of up in the air recently with and I'm sure you guys are aware of like Göbekli Tepe, which is pretty
Yeah.
astonishing. I mean, that's like literally like changing our understanding of history as it is entirely. Apparently, that they're not going to be done excavating Göbekli Tepe for another 160 years. So the secrets that are waiting to be unearthed there have yet to even come
where is
to
it?
understanding. And I mean, there's
How do you spell
they're estimating that Göbekli Tepe was buried at 10,000 years ago.
Yeah,
So
they
this
purposely
is literally
bury it,
going to
yeah.
basically change our entire understanding of written history, because there's actually like inscriptions and glyphs and stuff on the wall that they have yet to like really decode. So it's like, who knows what secrets Göbekli Tepe even holds, right? And like
Who's
what
talking
that
right
means
now?
for our
What?
past.
Hey, what's
Can you
what's
spell
your
that
name?
late
Who's,
Tepe real
wait,
quick?
wait, 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 wait.
100 years, huh?
Who's talking right now? Who was that? That just
This
talking?
is Sign.
Okay, cool. All right. I just wanted to know your name. Cool.
It's Sign. And that's in it's in
Can
Turkey,
someone
right?
write down
That's
late Tepe for me, whatever it is? I want to look it up in the box.
Yeah, and they're talking about
It's
in
like
Amazon.
globe.
Yeah, in Amazon, there's pyramids that they're just unearthing that have been there obviously forever, for a long, not forever, but
Yeah.
for a long fucking time. Like, what I think has happened is that we have a cycle through the Milky Way. 250,000 years is one rotation of our cycle. If you think like, you know, it's a globe and it's actually going around an orbit. And I think there's a certain part of that Milky Way that when we go through it, it fucks us up. Like we get destroyed. Like the shit just hits us, and it's cold, and everything dies, and then we come out of it, and then we start again. I think we've had cell phones before. I think this shit has all happened before.
Yeah.
I think it's 250 million years.
250 million. Yeah. I thought it was 250,000. Oh, 250.
Well, no, 'cause I
Either way.
remember the Earth.
Yeah.
It's like the Earth is like 21 years old.
Okay. Yeah. You're right. It's
Well,
something. It's 250 something.
They believe Jesus was a reset because he changed the culture of the West.
Well, Jesus was just created by the politicians at that time that needed to control the people in that area. That's Jesus. Is just Jesus is a person they created to control the masses. That's what I think. That's what I think.
That's a reset.
But I'm wrong all the time. Trust me, I'm wrong all the time. I've noticed that lately. The older I get, the more I notice I'm wrong. And I think that's good, though. It's all right. Like, if you're right all the time, you're never growing.
Yeah, you say you're wrong all the time. I don't think that's right.
That was good. That was actually really good.
I think you're wrong, Tony.
I know. That means I can grow. Thank you.
Yeah, you're wrong about that too.
Coffee, what is the probability that you're wrong about the globe Earth in your mind?
I don't know. I've never really tried to put a number on it. About I mean, to what degree, I guess. Like that it's completely not a globe or that it's like a little bit off.
Let's say completely not a globe.
I mean, there's always some chance I'm wrong. Got gotten everything wrong. I think it's pretty compelling. I mean, to me, it's a fraction of a percent, I guess. I don't know what fraction, but
How about 9/10?
I think it's less likely than that. I mean, less than 0.1%, I guess.
It'd be hard to calculate, but I would probably just put mine.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say.
36 orders of magnitude.
Yeah, I would definitely say that you couldn't calculate it. So
I cannot.
How much of that do you think is swayed by sort of the quote unquote popular opinion of the globe being the case?
Yeah, I mean, to some degree, it's hard to say. I mean, it's like I have a hard time analyzing my own mind and biases and all that. But yeah, there's definitely some of that for sure.
Naturally. I mean, naturally, in both cases. Naturally, to some extent, influenced by others, but also naturally, it's a difficult thing to quantify your own biases and how much that's affecting how right or wrong you are about something.
By the way, if anyone wants to jump back to like the temples and the ancient sites, I mean, just feel free to do that. Like sometimes we can kind of blend in and out of different topics, because that was a little bit of a shift because I asked Coffee that, but like we don't have to totally not go back to that. So if anyone wants to follow up on that as well, or we can continue with this. But yeah, I'll just say something on this. Yeah, it's interesting. Well, I mean, when you see like, okay, just the way that heliocentrism came about, World War I, World War II, and then after World War II, NASA and all these different components, it is actually a pretty recent phenomenon. So do you think it's possible, Coffee, that this really is more of a psychological operation based in indoctrination rather than the actual truth?
I mean, I'm one that always says, almost anything's possible. So sure, it's possible. I just don't think it's very likely.
it seems like there was a point in civilization where we realized that we could negotiate our problems out and not kill each other. But there was a point where whoever was in power was like, fuck it, we're going to kill each other. That's how we're going to fucking solve these problems. That's where everything went askew, I think. It's like, well, obviously, like, I don't know.
No, I mean, I disagree. I mean, on a certain level, it's not those in power that like we're like. I mean, yeah, to a degree, but like, listen, war is necessary. I know it sounds horrific, and it's like, dude, the cartel want to dissolve you and your family in a fucking bathtub full of acid. Okay, so who's gonna like go up against that? Like, like, what are you gonna do? He's like, you have to like fight at a certain, like, war is completely necessary and justified. It's like, I get it, it's like we all want to live in like peace, right? Like that's the ultimate like vision and goal. But it's like,
yeah, it's only justified because we've become complacent with it. Like it's been part of our life. Like we've had war. When has America not been in war? When have we not been in war? Like it's just something that we've lived with. But in reality, it seems like there's a better way to do it. And we didn't choose that way. And why didn't we choose that way? It benefited certain people. It benefited a certain group of people to the point where they weren't losing anything, but gaining stuff from what we were losing. If that makes sense, I don't know. It just seems like
it does. But let me tell you, it's like all of human history has been war. So guess what? It's like Guess what's in our future? It's
war.
Just war.
Yeah, it's war. It's more war.
It's what it seems. It's like, okay.
Have you seen those videos? Like, there's a video that blows my fucking mind. It's a drone and it's flying over a trench and it drops a bomb on a fucking soldier that's hiding in a trench. It drops the bomb on him, and then the guy grabs the bomb and throws it. Like it's just being in that situation. It blows my mind. Like, how the fuck? Like, you're sitting there in a trench, you're in a war, and this fucking drone comes over you. It drops a bomb on you. You grab the motherfucking bomb and throw it. I don't know. It just seems like it encompasses all of our false.
Well, I would. Okay, I mean, there's a lot to all this. I mean, I would say that if humans are in a healthy mind state, they're not going to hurt each other at all. So there would be no reason for wars or like cartels or anything like that. And I think that in ancient times, like they used like plants in the forest to stay healthy mentally and physically, and to where they never had like something even to the level of something like a cartel or that like people that want to rob or steal or hurt others. So if it's in that state, then I don't think that war is innate in humans or even fighting at all. But once there's like very like trauma and all these different components that end up creating very angry, frustrated people that have a lot of different like traumas and ego complexes and all kinds of, and I could even go on the level of like the demonic kind of parts as well. Like spiritually. Now you're dealing with a whole different situation. Yeah. So like,
hey, Gio.
Even if we were to transition to something better, we still would have to have police until that transition. Is what I'm saying. Because like, it's like crazy. It's like it's way off the rails at this point to where like, humans are like not like on a whole, but like almost like that idea of like rabid. Like certain humans are absolutely they like need to be contained. Like they're so traumatized.
Yeah. That's for sure. Hey, Gio, can we like make this like a nightly thing from like 11 to 1 or whatever, like give it a name. Like when I lived in Portland, Oregon, we had every single night there'd be Pink Floyd would play at the Laser Dome, and they'd have a name for it. We should have this every night. Like we should have like we're all high on acid and talking like crazy. I love it. This is fucking great. This is a great conversation we've had for the last like hour and a half. So never mind. I'm just talking.
Yeah, dude. No, absolutely. It's been awesome, bro. I agree. I mean, think about you keep mentioning acid. I mean, you keep mentioning LSD. I do know what you mean. I mean, LSD is like a magnifier of the human mind. So it activates and puts into like full gear. Like I feel like LSD, like if you're, the idea that you're not using like your entire brain, there's even debate with that as well. But it does seem like LSD like allows you to access many more parts of your being.
Well, it seems like yes. It not only does it activate, but it seems like it. Well, no, you said it right. It activates parts of your brain you or just thoughts that you haven't thought of. Like it's just a way of, I don't know. Like all my major decisions in life, I've done a lot, like mushrooms before I've made this decision. And I've made a fire, and I've sat there and talked to the fire. If that makes sense, and if it resonates with anyone, you know what I'm talking about. But like major decisions, like I've been like, okay, you know what? This is some major shit. I have to think about it proper, And it seems like LSD, it seems all the psilocybin, it seems like it opens up a pathway of thinking, a depth of your thought that you don't usually connect to. God, my words are not right. I'm sorry. I apologize to everyone, but
dude, you're good, man. I absolutely agree, dude. Yeah. Well, I mean, psilocybin mushrooms have also been shown to be neurogenerative, meaning like neurogenesis. So like psilocybin and the different alkaloids that are in mushrooms actually have a function of creating new neuronal pathways in the brain, and even like repairing damaged pathways as well. Like,
yes, they're doing that right now. Like there's, I'm sorry to interrupt you, man. I'm sorry, but yes, they are totally like. There's a whole study on that, how LSD and just that kind of psycho, whatever, it can actually create new pathways. Not only create new pathways, but destroy pathways that are destructive to you. I think
they're treating PTSD with it, and in Australia that actually made it legal. They have both MDMA and mushrooms. Australia they're legal. I don't know if
I didn't hear about LSD having the same neuro regenerative properties as LSD or as
I might have been talking out of my ass.
It could be.
No, yeah, that is interesting. Yeah, LSD's components. Well, I have seen studies showing that LSD does seem to create like stronger neuronal pathways. And also there's been people who like LSD is such a potent activator. And when I say activator, I don't necessarily, it's not like a stimulant necessarily. It's not like an activator in that way. It seems to like essentially open the doors to the unconscious, and within the unconscious there can be like memories. There's so many things that are deep within the human mind, and
Yes,
so in
activate.
that way,
That's
because
good
I've seen
work,
that
yeah.
they've done studies where they've done like brain tests and brain scans before someone was doing an LSD therapy. I'm talking LSD in particular, and then during and after. And if they're using it, with an intention of like, healing and in a sacred spiritual way of like really going within themselves and, uncovering whether it's like creative parts of themselves or healing things, whatever it may be on those levels. And when they make certain changes in their lives, like they've had dramatic transformations, they have their brain scan afterwards shows like the new neuronal pathways of the new behavior patterns that are implemented.
Oh, I
So
like
it's
that.
like rewiring almost in a way that is actually in a positive towards those
Yes,
positive
yes,
things.
I like that. Like that makes sense. Like it seems like you would connect to the positive aspects of having a chemical help you get to the next level or whatever. I like that. That was really good.
You know how they talk about the chemical imbalances in mainstream psychiatry? That's a whole topic in and of itself. When they say, "Oh, you have depression because you have a chemical imbalance," that whole thing. Well, there is some truth to that because there is some real science to that does show, serotonin levels and dopamine levels. But what it seems like, and it doesn't even have to be with LSD. Like people have had healing just using like breathing, just breath work as well, and had similar experiences that people can have on LSD. So it's not the LSD doing it. It's because when you do breath work, you also activate the unconscious as well and can have these types of experiences. But it's been shown. Oh, what was the final part that I was going to say?
How LSD.
The chemical imbalances. That's what I was going to say. So if somebody has like low serotonin levels and they have what's a quote unquote chemical imbalance, mainstream psychiatry says, "Oh, well, yeah, you have a chemical imbalance. Just come take our drug and be addicted to our drug for the rest of your life. That's it. You just have to take this drug to replace your chemicals," kind of thing. However, the low levels of those brain chemicals is real. First of all, it can be caused by dietary problems and chemicals and Roundup, glyphosate, Monsanto chemicals. Anyways, there's a bunch of reasons that can be caused. However, another thing that can be causing it is trauma. When people have trauma in early age and various times throughout life, and then the serotonin and dopamine levels can be low. But what it's been found is that if people do these breathwork techniques or something like psychedelic type therapies like mushrooms or LSD or ayahuasca, these different medicines as well, once they get to the root of whatever that trauma was and they process it and they heal it, that chemical imbalance goes away. It's resolved. And they not only feel better because they resolve the trauma, it's almost like the trauma was in a way like biochemically creating an imbalance. And when they healed that, the biochemicals naturally come back without having to take any drugs or anything.
Yeah, it's almost like a speed bump. You're going and there's a speed bump. You have to slow down for it and you have to navigate yourself around it.
Yeah,
and
you have to traverse it. Well, when it comes to trauma, like a lot of what seems to happen in trauma is that people like repressed whatever happened, and it's like almost stored within them like a spring kind of thing, or almost like it's like contained almost. It's like stored in the unconscious, but it's affecting them in their life, but they're not conscious of it. So it's like the unconscious is seeping into their waking awareness, and they might be having the symptoms or the emotions or panic attacks or depression or phobias, like all these different things that they have. Those are very real things, but it's like the unconscious thing. It's like having a splinter in your skin or something. It's like you got to get the splinter out for it to heal. Otherwise, it's just going to keep causing pain.
Or you know what? Yes, or it's like when you have a piece of meat in your tooth and you can't get it out, and you keep tonguing it. Like it's just there and it bugs you and it fucks with you.
That's an interesting analogy. I know what you mean.
Sorry.
No, that's interesting, bro. I like that thought. That's interesting.
Yeah.
I mean, because it kind of can be like that. Yeah, where whatever that memory is.
You get hyper focused. You get hyper focused on it to a point where you're like, "What the fuck?" And then you have to go get something to take it out. Because you're like, "Okay, my tongue's not going to do it, so I have to find a tool to make this problem go away." And I think that's with life in general. I got I got diagnosed like schizophrenia a little bit, like minor schizophrenia. Well, I have a couple voices in my head, but it's probably because I did a lot of drugs when I was younger and now, so I don't know. But anyways, it's a roadblock. It's a total roadblock. Like I have different. Everyone has a conscience, and it talks to them and it helps them get through problems. But there's points where I have like more than one person talking to me, trying to get through a problem. Which is, I don't know why I brought this up. I'm sorry.
Yeah, no, you're all good, man. I mean, if you feel like sharing about it, I mean, one thing I'll say, I don't know. Well, okay. I mean, okay. If you want to share more about that, you can. I also had kind of more. I'd like to. Yeah. Do you want to share more on that, or?
No. I did not.
Well, I
mean
wanted to
it.
ask you some questions about that too, if you wanted to.
Okay.
That's
Yeah,
interesting.
that's fine. That's fine. Yeah, that's cool. I mean, I didn't mean it to derail the conversation. I don't know why I even said it. Maybe
well, I guess I'll just, if you
wanted
linked
to-
it, because you linked it to like having
issues, problems.
Yeah,
like,
but when you said drugs, did you mean like things like mushrooms or LSD, or are you talking more about some other like hard drugs or other types
just anything that influences me to not be who
Well, I guess what I was going to say, okay, so like in my understanding, like when it comes to like psychotic breaks, schizophrenia, a lot of these different types of extreme states like that, the thing about them, like some people are in those states, of course, and then some people have like a break in their life at some point where they go into that just spontaneously without any activating, chemical or anything like that. They just absolutely go into that and so on. And then there are ways in which different life experiences have activated those states within people too. But what's fascinating about it is that from like a shamanic level, like nobody's just insane. Like on the from a shamanic level.
Wait,
nobody.
Wait, Gio. The shamanic. That's a good fucking word. I just want to say that. Keep going. That's a good fucking word. Shamanic. That's a great fucking shamanic. It just sounds good coming off
Gio's
the tongue.
middle name.
Yeah, Geo shamanic. That's a good word.
Well, like from that perspective, because I mean, part of what the shaman is able to do is traverse their own psyche in a very deep way, like to be able to navigate. And it's been said that like the same waters that a schizophrenic person is drowning in, a shaman is, able to tread water. Meaning that there's similar realms, like in the realms of like the spirit realm, like you were talking about hearing voices and things, but in the realm of like the spirit realms and these very advanced techniques that shamans are able to do and to navigate. And so people that have like states of schizophrenia, for example, they're not just like an insane person. They're actually like going through a process. And if they actually were supported to go through that healing process, they will then be able to deepen their being.
Yeah, that's exactly it. Because when it started happening, I have a white. It was. I'll be honest with you guys. I have a white woman and a black man in my head. That's my schizophrenia. When I broke, I kind of broke. I had a mental break, and that's what tried. It's almost like it's something that tries to get you back into reality, and. But it depends. A lot of people, they have their voices are negative and they're fucking tearing you down, and other voices are trying to build you up.
Okay. So do you feel like these are different souls, or do you feel like they are different personalities?
No. Like I think they're parts of my being that I have lost along the journey, and I'm trying to. They're trying to catch me up. That's the way I look at it. They're trying to catch me up to where I should be right now, if that makes sense.
They're both good.
Huh?
Are they both
they're
good
both
or
like
positive?
helpful?
Sometimes they're mean as fuck. Sometimes they talk shit. Especially the white girl. She talks shit all the time. But
now, are you hearing the actual? Wait,
go ahead.
Is it like? Sorry, we have so many questions. Is it like hearing a voice like someone talking, or is it more like? Does it feel like it's like you? Like, do you feel like a white woman or a black woman?
No. It's not me. It's not. That's a good question though. That's a really good question. It's not me. It's not me. It's something. Something in my subconscious.
So it is you though. Well, do you hear it like a voice, as if you heard? Okay.
Yes. I hear it like
in their voice.
Actually, I her accent is in my head. There's an accent to her and an accent to him.
Dude,
they're unique characters in my brain. But this all started happening like 7 years ago, and I went to the hospital and I figured out what's going on, so I can deal with it now. But they're still there. Like they still if I fuck up, it's like they creep back in. like slowly. They start slowly creeping into my subconscious, and
I feel like that's normal.
yeah, I think it is too. I actually think it is too. I don't think it's something that's yes, Kosho. I think it's normal too. I think everyone has this. They just don't realize what's going on.
Yeah. I mean, like, I always say that, like, first of all, I have, like, let's say people have voices in their head, or they have a inner dialogue, but usually I personify them as myself, like different versions. You know what I mean? So I guess that part is different, but at the same time, I've always, like, that's how I think of, like, sin and God. Like, I call it, like, the universal spirit. And I say it's inside of everybody, and there's an internal dialogue, and there's this like influence that's like altruistic and it has integrity and this type of thing. And then there's like your physical ego, and it's personified, urging you to do things that are beneficial to yourself and that kind of stuff. And I feel like that if these are both like an internal dialogue, inside of my head, making all throughout my life or whatever. And I feel like everyone has something like that. Maybe people personify them differently. But that's
Yes,
cool. You got a lady. Yeah.
Yeah, no, but what you're saying is it makes me think of my ego. Like I tend to have like an ego that's more elevated than other people's or whatever, or just normal. Is like everyone should be confident in themselves. But what you just said made me think, like, I think it's just me trying to level up to where, like I said, like I should be, or I don't know. I think ego has a big thing to do with this. Like, I definitely, in ways I think I'm better than people, and then I think I'm not better than people. But just what I just said was fucked up. I don't mean like that. I just mean like I feel like I'm elevated sometimes, and then I feel like I'm de-elevated. Like I feel like I'll break myself down when I'm feeling up, and then when I'm up or when I'm down, I'll elevate myself to be up. I don't know what I just said.
Do these two different, the black guy and the white lady, do they influence you in different ways? Like, do they? They
did. There was a point
contradicting and disagreeing things.
There was a point where they did, and yes, there was a point where they did, and I actually got COVID, and the voices got like amplified. It was crazy. Like I got COVID, and I was in the middle of the street, and I wasn't naked, but I had my underwear on, and I was walking in the middle of the street, fucking like talking shit to people that weren't there. Like I completely like had a schizophrenic break. And
so Tony, when you hear these, when you hear them, the voices. Oh wait, what was I going to ask? Oh,
am I saying too much? I'm saying too much.
No, you're good, dude. No, it's very interesting, and it's your process, bro. I see. The thing is, the way I view, like, okay, the mainstream world, like whatever you were saying, that diagnosis that you got. See, I have such a different viewpoint on what those diagnoses even mean.
Exactly. Me too.
Yeah. So. Yes. Yeah. Me too. Like when they said I'm schizophrenic, like I don't think I'm schizophrenic. I just think I'm just connecting to parts of my brain that I haven't connected with before, that I should have connected with a long time ago, but something distracted me from doing it.
Oh, this was my question for you. I remember now. Yes. Okay. Do they feel like okay? Do you experience them as something you would define as like a spirit? Is it a spirit? Is it like
no.
Like a non-visible entity that, well, meaning non-visible to the human eyes, but it is like in another sort of realm or another space that's kind of talking to you. Like where do those things exist in the spatial?
I think that's a good question. And I've thought about that, and they are very vibrant in my mind. Like when they're talking to me, they're there, but they aren't. They're still part of me. It's not a separation. It's not like it's something that's outside of my realm that's trying to connect with me. It's part of me, my psyche, that's talking to me. So it's me. It's my brain. Like it's not like there's not a white guy and a white woman and a black guy in my head. There's not.
Well, do you know what do you have a physical look of them, or are they just
no? That's a good question too. No, I've never had a physical look. I just know their accents and the way they talk to me. They haven't talked to me in a long time. Like it's been a couple of years now.
Well, dude, one of Well, one of the fields that I have been involved in and actually did a graduate school program involved, part of the several different fields. One of them is transpersonal psychology. And essentially transpersonal, like trans essentially means like beyond the personal. So in transpersonal psychology, essentially there's a way in which the way it's viewed is that the human psyche is, extends far beyond the physical, just that one personhood, to the point to where that, because it's been shown in a lot of different ways that it seems like all of us have access to so many deeper layers of our being, like in terms of, like you were saying, different like ethnicities, different races, different, male, female, and the capacity to like connect with, even like in the idea of previous lifetimes, past lifetimes, also experiencing like archetypal entities, like these like Shiva, for example, in the Buddhist and Hindu, like Shiva, like people have actually experienced Shiva in many ways, actually, in meditation and a lot of the yogic practices, but also on psychedelics as well, and different experiences people have had where they actually have like met Shiva. They feel that's how they describe it. They met, Shiva, and they had a very intense experience, etc. So that would be within transpersonal psychology, like the realms of experience that people have been able to have and has been documented is so vast, to the point to where, like people do seem to have like other energies, as it were, that are part of their process, either like a memory of something from the past or memory in their ancestry. They could have something like that from like a memory of their grandmother or great grandmother. There's such a wide range. So it'd be interesting, to hear more about your journey as to how, how it continues.
The way I think of it, the whole Shiva thing, when I think about it, it's okay. People don't want to be isolated, or they don't want to be, separated from the group. So when you have an experience, you want to be able to relate it to the other people in the group, so they can relate with you. And I think that's what Shiva. Yeah, I think that's what Shiva is like. I think it's just a way that people have had questions in their mind and or been schizophrenic or whatever, because it's just been going on forever. We just put names to it. And they put it to, that time everyone was thinking like, okay, this was our God, so our God's talking to us. So when it comes to gods and all that stuff, it just seems like it's something that makes people feel comfortable talking to other people. It feels like my words aren't coming out right. I'm sorry.
No, but I understand what you're saying, because earlier I said God, but it's because I'm communicating with you guys, right? And it's like, it's just a word that means the same thing that kind of other people, think it means.
Yes.
It's like I'm communicating. That's what you have to do. You gotta express things in ways that other people are going to understand. So that makes sense. So it's like somebody might be experiencing something, and maybe they personified it as Shiva, but it's the same way you personify it and I personify. We all do it different ways, but it's probably the same.
Yeah, it seems like
the same phenomena.
Yeah, it just seems like what region you're in, or what era you're in, is going to dictate what God you believe in, or I don't like the word, but
how you interpret.
Yeah, yes, exactly, because you're going to relate to everyone else in the group, because you don't want to be an outcast, and as long as everyone in here wants to be, their own person, but in reality, there's 7 billion of us, 8 billion of us, or whatever number of us. We're not unique, like we're all the same. So we try to dissect ourselves, try to pick out uniqueness here and there. God damn, I work.
Well, we are unique, but we're there's some similarities for sure, but there is also like a uniqueness. Like there's no two humans that are exactly the same.
But there's 2 humans that are exactly the same, though. they're not the same, but they are. It's weird. Yeah.
You should check out this website called Doppelganger or something. It's pretty crazy.
The only way I could think of humans being duplicates is in like a multi-dimensional way, where you could create, like, let's say like this creator that's created this whole realm that we've all experienced and everything. It's the idea of it created never really resonates with me. It's like it's creating, like it's doing it right now. Like it's at this moment, it's creating my experience, your
Yes, I like that. I like that a lot.
Yeah, the internet that's connecting us, like it's doing it right now. It's like being manifest before our eyes. And what was I gonna say though? Oh, just within that. Oh, what was I? There was one last part I was gonna say with that.
I'm sorry. That was my fault, man. I'm sorry. That was my fault.
No, I'm just, two people are the same, where you have uniqueness. Yeah, a guy, and the
There's
creation.
something about gerbils, and I don't know.
It's being created. Our reality is being created, or something. Our lives, or whatever.
Oh. Yeah, exactly. So if a creative intelligence that's able to create this entire realm and manifest it, and like literally with its capacities, just manifest an entire Earth and all the oceans and the sun and the moon and the stars and all these humans on it. If it's able to do that, I don't see any logical way to assume that that's all it could do. Meaning, if it could do all of this, then it could. Couldn't it then? Yeah, it could do anything. Couldn't it then create 1,000 duplicates of this realm and have parallel realities that are fractalizing, meaning that there's like infinite realities in every moment of what could happen to you, like that it could create multiple time frames, multiple different ones, and then even multiple other dimensions, other realms, other beings that have completely other lifetimes from birth to death, whatever it may be, or maybe they have something. Maybe there's not even a birth to death in certain realms. But where would there be any thought that it would be limited just to this one? And then at that point, that's pretty exciting to look forward to. Like if that's what we are ultimately, imagine how much we all love movies and stories and stuff. But think, what if like what created this could create infinite or a myriad of other ones that could have such a variety of types of experiences that would be
not
so
only
interesting to experience, just like we all love seeing a movie, but actually living it and then having it be anything you want in different types of beings or earth-like realms or even like spirit realms that are just different kinds of energies. Like,
and not even like Gio, when it comes down to reality, like not even just that, the base reality of it is just the fact that you can come up with these ideas is amazing. Like just the idea of this progressing into a better thing or just anything like that is amazing that our brain can do that. And I think that's part of it. If there is something out there that's controlled this or whatever, I think the biggest benefit they've given us is the fact that we can dream, or we can what am I trying to say? We can progress. We can think of things we don't have now and make them in the future. Like we can think of better things, which is I think a very positive thing. And that I think that's the biggest thing. If there was a God, I think that the best thing they gave us was optimism, or just the fact that we can think of the next step. If that makes sense, I don't know.
Yeah, and I mean, what's just to tag on? We were talking earlier about like mushrooms and like the plant medicine, like ayahuasca, peyote, and even to an extent LSD. Even though LSD is semi-synthetic, but it seems like the natural plant ones as well. Like when utilizing those, like what you just described, they seem to like innately give humans, like they give you that, like skip to your step, like helping you figure out what you need to solve, like either problem solving or creative solving, or like healing oneself emotionally. As well. Like it seems to be that those give that like transformative, getting to a better tomorrow, like all of that, like that whole like a positive outlook via like growth and learning in an accelerated way. So my only point in saying is that if there's these plants that seem to just activate that, and then that also would indicate that thing is innate within us, but perhaps it's just being blocked or it's out of balance or whatever it may be. And it doesn't even have to be a substance. It could just be like doing meditation, breath work, like even natural methods as well seem to do that, have that same effect. So like it's innate within us. And of course, I think in today's world, they're trying to shut that down with all the, unfortunately, the dumbing us down and the chemicals and the TV and all of that. Unfortunately, the deceptions, telling us we're on the globe, all this stuff.
If we were all on the same level, then there would be no one to control us, which is fucked up. But
Well,
you
yeah.
need,
See that. Well,
you
that's
need,
the
yeah.
that's the thing with the level Earth, dude. A level Earth. There is a level. There is a sea level. We actually are all on the same level. There isn't like globalists that are above others.
Yeah, there's not like in our minds there's not, but in reality there's people that have control of our lives that we can't that have
Yeah,
control of our lives.
the globalists. Yeah, these globalists have just come in and taken us over.
Yeah, well, they took
convinced
over
everyone
from
we're
the
on a
beginning.
globe. They convinced everyone, in my viewpoint, they convinced everyone we're on a globe to trap us and keep us in like a prison cosmology so that we don't explore further parts of the earth. And then they've like locked down these continents. It's kind of talk about drama earlier. We're talking about the creator creating drama. Well, this is the drama of our age right now. One of the many.
That just sounds counter because, and I don't want to criticize your opinion about it, but I just feel like if they wanted to restrict us and limit us, they would not have done it in the way they did, which is sort of expand. Like, let's say they're lying about everything. They expanded our realm and given us an avenue or a hope to get there.
How have they expanded? If outer space is not what they're telling, if it doesn't even exist, then and the Earth's not a globe, how are they propelling us forward?
Well, no, I'm saying like let's say that it was just a flat plane, and you said there's lands beyond the Antarctica, but let's say there's not. Let's just say it's just enclosed or whatever, and that's like this the whole Earth, this whole universe actually. Then they gave us this idea that it's expanded as big as it is, and that we have a hope for an avenue to get there and go to different worlds and stuff like that. I don't think that would work to restrict us if we are ultimately restricted.
Yeah.
Oh, I would say the exact opposite. I
mean, to grow.
All right, let's say that the real thing is that we are like we're all psyche naughts. Like we're astronaut. We're naughts of our own psyches, and
oh, that's good, dude. Can we stop for a second? Stop.
Yeah,
that was good.
Gio's good. Gio's good. He always has. He's got a good response.
That was good. Dude. Yeah, that was good. Thoughts of our own psyche. That was really good. Fuck.
That's actually a good point, though. But keep going, Gio.
Yeah.
Well, and within that sense, like, what if that's the real exploration, in addition to like our potential, and instead they're trying to kind of control by our potential by putting us in schools like, oh, you have a lot of dreams. Okay, well, come to this school and you can pick from these 20 different subjects. So pick one. You want a job, you got to pick from one of these jobs. So at the end of the day, you're kind of like limited in that way. And then there's all the other kind of dumbing down components as well. To like, and then they're replacing our like actual real exploration of our potential and who we are and all of that by the outer space story that isn't even real. So yeah, it might be like a fake expansion, like, oh wow, other planets, oh my god, I can go there someday. But if it's not real, then that's really hurting more than helping.
But in a way, it's imagination. Oh, sorry, go for it.
Go ahead, man. I was gonna say I was good. That was Gio's. Every time I think I got Gio,
I know, me too.
And it's a good point, dude, because you're right that I thought like a dome like snow globe Earth would be if you expand it, that's not limiting it. But if the actual exploration would be in our minds, and they're restricting us from that by inventing a pretend outer space, that makes sense.
Yes, that's where the true detriment would be if they were denying us being able to imagine or anything. Because I think that flat Earth, this is why I've been in this for a while. I mean, you guys know me. Why I keep coming back is because it makes me think of things that I haven't thought of. It's the creativity, it's the expansion of my mind that makes me grow. Whether it's flat or globe, who gives a fuck, really? It's all about the conversation and what you get from the conversation. I don't give a fuck. I mean, I think it's a globe. It doesn't matter though. It's not gonna hurt me that you think it's a flat Earth or whatever. I think what's really good is that we are having this conversation and that we're able to expand and think of things we haven't thought of before.
Yeah,
Yeah,
because
there's
I mean,
even
ultimately, the truth will be found out one day. Like this is the realization I've come
Oh
to.
yeah,
It's like
yeah.
whether it's flat or round, it's like one day we will come to the realization of one or the other, and it's
Oh, it's
like
definitely a globe. It's definitely a globe, but yeah, never mind. I fucked around.
No, I agree though, Sign. Yeah, like at this point, there's enough people obviously questioning and push. You know, I don't know that I would call it like a. I don't know. Would you refer to it as a movement, Sign? Would you say like what is this realization that the Earth
yeah.
isn't a globe? Like, is it a
It's an expansion
awakening, a
of your
movement,
mind.
expansion?
It's an expansion of your mind. It's I'm thinking of things that I haven't thought of before, and
I mean,
not only just thinking of it, but growing on those thoughts. You know, like and expanding on them. God damn it, my words are all fucked up tonight.
I think he means collectively, though.
Collectively, yeah. I mean,
yeah.
like, okay, the idea of like globalists and this whole thing. I mean, I don't even think any of you guys, especially that know about the history of this stuff, you guys can't even deny that the globe has been pushed hard. Let's be real.
Oh, yeah. You know, I think that we have a fucking base on the moon that we've already been fucking going back and forth to. So, you know,
I'm just saying the globe is like
I'm a glober, but
crafted
I
thing.
think that yeah,
It's like a thing that they've like presented. It's like a crafted, and there's so many facets to it. Although I
Like
know, I guess
religion.
you guys might believe, well, no, actually, it was an authentic. Like, I mean, you know, they call it the Copernican revolution. I mean, is that what you guys believe? Like, you think that humanity was just in the blind for eons of time, thousands of years, thinking that the Earth was a stationary plane, doing navigation, all these different things, having their cosmologies with like the dome, the firmament, the layers, the electromagnetic fields, all these different components, and that basically, like, well, do you guys believe that whole story? Like Pythagoras, like saw a boat and thought that it was a globe or something, a boat over the horizon, and then Copernicus wrote some stuff. And I mean, you think that those guys just figured it out, basically?
I think that our expansion, our growth in our civilization, our thoughts, has come from. I mean, like it's hard to. If you think back, you can't think of something that's happened in the past that's we haven't expanded upon and made better. Can anyone in this room honestly think of something that's happened in the past that we haven't like investigated and made better? I mean, really, like, it seems like all thought it's linear. Is that the right word? Anyways, it seems like it's a progression through time, and
progression.
Yeah, it's yeah. Okay, cool. Thank you.
Well, jumping in on that progression, I was going to also ask Sign. Like, Sign, do you think that we're going to know in this lifetime? When I say this lifetime, I mean I don't know exactly how old you are. I'm assuming similar age to me. So, like, do you think within our lifetimes that we're going to know?
Well, I mean, I think we're getting close. I mean, I think that they're coming around the corner with these supposed moon missions. I think things are getting really spicy. I think that everyone's expecting us to do some sort of space mission or some huge thing, reprove the moon landing, like do it again, right? Everyone's sort of getting antsy. I think they realize this too. I think the powers that be sort of realize that, these people is like, okay, it is getting suspicious that we haven't been back in almost, 70 years now. It's like we got to make some kind of next step. So I think that it is getting spicy, but I can't tell for sure if it's going to be this lifetime.
I like how you use the word spicy. That's you're for real. Like, yeah, it gives a little tinge to everything. I like that.
It's definitely getting zesty.
Do you think, Sign, in your viewpoint, would you claim it that it's proven that it's a planar, stationary plane, or do you think there is an actual proving point to reach, until it is like validated on that like very tangible level?
No, I mean, I think that the Earth is still just. I mean, dude, we're still in the puzzle of it all. Like, we're still in the heat of it all. Like, we're still discovering things. Like I said a minute ago, Göbekli Tepe. I mean, the dirt beneath your feet holds secrets. I mean, I think we're still all in the puzzle and sort of figuring it all out. And I mean, it's all up for debate, man. I mean, I don't think I mean, I think both sides at this point have a good, in terms of the debate, flat around. I mean, I don't think that. I think both sides have proven things, to a certain extent. I mean, if that's sort of what you're asking.
Yeah. But I mean, do you think that like is it what's the word? Definitive? Like, is it final in your mind, or is there?
I'm not finalized on it one way. I'm like halfway in between, and I'm like healthily and happily on the fence, like between this. I mean, I think I think both sides have really good definitive points and conclusions, and I mean, I think that we can sit here and argue almost in a roundabout way forever. You know, ever since I've been in here, it's the same arguments, and they're all good, and they're all like juicy, and they all have like, you know, it's like we can go roundabout. It's almost like we can talk past each other all day with points, you know, and it's like we'll never reach a conclusion. But in the midst of like arguing and debating, it's sort of like comforting just even talking about the Earth and the possibilities of what it could be, what, you know, because I mean, obviously, you know, one thing that we both sides agree on is that the Earth is like to a certain extent hollow. You know, this is one thing that we can all agree on. You know, I think that you know, but I don't speak for everyone, but I mean, I would agree that was probably the case.
Interesting. What do you mean by hollow?
Well, I mean, we know that there's caverns, and I mean, there's like you know, mainstream science will say that there's like an ocean underneath our ocean. You know, there's like even a bigger ocean underneath ours. You know, obviously we know that there's like caverns, there's quakes and stuff, that large crevasses and stuff underneath our feet, and potentially, who knows, you know, what's underneath us, right? It's like we don't know. There could be a civilization underneath us. You know, we have no idea. So I mean, I you know, yeah.
I just have a quick question for you guys, Geo and Sign. Is it fair to say that you guys, I don't know, you don't speak for all flat earthers, so I'm not asking you in terms of all flat earthers, but is it fair to say that you guys, your position is not so much that the Earth is flat, but that kind of like you just said, Sign, that you're of the mind that maybe not even that it's not a globe, but just that we don't know, we don't have the information yet to have made a definitive statement on the matter, and like the evidence for the globe or whatever is more or less inflated, you know, so to speak. So it may not be true. It's probably not true, but it's not necessarily not true. It's just that we don't have enough information to even know the answer yet. Is that sort of?
Yeah, I mean, like, yeah, we as everyday people, we don't have the ability to really go outside the Earth system and see for ourselves, right? Like that's what it ultimately comes down to, right? Can you see for yourself the Earth being in totality what it is? No, we don't have the ability. You know, we obviously have to rely on the space agencies and stuff that do it. So I mean, it's like, yeah, we cannot definitively say yet, but I mean, until, you know, that day comes where we have, you know, spaceships, our own like personal vessel or something, or, you know, I mean, that's like possibly in the mix, you know, maybe not right around the corner, but so I mean, yeah, it's just too early to tell for me, man. Like, there's.
I don't think that's unfair. I think that's fair. I think it's fair.
Wouldn't that already be in the mix though? Like for real, if space was real, wouldn't we already have all kinds of crafts out there and be rocking out?
Yeah, I think that they, to a certain extent, I mean, they probably do. You know, I think that there's a black budget programs and stuff going on that we probably have no idea about. I mean, you know, obviously we can sit here and speculate all day till the cows come home about what they do and do not have. But I mean, it's only it only stands to reason that they would have already invented a warp drive and some means to travel to the moon. And I do think that there's lunar anomalies. I mean, it doesn't take much, and y'all probably know about them, but like, there's weird anomalies on the moon. There's weird structures on the moon that are, you know, we can just dig apart some of the NASA photos and stuff. That there's been debates going on since these photos have come out years and years ago, of just weird structures on the moon. I mean, yeah, you could say it's maybe what is it, apophania, or whatever they call it, where you think you see like human or weird structures.
Pareidolia.
Yeah, pareidolia.
Oh.
Yeah, that's what it is.
Yeah, that could be the case.
Well, the thing about the Earth, though, there is the like, how do you weigh the fact that all the ancient cosmologies had like a stationary plane, the plane of existence, etc., going back in as far as we know. Now, I guess you could say maybe all that is false history, but then there's the question of the other claims of false history, like the Greeks and all these different stories. What do you think on that? Like, if you're saying it's still on the table, like just from a very generalized perspective, it could be a globe, it could be a planar Earth, a flat plane, etc. and because you were talking about the arguments, all the the refraction and the long distance and all these different components, like, could it then be that all the quote unquote, if it's a globe, could it then be that all the ancients were wrong for all that time, or is it that these guys are wrong with the globe and that the foundation of it is the original cosmology, as far as we know, going back in history of Earth, that immovable, Earth, etc., level, horizontal, all of that.
No, I mean, if I understand your question correctly, I don't think that it's all on the table. I think that the past civilizations and stuff that held a flat Earth for view, it's totally correct. There's nothing wrong with that. I don't think that it stands to reason that everything that these ancient civilizations did and stuff was super advanced. I mean, we know that. I mean, just take a look at Egypt, for instance. It's very interesting too. It's like the farther you go back, the more advanced they were, the more advanced structures and stuff and their knowledge. Whereas they went on, and as time progressed, they sort of like became less and less sophisticated in their architecture and other social means and stuff. So it's like, no, I mean, I think it's all on the table. It's all correct. I think that look, China had what is it? If I'm correct, I think China held one sort of dynasty in China held a flat Earth position for hundreds and hundreds of years. I think it was like either 600 or 800 years they held a flat Earth position and a flat Earth cosmology. And look at all the things that they invented and stuff. So it's all, you can't take that away from them, and it's all just a progression and an evolution and an understanding to where we're like sort of getting somewhere. I think that we're only advanced and as capable as the tools that we have too. So it's like, again, it's like, we don't have the means to sort of, all the culmination of tools that we have at our disposal to sort of figure out the problem at hand is limited, right? And it's getting, our knowledge is progressing more and more and more. So I think it's only a matter of time before we all know the truth, essentially.
I can respect that.
Coach, is what you said before kind of where you stand on things? Because the way you were saying it made me think of that stuff. Because you were kind of like, well, I don't really know if it's true, but we're kind of going with it for now because we don't know it's not true yet. Like, is that how you feel about the globe? Like, you're just not sure yet whether it's not true, and everyone else is saying it's true, and then there's all this other information that you think lines up mathematically to where you're like kind of just going with it?
Yeah, I could, and I was about to lie. But if I was being honest, which I will be, the answer is no. I don't think that at all. But I do. I heard what Sign was saying.
Is that the actual lie, though? Is that the lie?
No.
Like,
you want to be true so bad.
you said it.
Always,
those were your words. You said, "Well."
Yeah.
Anyone who prefaces something with, "Well, I don't want to lie, but," it's always a lie.
Well, the truth is, everybody hopes that in the face of evidence, their mind will be changed, especially something so fundamental. So I can only say that I also hope that if I'm presented with the evidence of me being wrong about that, of course, after I get over it, I will accept it. But at this point, I'm not necessarily anticipating that. So it's like I'm open to it, but I'm not like in a state of in between or something. I'm open to the idea though. But I just heard what Sign was saying and what he was expressing, and it sounded very much like that was his position. And I've heard many flat earthers actually. I think you might be more convicted than others, Gio, but not that's a bad thing. But I have heard flat earthers say that before, like their position is not so much that it's a plane, just that their claim is that what we say we're sure of is actually a false confidence. If that makes sense. And I think that, like I said, I don't know if Sign can correct me, but I feel like that was like what he was expressing basically.
Oh, well, wait, what's your question again? I'm sorry.
Oh no, he was asking me if the question I asked you previously. He was asking if I was talking about myself, my own belief, like as well as if I shared that same sentiments as you expressed. But I was telling him I did not. But I was again, like you said, you agreed when after I said that. So I was just saying that I feel like I expressed your sentiments on the belief somewhat accurately, like it somewhat describes your idea of it, right? Like that it's really just a lack of it said that your claim is basically that the claim of the globe earth and the certainty in it is really a false confidence, and which you just kind of said so anyway. So
I don't know, I'm kind of lost, but yeah, I guess.
Yeah, did he say that? I don't really remember him saying that.
more or less, I thought that's what I took away from it. That's why, if I'm wrong, then tell you. I'm not gonna be offended. God damn it!
I've been drinking.
Man.
I've been drinking. I'm a little high tonight. I don't know. I could have said something I didn't. But yeah, I mean, it seems like you have an adequate understanding of my assessment. I guess.
Well, you were saying too, Hassan. I remember you were saying how like we just don't know yet fully. Like there's more to uncover. There's more to know.
Yeah. I mean, I do believe that for sure. It's like I mean, to think that we're like at the pinnacle of like our evolution is it's absurd, right? Like, I mean, do we have warp travel? Is it possible to create portals in space time and just zip through the universe? I mean, are we marooned on this planet, unable to leave? I mean, I don't know. I think we're right in the midst of that, and we're finding out. That's why I said it's getting spicy, and things are coming to an end, and I don't think it's wrong to question these sort of things and to propose that the Earth could be something other than what we've been told. I think we're right. We have all the reason to question what's going on. We have to be rational and logical about things. We can't fall too far in a trap. We have to be pragmatic. We have to take action. We can't get stuck in the same loop, questioning things forever, right? It's like but if we're still here questioning things 100 years from now, and we still haven't gone back to the moon, we still 200, 300, 500 years from now, when we're dead and gone, what does the future hold for us? We're in the midst of it, the happening right now. We're a part of it.
Yeah, the quickening.
We do have setbacks, though. It's not. It does seem to be that we don't always have a linear progression. Like you take like with the Romans or whatever, like that period stagnated and sort of went backwards, at least in the Western world, for almost 1,000 years, supposedly, or for more than 1,000 years, about 1,000 years. And so I don't know. Sometimes I wonder if that's possible to happen again, right? Like if
yeah, I'll just say
we don't
something
go
real
back to
quick.
the
I
moon.
just posted a link in the chat about ancient cultures. You should check it out.
How old are you? Stupid question. Hold on, man. There's a mouse at my friend's house, and I'm trying to catch it. So hold on.
I was just gonna say. Oh, well, I was just gonna say real quick, like, Simon, you were talking about like. Well, what you said reminded me of the idea of like portals. Like the concept that there's portals on Earth, that if you access that part of the Earth, you like, it might be like under a waterfall or in a cave or, in different areas to where when you enter that area physically, you essentially, it's almost like they've used that whole black hole idea of like time and space warping and like interdimensional. They've kind of like used that, but they're trying to say these black holes are light years out in space. But what do you think about the idea that they're actually on Earth? And if you access these certain areas of the Earth, like the magnetic field, whatever it is, you can, almost like straight out of like Narnia, the Lion, the Witch, and the Wardrobe type shit, where if you enter this area, like you physically dematerialize and you perhaps go to some other dimension or realm, or like the whole idea of Agartha at the North Pole, or like the sacred journeys that people have taken to the North Pole, ideas like that. But do you think that's possible, that there are actual like portals? And then perhaps if you go to that other dimension, and for whatever that is, but then you can come back. And when you come back, you rematerialize into this world, back into the body you were in when you left. What do you think about that?
I mean, yeah, dude, like anything is possible, right? Like you can't, I mean,
That would mean you would have to, your soul or your spirit would have to leave your body, because, and then your body would just be dead, like when you're gone, right? A corpse.
Time would stop here, maybe.
I mean, yeah, perhaps it even has something to do with, this is sort of a simple idea, but like, right, like the planets or the ley line grid or whatever they say that is on the Earth, right? And all these like intersections of like different grid points and like vortexes and stuff, and different like energy epicenters and stuff. Perhaps that has something to do with maybe the planetary or earthly, like, how you have chakras or like whatever in your body is like the sort of like energy wheels in your body. Well, perhaps the Earth sort of has some sort of like chakric system or something like that to itself, and they're like actually some sort of like interconnected portal system that we've been like, cut off. We don't know. We forgot how to access it, or it's been like sort of hidden. The truth has been hidden about that. And I mean, yeah, that's totally possible. I mean, like what's in the Vatican archive? I guess we're talking about education just a bit ago, and not to change the subject entirely, but does anyone know who has the largest educational presence like established in the world?
I heard something sort of similar to that question about the Vatican. Like they have like the largest collection of like ancient books or something.
Yeah, it's the Jesuits. Like even just like schools and just everything. Like they literally have the most like established, like education, educational like institutions. They have the highest amount like in the world, like everywhere. So yeah, the Jesuits, the Vatican. I think things are controlled from them to a high degree. Like, yeah.
Well, some of the thing that they're lacking in is they definitely have the world's smallest country. So we got one up on them there.
Yeah, but I guess it doesn't matter if you own all the institutions. If you own all the institutions, I mean, I guess it doesn't matter how big your country is, right?
Like Washington D.C. or something. Like Washington D.C. is not that big, but that's like the epicenter. But anyhow, yeah, I was wondering about the Vatican though, like or the Catholic Church, because there is a lot of influence that they must have, and I know in places like Australia, it's definitely more realized. Like I hear about like the amount of spending and donations and that kind of stuff they get from certain places. But I wonder what it all means. Like what do they do with their influence? Because I can't say. I don't know. So like it does seem like they have a lot of influence, but I don't know what that means. Like if that just means, are they corrupt and they're pocketing money, or does that mean that they're actually influencing the world stage?
Yeah, this is like, right, we could speculate about this forever, right? Yeah. I mean, the discussion sort of stops here. It's like we can identify these certain power groups and stuff that have a vast amount of like influence and sway in a lot of what's going on, and it seems to me that they basically it's just a money scheme. They use money as a means to control the population. Meanwhile, like all of the amount of power and influence they've amassed, they just use to basically orchestrate their sort of like plan. And if you actually like read some of the literature of like the elites and stuff, and like what they talk about is like, yeah, these people have like a plan. They sort of like think of themselves as like quote unquote gods. Like they have this sort of direction and stuff that they talk about that they want to steer humanity in. And it's that, but it's also other power blocks in the world. Like it's not just the West, right? The world is not just the West. There's all these other different like factions and stuff, and it's not just one group of people. But I mean, yeah, you know, we don't have to like get into the. I don't want to like direct the.
Well, I mean, as you said, it's like you said, it stops there basically. It's all speculation after that.
Yeah, exactly.
But
It's like, you know, what can we really do with it, man? You know, it's yeah.
Keep one eye open, I guess. Yeah, that's better. Keep an eye on them. But I was gonna do a couple quick mainstream updates because earlier Geo had described sort of going to other, not going, but like there existing other realities that were branches off our reality, but you know, where certain things were maybe vastly different, minorly different. You know, and the whole gamut. I don't know if you remember the statement Geo had gone in about. I was just going to say that I'm not sure if you're aware of that, Geo, but that's actually an interpretation of quantum mechanics. Like quantum mechanics, the many worlds interpretation. So that's like the out of the two main interpretations, that's one of them. So it's interesting.
Right.
You said that.
Yeah. I'm aware of that. Yeah. Dude, I have a friend who's like he's like I think I've even told you about him. Remember this friend I've told you about? Yeah, where he's like a scholar and so on, and he has done various different writings and a lot of research into quantum physics and all of the history and the timeline and the developments and so on. So yeah, I've had some times with him where he's just breaking stuff down to me. And yeah, dude, I feel like I'm on like an interdimensional portal travel journey. Like it's like, yeah, it's like a lot of, I'm saying when he's describing in a way, because yeah, there's certain, I mean, dude, there's actually, do you know who Fritjof Capra is?
Sounds so familiar.
Yeah, he's pretty well known.
Fritjof, I don't even know how to spell it. Fritjof Capra.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He's here, I'll post I'll give you the so you can see his
That's cool stuff though. And I had another.
I'm gonna say though is that no, they did a conference like back, like basically yeah, that's who Fritjof Capra is. Well, I don't know. I'm trying to actually figure out how I can be more brief into what I was going to say but I guess I was just trying to link it that. Okay, I'll just say briefly, like Gregory Bateson as well. Even if you look on that Wikipedia page of Fritjof Capra, where it says influences, it's got a lot of these guys labeled like Carl Jung, Irvin Laszlo, Ken Wilber, David Bohm.
David Bohm. Those names just sound funny. It sounds like David Bowie a little bit. The other one sounds like Ken Wheeler a little bit. But yeah.
Well, you don't know David Bohm? I mean, like this is what it says on his Wikipedia. Was an American, Brazilian, British scientist who has been described as one of the most significant theoretical physicists of the 20th century and who contributed unorthodox ideas to quantum theory, neuropsychology, and the philosophy of mind. That's
interesting, actually.
Oh yeah, David Bohm. He's quite famous. He's a famous physicist.
Is that right? I'll tell you, that name doesn't sound that familiar, but I also have to tell you that I have the world's worst memory. So
you haven't? Well,
Boom. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
That sounds more familiar.
Anyways, my point is what I was going to say is that basically Stanislav Grof had been doing like a lot of the research, like the LSD therapy research back in the 50s and 60s before LSD was illegal. And then he did a lot with the mushrooms and ayahuasca and peyote, all of these experiences in terms of the healing qualities of them and so on. And they did a conference with a lot of these guys, like Gregory Bateson as well. And yeah, David Bohm and these different characters, some of these guys. But they did a conference, and basically they did like a presentation on quantum physics and all of the different components. And in terms of even the idea of the black holes and the time and space and some of those components, I'm not necessarily saying relativity or Einstein's time and space. I'm just talking about the actual, some of the, you probably know about some of the stuff within quantum physics. And they were describing that from some of those quantum physical components perspectives. And then Stan Grof was able to then link people's experiences that they've had. It doesn't only have to be on a substance; could be on the breath, the breath work, or even in meditation as well, that actually correlate with those quantum physics concepts. So there's an overlap with these mystical experiences people have and some of these quantum physics theories. I guess that's the summation of what I was trying to say.
Yeah, I'm reading. Damn, dude. I'm reading right now. Yeah, I'm just reading right now. So hold on.
Sign, are you still at your mic?
Yeah, what's up, dude?
I was just going to ask you, kind of in the line with all of these different ideas we're talking about, just to pop to my head. Do you think that, okay, so here's my question. I'll just use the word if just to be neutral. So if the Earth isn't a globe, why do you think it all started coming to people's awarenesses starting around 2015?
Well, I mean, I do think, because that was in the cards to be figured out, whether it is the case. Yeah, and there was a big push. I do think that there's a lot of propaganda-ish, and that it's been sort of touted that the Earth is a globe for the last 500 years, right? The propaganda has been pretty thick in that arena. But does that sort of answer your question? I don't know.
Yeah, dude. Yeah, it was well said. It's the time. Now is the time. I just think about, because in the 80s, 90s, there wasn't much discussion on this much at all. There wasn't, probably small pockets here and there, but not nearly. Compared to 2015, there was just an eruption.
Yeah, for sure. The internet has played a big part in all of this. you know, it's this fairly recent thing. Like it feels like it's forever ago for those that like grew up with the internet. It does feel like it's a while ago, but it in the grand like timeline of things, it's like it's infancy. It's like the internet has been here for like, 20 years, basically like around that time, and it's just wild. The implications of it are truly staggering. Like it's wild. But I mean, it's a good thing. It's also bad, in a way. It's like, um, it's like a curse and a blessing almost.
Yeah, I think it could probably be said, probably like the nature of like a paradigm shattering truth is a very complex structure of a process of unfolding. Like something that's like upsetting to the status quo, perhaps ultimately transformative, but the turbulence that could potentially occur, although it could have non-turbulence as well. There's also that possibility, but something that kind of upsets the status quo, but is also required to move forward. Makes me think about that.
Well, yeah, and I mean the internet as it is now is a highly controlled pathway of information, far cry from what it used to be. The Wild West days of the internet are sort of over to like it is sort of becoming like carved out and controlled to a very high degree, which is sort of just the natural progression of things, right? The sort of dystopian nature of everything is like kicking in, pretty quick. I think we're at a very crux time right now. It's very pivotal in just like everything, so much going on right now, so many like social issues, so much, like I said, and again the whole space thing too. It's like it's almost like it's on the back burner, right? Like, oh, we don't have to go back to space until it's like important or whatever. It's like we don't really have. It's like why, you know? Of course, like there's like meteors to like mine and stuff. Like there's a lot of incentive to mine like rare earth minerals and stuff in those meteorites. But it's like, to what end? I guess I don't know.
Yeah, it's pretty interesting to think about. I mean, I saw this news article from like 1921 that was it was actually like a public school district in Indiana, a school district there. I mean, when I say public, obviously back then it wasn't really all federal the way it is now, but it was just kind of a school as it were in that county and whatnot. And they basically are saying like that the teachers all thought the earth was flat and the principal of the school did, and we're teaching flat earth to all the students, and that all the students like accepted it. It wasn't like a debate thing, like they were flat earthers. Let me see if I can pull it up right now. I was actually going to present this. I thought it'd be cool at some point if someone, I'm not like the best. I mean, I can obviously read stuff, but some people have a really good like reading voice because it's like a whole article. I thought it'd be cool, like at some point, at least the other night, I didn't feel like actually reading it, but at the same time, I thought it'd be cool to have someone read it out at some point. Well, let me just see. I'll pull it up, but it was pretty interesting. It's like this news article from 1921 that is saying that like the principal of the school and all the teachers thought, taught that the earth was flat, and all the students, were taught that, and that's what they all thought.
You can get the AI to do that. You know that?
No, this is a real article though.
So you get the AI to read it for you. I'm saying.
Oh, okay. Well, what does the voice sound like though?
You can make it any voice. I made one for my girlfriend's voice. You can do it anyone's voice. But that's just another point. But I don't mind reading if I don't have the best reading voice. I'm a good reader. But Elijah's pretty good, or Elisha, or whatever his name is, just pretty good. But just say the word, I'll read anytime, man.
Well, I guess I was kind of going on a sidetrack, but I actually was more just bringing it up to say that, like, how long really have the people of the earth actually believed in this globe? You know, and then it's just wild that, we were talking about like 2015, everything kind of starting to shift. And yeah, like you were saying, the internet for sure, because it's a way that we all could connect like this. So I was thinking when I was a kid, and a lot of us, before the internet, when I was like, young kid, like, I mean, I guess I was like, I was like on AOL back when AOL was first launched. So, I mean, I was kind of on the internet from the beginning, but before that, you only had like television and your parents basically, and your like school. So that was all pretty controlled. When you think about it, like what information could come through those channels it's kind of weirdly militaristically like restricted in a way.
It's I kind of the way you say it sounds kind of nostalgic. I kind of miss it. Like it's like the only way you learn stuff is like you said, those avenues, and then you forget your friends. And so it's like there's a lot of like a lot of new things that you just heard about for the first time. You're just learning about in real time, and you're learning about it from like your friends because you've never heard about it or you have no way of researching it. I don't know.
In a way, it was like more real. It was more real. Like every day, you like heard things from people, or it was kind of more